Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us in person and likely online. We will call this meeting to order. We will start this morning with our invocation being given by Pastor Don Lavelle with the Corpus Christi Christian Fellowship. Good morning, Pastor.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you so much. Let us bow our heads and honors to the Lord, and let us pray. Jesus taught us that men ought to always pray and never lose heart, and this is where our success comes from. Let us pray. Dear Father God, we thank you and for what you've done, knowing that you are the immutable, the unchangeable God, and what you have done can never be undone. Therefore, we come to you this morning asking for your blessing of favor and grace for this council. Thank you for them. Thank you for each one of them. No matter what their positions are, we thank you that they are willing to serve. We're grateful. We ask that you would manifest yourself in this meeting and that your presence would be palpable, that peace and harmony would be a sign to us that you are present. Please order the steps of each council person while present or absent. We pray that this city, Corpus Christi, would be a model city for our desperately frayed nation, and that this council and city, our city, would be a model for how the nation and even the world should conduct its business. Do this for us in this uniquely named city, Corpus Christi, the body of Christ. Give us peace and wisdom as we manage every crisis, natural and human. Thank you for your hand in dealing with our water crisis. You have the best hands in the universe. Teach each of us through the movement of your hand, through mercy and grace, that when the righteous rule, the people rejoice. Therefore, cause each of us to conduct our lives in a manner that pleases you. Your hands are the most secure in the universe. Therefore, we commend this council into your hands, and we pray these blessings in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. Our Pledge of Allegiance this morning to the flag of the United States and to the Texas flag will be led by Leah Moore Torres, a senior at Incarnate Word Academy. Leah Moore Torres is a VACE Art State medalist and two-time regional medalist in visual arts. She's won multiple gold and silver awards in TAPS, State Visual Arts, and ceramics as well. Thank you for being here this morning, Leah Moore.
Thank you. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please join me in honoring the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, and best of luck to you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Go Angels.
Yes. That leads us to Section E, our city manager's report.
Oh, ma'am, I do need to call the roll.
Oh, I'm so sorry,
No,
Rebecca.
that's okay.
Yes, if
No
you
problem.
would call roll first.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Kaylin Paxson.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera. Sylvia Campos. Eric Cantu. Gil Hernandez. Everett Roy is absent. Mark Scott. Carolyn Vaughn. City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
Interim City Attorney Buck Bryce. Present. Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you, Rebecca. Mr. Zanoni, the city manager's
Yes,
section.
ma'am. Great. Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council and the community. We do have two exciting updates for you this morning on two quality of life projects that we're working on, totaling $35 million. And these are significant park improvements in our north side, Hillcrest, Washington Coles neighborhood. Councilman Scott mentioned one of them just this week, as well as development of Commodore's Park, the first time ever really on the island. There was a small basketball court there, but a $5 million project underway right now to activate that park space. Both of these projects, or all of these projects, will be done nearing this fall. And so the community is going to have brand-new assets never had before, both in the north side and the island. So Jeff Edmonds, our lead engineer, is going to walk us through a presentation that has a lot of pictures. We'll have some slides as well. It's in the north side, about 29 million for 4 parks and a brand new aquatic center, a swimming pool similar to the one in District 5. And then on Commodore's Park, close to 5 million, 4.76 million of park space activation. That piece of property is pretty large. I think it was donated to the city. But in my time here, and in many of everybody's time here, it was never really activated. You know, like I said, there's a small basketball court, and that was it, and I think 1 bench. So this 4.7 million at Commodore's is phase 1 of several phases. Ultimately, there'll be recreation center buildings where seniors and youth can have programming. And so what we'll see on Commodore's is phase 1, just to put that into context. I did want to recognize Reverend Williams, who's here. Reverend Williams, thank you for being here today. So, watch this and please tell your community. We probably should have gave them a notice to have them come in, because as we said at the groundbreaking, this $30 million investment in the Hillcrest, Washington Coles area is the city's single largest park investment. That's the single largest. We've never done an investment of $30 million in one area, but we're doing it here at Hillcrest, Washington Coles. And so I'm going to turn it over to Jeff, who will walk us through the slideshow. There's some great pictures here, and we also have some video as well. And so both of these, as I mentioned, will be in operation or open to the public later this fall. So we're really excited about this. I'm going to turn it over to Jeff to walk us through the presentation.
Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Jeff Edmonds, Director of Engineering Services. I've got a lot of slides here. I'm going to try and get through them as quick as I possibly can. So this slide lists the areas where all the improvements are occurring with this really group of projects we're calling the Harbor Bridge Parks Mitigation Project, and there's work going on at each one of these areas. And we have some video, if we can cue the video. No sound, sorry. You wouldn't like it. You would not like that. Okay, thank you. So I'm going to go through and talk a little bit about each one of these elements. So this project, construction started last November. It's projected to be complete in September. And the total budget on this project is just over $20 million. And we're a little bit under 60% complete. Half Associates was the design engineer, and JE Services is the construction contractor. And I'd also mention we got a contribution from the MPO for $4.9 million of that total.
And we did, Jeff, we do want to give a shout out to JE Construction. They're a local company who this city helped to grow to be able to do this project. They started out as a smaller company that did some structural work and then moved to big road projects. They've done some of the city's biggest roads like Everhart. And then they bid on this and was a low bidder on this project. So JE Construction, James Edwards is the owner, but this is a good success story for locally grown companies, and they're doing that work here. So
yeah, they're probably our most prolific contractor right now. So this is the Washington Coles Park, and it's going to have an amphitheater with shade sails where you have events, performances. There's a covered pavilion with restrooms and a 200-acre parking lot, 200-space parking lot, excuse me. Washington Coles Park, this is a photo under construction. That's the covered pavilion. This is the parking lot, which is taking shape. Okay, TC Ayers Park, and
And
that's
Jeff,
gonna have-
before you get to TCR, so the pavilion, if we can go back to the slide that showed the aerial
Rendering.
view. So we know that this is right across the street from where the hike and bike trail over the bridge, or the multi-use path. Councilman Scott talked about walkers and cyclists. So today, if there's an event, like we just saw breast cancer awareness, but there's things like the heart awareness month, where there's walks across the bridge. And so big groups of people meet before they take this walk, and there's no place to organize, right? And after the event, there's no place to recognize if there's a competition who's first place, or just recognize. So this park has parking to, one, get to the event, and then two, the pavilion, which is covered, could be used for things like eating after the event. The amphitheater that's there, the stage, would be for award ceremonies or speakers. So it's going to be a community engaging atmosphere that provides amenities like restrooms, a decent place to eat or have a drink in the shade, and food truck areas. You can see the little boxes on there in color, and kind of in the middle is food truck designed as well. So this is going to be a place where our community can come together in a big number, in a big way, and then enjoy that harbor bridge and come back here to have some concluding ceremonies. We've never had anything like this before, so this is tremendous, a tremendous asset.
Yeah, that shared use path from the Harbor Bridge connects right in the center on the bottom of that photo.
Right.
Okay, TC Ayers Park is going to have a softball field and a loop trail around the softball field. The area that shows green there is actually parking that was constructed by TxDOT, so that'll be convenient to the field. And something you might have seen, it just barely showed up in the bottom of the video, but the TxDOT has done something really cool at that parking lot. They've taken one of the precast sections of concrete, and that is being used as a shade structure there at the parking lot. H.J. Williams Park, that's going to have covered basketball courts, playground, a parking lot, restrooms, picnic tables, and concrete paths connecting in there, landscaping elements.
And this is right down the street, literally from Reverend Williams' home. I don't want to call it where he lives, but it's right in the heart of Hillcrest, this park. So a tremendous upgrade here for this facility.
So these are just construction photos. Those are the new restrooms. Moving on to Ben Garza Park. There's going to be a new entry, new playground, an expanded parking lot, and you got trail and sidewalk connections throughout, landscaping elements being added. This is a photo of the entry. That's the parking lot, going to have 42 spaces when we're complete. If you make that out, there's going to be connections with 5-foot wide sidewalk that will accommodate shared use traffic that will connect all of these elements.
And Jeff, keep it there if you can. So Lamont Taylor, who I don't think is here, but he was, Lamont Taylor, as we know, he was part of the community action group that helped to define these 4 parks. One of the things that he and his community members wanted was what we call the Freedom Trail. And so we knew there were 4 parks, but we wanted to connect them. So if somebody wanted to show up to the Washington Coles area, they can go to 3 other parks on top of that through this designated Freedom Trail. And so the trail over time will have markers, we'll have historical markers of some of the leaders of Hillcrest and Washington Coles. But a parent or a family can spend a whole day, really, going along that Freedom Trail, going from one park to the next, making it ultimately at the far left, as you look at it, to what Jeff is going to show you, the Aquatic Center. So this is, again, something very new. It picks up from what Councilman Hernandez is we're helping him do in District 5, which is connectivity through trails. So this singular trail will connect 4 parks in a historically black community with historical markers on leaders of the time, and really providing a lot of different park amenities that one can participate in, hiking, biking over a bridge, playing ball, swimming in the Aquatic Center. And so Jeff's going to continue, and you'll see the Aquatic Center here momentarily.
So this is a rendering of the Aquatic Center. It's going to have a 6-lane, 25-yard lap pool. There's going to be a 0-entry beach and a children's play area, bathhouse, administration building. There's going to be a parking lot with 92 spaces, and we're going to have shade structures on the deck. There's rendering from the parking lot direction. It's early in construction. I don't have any real good construction photos. It's mostly just trenches and pipes, but they're about 20% complete with construction, and there was a $9.1 million budget, and the contractor on that is South Texas Building Partners. We're expecting completion on that by May of '27.
And on this project here, so just for some quick background, we initially recommended a splash pad, but the community said, no, we want the swimming pool that was promised. And so the state, TxDOT, helped by contributing $5 million so that we could afford this. So that we need to thank the state, the TxDOT, Vicente, what was the former engineer's name, Vicente or Valente?
Valente Olivares.
Yeah, Valente Olivares went to bat for us. He was the regional engineer for many years here. So he got state money. So it's a grant. We don't have to pay it back to contribute to the construction of this pool. And so if anybody's been to the Bill Witt pool, it's pretty close. It's not as big. It doesn't have a lap pool, but very similar setup for the community to enjoy. And you don't have to live there to use it. Anybody can go there and really take advantage of all those amenities now that are there in that Hillcrest area.
Okay, we're going to shift gears now to North Padre Island and Commodore's Park.
Mr. Edmonds, can I take a quick comment from?
Sure,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Councilwoman
I can't stop the
Campos?
video, but
I'm sorry,
we
no.
can talk while the video.
I really do love all this, this presentation, but I just wanted to make a statement on when you showed the pictures of the parking lot. I think on the older one, the Ben Garza, it already has some trees already, embedded into the parking area. Is there a way that we could hopefully maybe embed also some trees into that big parking lot that you have on the new pool that's going in? Because it's just huge. And, we need shade. I'm just saying, you sporadically put in trees in among that parking lot. Can you include that?
Ma'am, I will look into that.
Did y'all hear that? What does that mean? That means no. So,
That does not mean no.
Okay, I'm telling you, okay, I will get the trees donated. I just need, your department, to work with us. So, anyway.
We will work with you.
It's the best I can get from you, Jeff. All right, moving on.
At the podium, yes, that's the best.
Okay, I'll move on, but I want the public to hear this, that we need more trees. And we have an opportunity because of these new facilities that are going up. We need to be more inclusive of trees. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Acknowledged.
Councilmember Barrera.
Here, and I want to say over the course of the last 8 years, I'm proud to be associated with this project. Yeah. Very much so, and to bore everybody with a little bit of rolling history, I won't use my whole 3 minutes, but I actually played basketball with Lamont Taylor's son there at Ben Garza 50 years ago. along with TC Ayers as I got older. And, I'm just really glad to be proudly associated with it. I mean, it was a neighborhood. Both of us went to Sacred Heart Elementary School, of which, it was just down the street, and back then walking distance, which still is. But anyway, just truly proud to be associated with it. I was really excited. I remember I advocated for the aquatic center versus just the splash pad. I remember the pool there. As I got older, we took Boy Scouts out there on a regular basis. And, my father, if you just where actually the Crosstown Expressway breaks down into a fork, my father's home was there, and they were displaced basically by the freeway. So, I mean, we've just got a strong and long attachment to the region, and I'm just proud to be able to say I was part of it. Thank you. Thanks for all the hard work.
That's incredible. And I think it's important that we thank the neighborhoods members in this area, because they really have had to be very patient. They've worked alongside the city with contributions for input and ideas and collaboration, and the fact that they've maintained as partners through this whole process, I think definitely needs stated. But Mr. Zanoni, I think especially if there's a potential for there not to be a huge cost to the city, I think I would love to see a commitment that if we can make that request along the lines of compost requests, a commitment to that, making that possible, I think that would be good to see.
Yeah, we will. I think the reason Jeff's a little hesitant is it's 100% design, so we have to see are there wells in the parking lot, as they call them, where the trees could be put in? So we'll have to look at the designs, or there could be periphery along the side.
Peripheral, yeah.
So he's not answering because he's not looking at the blueprints or the drawings, but we'll take a look at that. And on Thursday, we're going to talk to the council about trees as a budget amendment. We know one of our community members has attended just about every budget workshop and community meeting and has advocated for trees. So we're looking for a couple $100,000. We'll show the council on Thursday on trees. So, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I had one more, couple more slides. We go back to the Commodores Park update. So this is phase one of a series of master plan improvements we have for Commodores Park. Construction started in January, and the contract completion date is November, but contractors ahead of schedule, we actually think we're going to be able to open next month. And this is close to a $5 million budget for this first phase, and we're reporting that construction is 90% complete. So these are some of the elements that are included. We're going to have covered basketball court. There's 2 tennis courts and 4 pickleball courts. We have a nautical themed playground. There's walking trails, a picnic area, and we have an off-street parking lot. And these are some of the photos of construction. That thing on the upper left, that's a bird observation station. Picnic area, and if you look behind the equipment there, that's the playground with the nautical theme. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Edmonds. Councilmember Scott.
Hey, Jeff, can we get the presentation emailed to us? It's not in my.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll email that to you. We'll put it on we'll put it on the system as well.
Okay. I just want to reiterate that the number of people I see on the Harbor Bridge is, when we cycle on mostly Sunday mornings, is really extraordinary. Yeah. And when you activate the base that you showed today, that's really going to be a community gathering point. Yeah. I think that's going to be something. And thank you for the work that you all did to get it to this point. And then I think the work that we are all doing, or you all are doing it, on North Beach to activate that North Beach experience is going to make that bridge walk something unique in Texas. I think tourists are going to come. I think it's going to be written about, and you all should be very proud of yourself with the work that you've done. And thank you, because I get to ride a bike over it every couple of weeks. So thanks. Anyhow, thank you for. And is there a bird's eye view of all the parks on the south side?
There is, yeah, we'll get you that.
Thanks.
Yeah. And can I add to that, Mayor Pro Tem? So to Councilman Scott's point, often when a governmental entity invests money, the private sector follows. So we anticipate economic development being generated from this, both in this Washington Coles area, as well as on North Beach. People know that when there's a big gathering, they're going to want to buy something at the convenience store, maybe gas up. So we expect some economic development ripple effect from the city's investment on this. And then next Tuesday at City Council, we're going to do a similar preview of all the work being done on North Beach. We'll highlight the other side of the trail because there is some amenities on North Beach as well, including a parking lot that's covered because I believe it's under the bridge somehow. It's covered somehow. And then there'll be some facilities there as well where another gathering could take place on North Beach when you go across the bridge. So that's all part of the design. We didn't focus on it today, but we'll show it to you next Tuesday when we show you all the improvements that are happening at North Beach as well.
Thank you, Mr. Zanoni. Councilwoman Vaughn.
Well, these are great projects, well-deserved. It's about time, and I appreciate the fact that TxDOT basically kept their word, and they're helping with that pool, so that's awesome. I love trees like anybody. I think it's great, but we need to remember we have been in a drought, and we will be in a drought again. So before the city goes and puts trees in our properties, we need to make sure our citizens get to put trees in theirs where they can water them as well. And we need to be conscious of the fact that we do need to start talking about zero landscape for the future, because this is not one drought. We've had them before, and we will have them again. I don't mean to be a Debbie Downer, but hey, thanks.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Jeff, city manager mentioned it about the bond for trails on the south side, but it wasn't in your presentation. I was wondering what the issue was. Why didn't we include that?
Focusing on just two areas for right now, the Hillcrest and the island, but we can bring that to show you what we're doing.
It was a bond project, so I was
Yeah.
assuming that it'd be part of that, but
No, that's okay.
I don't feel left out in any way.
Yeah.
Right. We can get that next
Just want
time.
to make sure that
Yeah.
we're continuing with that. It is a connection to connect those trails that are separated by gaps. And then also have the safe route to school to Caffey and Fay Webb and some of the other schools there.
We'll bring that as a separate item, Councilman, so you
Okay.
can see.
Thank you. And also, I'm glad that we're having the swimming pool and more facilities for us to enjoy. I think the Bill Witt Pool with the 60,000 visitors this summer was evident that the community really is starving for that kind of wellness and recreation. Thank you.
Councilwoman Campos.
Okay, again, I just wanted to mention about the trees, that you can plant trees during droughts. By the way, if everybody can look it up, it only takes 10 to 15 gallons per week. So that's a drop in the bucket, people. We can still have trees and still be in a drought. And still, I'm going to even mention today, climate change, because I don't know if y'all have heard this, there is actual climate change happening, and trees are the workhorses of the environment. So there, I'm off my soapbox.
As soon as I go back here, I'm going to talk with Sergio and Robert about putting some trees in over there.
Well, thank you, Mr. Edmonds and Mr. Zanoni. This presentation certainly encompasses the city from one end to the other and talks about some great projects that the community has really been looking forward to, and I know they'll enjoy. So thank you for the presentation.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, seeing that it is now noon, we will move on to section F, which is our public comment period. During our public comment period, all of our in-person speakers will have up to 3 minutes to speak. Our call-in guests or video-in guests will have 3 minutes for Corpus Christi residents and up to 1 minute for non-residents. And we do ask that everyone participating in public comment is mindful and courteous of our business meeting this morning and our decorum policies. So with that, we'll go to our first speaker, which is Ms. Robin Sanders.
Robin Sanders, District 1. Greetings, everyone. I was not planning on talking about this subject, but now I have to. I live across the street from Westchester Park, which is spitting distance from all these projects that you have done. And we've had this property since you were 2 years old, Mr. Zanoni, 55 years. 20 years of that, I have wrestled with the Parks and Recreation Department to save our park. At one time, it was 2 acres of St. Augustine grass. There's an irrigation system. It's the second oldest park in Corpus Christi. Irrigation system kept it watered beautifully, had trees everywhere, and it had a playground, but we didn't have crime like we do now. Constant degradation of this park has destroyed our neighborhood. Families can't go there. They have tore up the little covered pergolas that had picnic tables. None of the trees, they're mesquite trees, they only last 80 to 100 years. That park is 80 years old. Trees will not be replaced, and you're wrong about the drought. Parks Department tells me we can't plant trees during the drought. And they didn't. I donated a tree. I paid $300 for a live oak tree. And what did I run into at the Parks Administration? You have to pay us $300 to plant it. And we want people to donate trees to help the parks that are in our neighborhood. Parks Department wants $300 to come out and plant it. Took me a month to get that resolved. It took 4 years to get a working water fountain next to the basketball court. The management of that is disastrous. Now, Mr. Zanoni will pay attention to this. Not only have the trees died and not been replaced, they're cutting down living trees with leaves on them. They cut down 3, and I live there, I'm watching this go on. Then they headed over, and I went, as I have many, many times, and talked to the people that are working on the ground. Who were they? They were the people who mow grass. Why are you cutting these trees down? Well, it's faster and easier for us to mow the grass without trees in the way. Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Thank you, Ms. Sanders.
Can you clarify what park she's talking about? Westchester?
Westchester? Yeah, we got it. No, we have it. Thank you. We're good. Yeah, Westchester Park.
Okay, can we get some clarification on the different, okay.
To Mr. Zanoni, when I stopped them from cutting down the trees, a maniac with a chainsaw, dangerous person, he goes up the chain of command and called our city manager to spank me.
Mr. Zanoni, if we can have a staff member talk with Ms. Sanders so that we can get a report of what she's talking about and have an answer to what took place. Thank you.
Help me save my park.
Thank you, Ms. Sanders. Sandra Meyer. Vidal Conde. Bradley Bartleson.
You know, stormwater has a lot of nutrients. Could use that. Brad Bartleson, Corpus Christi. A strategic plan must precede investments. The shown plan sets forth 180 MGD by 2035. Currently at 130, we're looking for 50. Our having a plan allows businesses to make theirs. Well-established costs are highest for seawater desal, then brackish water, and lowest from surface water. Evaporation control on our lakes, peak flow capture from streams, and stormwater are 3 affordable surface water options. 2 of the 3 would exceed our needs. Cost-benefit analysis, the accepted method for city governments, puts numbers to costs, benefits, and risk-weighted factors yielding a net present value, or NPV, for each option. The NPV of existing and new resource options are shown in this simplified view. Free evaporation control on our lakes has the best NPV, and delivers water at 84 cents a K-gallon. Stormwater reuse has a slightly negative NPV, delivers at 357 a K-gallon. Adding the Guadalupe River to the existing Mary Roads pipeline adds 65 MGD at 221 a K-gallon, and Inner Harbor displays the most negative NPV and is at 1339 a K-gallon. EVAP control benefits include power, improved fishery, and recreation. With EVAP control on the reservoirs, we had 2 years of water security. Drought resilience of streams running under the Mary Roads pipeline is assured by 40 years of rainfall maps. Adding the Guadalupe puts reliability at 99.8%. That's drought resistant. Guadalupe peak flows will render 65. This works by drawing water from the river at the high mark and pumping that to Green Lake. Add this to the MRP along with the parallel pipe allows us to push water both ways, moving water amongst reservoirs as conditions afford. Cost for this is $500 million, $800K a year in operating expense. We're already paying for stormwater, so why not use it? Water quality will be improved in our bays by not dumping it there, and we can feed our trees. EVAP control and MRP addition present the best cost benefit to get our 50 MGD. Together, they have the capability of providing over 100 MGD at service water cost. Opinions are easy and they divide us. Working on numbers together can unite us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bartleson. Alejandro Chavera. Susie Luna Saldana. Okay, we'll come back to her. Noah Cantu.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak with you today. The internship programs represented before you today, both Delmar College's internship program and Tamosisi's JDIP program, have been a true blessing in my life. They've allowed me to continue to my education while also gaining professional experience in the workforce. These programs are special because they allow students like myself to gain real workforce experience while also continuing our education, taking the skills we learned in the classroom and applying them to our local communities. I strongly encourage you to continue supporting these amazing programs, and I thank you for the support you've shown to these programs thus far. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cantu. Coral Carey.
Hi there, good afternoon. Coral Carey. I'm the current president of the Coastal Bend Association of Realtors, and I am here on their behalf today in response to the amendment to the ordinance involving short-term rentals in Corpus Christi. Just a reminder that our association is against city ordinances that restrict property owners from using their properties as short-term rentals. And our association leadership remains and is always available to City Council and city staff in developing policies and procedures that allow and manage short-term rental properties. Consistent with our larger Texas Realtors Association, the Coastal Bend Association is opposed also to registration fees to administer to any new short-term rental programs. In response to today's amendment to the STR ordinance, the Coastal Bend Association of Realtors urges the City Council to postpone action on the proposed STR ordinance amendment to allow for meaningful public input and a comprehensive impact review. There's no current operational urgency to push this through. The annual STR permit renewals do not incur until December, and there is zero operational justification to rush in a permanent code change through the council on a single vote at this time. Developing major regulatory changes through narrow closed-door meetings while excluding the broader real estate industry and housing stakeholders produces unbalanced and unpredictable policy for our community. Redefining core short-term rental categories directly impacts private property rights, active housing transactions, and local investments across our Corpus Christi community. A policy shift of this scale warrants a transparent review of its broader economic and legal consequences before a decision is made. We sincerely ask Council to table this item, to reject any push to fast-track these changes in a single meeting, and to bring all community stakeholders into an open and collaborative discussion before altering our municipal code. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carey. Rudy Garcia.
Okay. My name's Rudy Garcia, owner of Growth Lawn Care, LLC. I'm gonna take a couple notes from what I wanted to say, just so I get it right. Madam Mayor, Pro Tem, and council members, I started my lawn care business, Growth Lawn Care, because I wanted a better future for myself and my family. Lawn care was something I already had experience in. It carried less liability, and I knew I could offer reliable quality service to our community. I wanted to build something steady, something honest, and something I could grow over time. During a men's Bible study group, one of the members mentioned the Small Business Development Center. That same day, I reached out for a consultation, and that's how I ended up meeting with Del Mar College at Apex Accelerator. I was interested in city and federal contracts. I just didn't know how to go about securing them. Apex helped me start with the Texas Hub certification, and from there guided me through registrations with the City of Corpus and the Port of Corpus Christi. They walked me through the process, explained what each requirement meant, and helped me understand how to position my business for government work. My first award after becoming an Apex client was as a subcontractor at a calibration facility for the U.S. Department of Energy. I serve clients in Corpus Christi and Port Aransas, and I'm continuing to grow. We're working on adding a second crew to increase output, and giving back to my community is one of my non-negotiables. As my business grows, I want my impact to grow too. I've been invited to different equipment expos, opportunities I've never imagined when I started mowing lawns, to build a better future. The Apex advisors have played a huge role in helping me move forward. They've helped me understand registrations, requirements, and the contracting process. Their support has given me confidence and open doors I wouldn't have reached on my own. My business would not be where it is today without the Del Mar College Apex Accelerator. Their guidance has made a real difference for me, my family, and my future. Thank you for your time and for continuing to support programs that truly help my small business owners like myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Susie Luna Saldana.
Susie Luna Saldana, Corpus Christi, Texas. I come before you today because of all the things that have been coming up concerning the rental properties and what's going on about all the rental properties that are being rented out for short periods of time. I have no problem with the fact that somebody's contesting it, because you got to look about what's good for the neighbors and what's not. However, I do have a problem with some of the characters involved, because it seems like David Ajiv David, is also involved in that, about filing a suit. I hope we're not making special preferences for these people. I hope I'm wrong on it. Doing the research on it, and I will come back to you about it. But I do want you to consider that Corpus is a tourist attraction place. I just don't want people jumping out of buildings and doing those kind of things. So I would hope that you temper with who's bringing it and for what reason. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Saldana. Christopher Monroe.
Good afternoon. My name is Christopher Monroe. I'm speaking on short-term rentals. Given how my life began, I could easily be dead or in jail. Instead, I'm standing before you. At 3 years old, my mother left me with a woman I was raised to believe was my grandmother. Years later, I learned she was not blood family at all. She had been the longtime babysitter. When she died while I was 16, I finished high school couch surfing among more than half a dozen families over 2.5 years. I'll never forget the profound feeling of shame and embarrassment when the liaison for homeless students at CCISD drove me to TAMU-CC with a letter identifying me as an unaccompanied homeless minor because I had no parents to list on the FAFSA application. A dorm was the first place I felt safe. Most of my classmates looked forward to the semester ending and going home. For me, that was just another obstacle I had to overcome to find reliable shelter I could afford until I could move back into a dorm. I decided those circumstances would not define me. I stood myself up and decided woe was not me. I graduated from TAMU-CC with a bachelor's, then went on to earn my master's at Harvard University, graduating fourth in my class. And since 2018, I've been teaching staff to more than 35 courses at Harvard. I've come a long way. I came back to Corpus Christi, to the city I call home, to raise a family and build a business that would attract tourists to the sparkling city on the bay. I worked hard to build my own American dream. I worked diligently with the city to ensure we were following the rules. I disclosed my plans and followed the written, repeated guidance the city explained to me multiple times was coming directly from the city attorney's office. The city issued and renewed permits repeatedly confirmed were lawful more than half a dozen times in writing over the course of many years. I've made very intentional choices in my life to be an ethical business leader. I've done everything in my power to be the hometown boy this community could be proud of. Now, multiple senior officials have informed me that Judges Missy Maderi and Judge Bobby Galvan pressured city leadership to revoke my lawfully issued permits. I've been told that pending permits I filed with the city's written guidance was still published to the city's official website are being held because Judge Missy Maderi's attorney, John Bell, wants the city to adopt a different interpretation. Judicial titles do not make private interpretations law, and a private attorney does not get to veto over city permits. This abrupt reversal puts more than $20 million of real estate and my ability to service its debt at risk. This could force bankruptcy and cost my wife, my 3-year-old sweet baby girl, and my innocent baby boy their home. I never imagined following the guidance from city officials could force me to confront the possibility of homelessness again. I survived homelessness once. This is not about whether you support short-term rentals. It's about whether citizens can rely on the city when they're being told this guidance is coming directly from the city attorney's office. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Monroe. Michael Schaefer.
Good afternoon, councilors. Michael Schaefer, Precinct 3 of Corpus Christi. I'm a practicing attorney in Corpus Christi with about 1/3 of my practice concerning real estate, both in transactions and in litigation. Leasing law, both short-term and otherwise, is something I have been practicing for about a decade now. As this council may not know, the city's interpretations and enforcement of the STR ordinance have become confused to the point of being schizophrenic over the last 6 months. Primarily concerning what properties should be considered Type 1 or Type 2, which impacts which properties are subject to the 15% block face rule, and its own fragmented interpretations. Official guidance was posted to the city's website less than a month ago, a position that the city now seeks to invalidate. The change being pushed today as an emergency appears more to do with politics and pettiness than any analysis of the law. Today's vote is yet another whipsaw reaction, which this city is likely to regret. Homestead requirements for STR applications have been struck down in the Fifth Circuit for violating the Dormant Commerce Clause protected by the U.S. Constitution. Quoting Higdal-Stark v. City of New Orleans, the residency requirement still discriminates on its face against interstate commerce. And our conclusion that the residency requirement is discriminatory puts it on death's doorstep. Recall that a discriminatory law is virtually invalid. The city's memo for this meeting seeks, quote, the elimination of owner-operator ambiguity. It is that very ambiguity that the Fifth Circuit approved in 2025. New Orleans allowed operators to show residency via utility bills, IDs, other information. The Fifth Circuit allowed this because, end quote, the code does not require an operator to reside at the property permanently, which is what a homestead requirement will do. Taking this vote today, making any other changes to the enforcement of STR under the current documented and approved schema, is going to drag the city into a lawsuit that it will lose very expensively. The harm to investors will be 8 figures at a minimum. The city will lose non-trivial hotel tax revenue. And when the city's wiffle-waffling positions come to the light, everyone is going to be very embarrassed. The city should vote against, or at least not carry a vote, to change the STR ordinance now. Nor should there be any change in current enforcement practices. Millions of dollars of real estate investment have already been made and would otherwise continue to be made based on the city's documented interpretation of its ordinances in the form that they are currently in. A change now would be ruinous to current investors, will discourage further investment. A vote in favor of this change or any other change is in effect a vote to drag this city into expensive litigation. How short-term rentals should be handled is a continuing conversation in Texas. I urge that this council be practical and prudent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. Dr. Devin Moreno.
Good afternoon, City Council and City Manager. Thank you for allowing me the time to speak. My name is Dr. Devin Moreno. I'm the owner of Paradigm Wellness here in Corpus Christi, Texas. So we do acupuncture, we do massage, chiropractic, physical therapy, and primary care. And I would not be where I am right now if it wasn't for the SBDC as well at Del Mar College and Lift Fund. So when I first started my office, I was in a 97 square foot office. I was in one room and I worked by myself. Over the years, we've grown to many, many different employees. So now we've hired 12 different employees that have worked with us and that are working with us. But we couldn't do that without the funding from Lift Fund. So Lift Fund has helped us, gosh, so much. In the beginning, it was me putting my grandma's Nissan Rogue as collateral to get the loan, right? I think it was $8,000. We recently just got $350,000 from them, and that helped us expand our office into a beautiful 5,000 square foot office. So right now we're doing great, and I just want to, reinforce that fact that we do need places like the SBDC and Lift Fund to help us, because as y'all saw with Rudy as well, when he was giving his presentation and his speaking, it helped his business. So please don't, forget about them. So that's all I have to say. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Moreno. Cheryl Martinez.
Hello, Cheryl Martinez at District 2. I am first wanting to say from the last time I was here, nobody has reached out to me about the concerns of animal control. And I've spoke to some of the vets at OSO who do work for me and said that they're averaging sitting there for about 4 to 6 hours, and we're paying for that with our tax dollars. So I'm here today about the proposed zero euthanasia policy. I want to be very clear from the beginning that I do support the goal of preventing unnecessary euthanasia of healthy and treatable animals. It's the mission of PAC. It's what we do. I've spent years working to reduce shelter intake, increase spay and neuter, and provide veterinary care to those who cannot afford it. And we want alternatives for euthanasia. But the concerns about it are some of the wording that is in it. So it does sound very compassionate, but without a plan, then there's going to be unintended consequences that are anything but compassionate. And if you look right now at the animals that are sitting in animal control, there's some that have been sitting there since March. How many people are trying to get animals in off the street? How many of you have gotten phone calls from people saying there's packs of dogs in their neighborhoods? Has that stopped? So what is the plan? A municipal shelter does not control how many animals enter the community. Dogs get loose, owners die, become hospitalized, or evicted. So what happens when the shelter reaches capacity? If euthanasia for capacity is prohibited under every circumstance, there's so many alternatives. So and when a municipal shelter stops accepting animals, the problem has not been solved. It's just been moved outside the shelter. Those animals remain in the neighborhoods. That's not zero euthanasia. That's what you call a displacement of the problem. So do we want to do that, or do we want to be more proactive? Also, be very careful with healthy and treatable. Who makes the determination? A veterinarian? You still don't have a full-time veterinarian. Shelter staff, administration, at what cost, with what resources? And I have offered for years to help you with the programs that you need to do this. You've got to get those in place. We used to do it before when we had the previous director of Mr. Skidmore, and also when we had under PD. And we went out with them, we offered free spay and neuter instead of them picking the animals up. It was a very proactive approach. We are also the only group in town that has outreach, people that go door to door with a proactive approach. So I would ask that you not adopt an absolute under any circumstances. A proposed policy that I'm going to say is an alternative: no euthanasia of healthy or treatable animals for space except as a documented last resort after defined life-saving measures have been exhausted with veterinary qualified behavioral review, written justification, and monthly public reporting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Kelly Segura.
Good afternoon. My name is Kelly Segura, and I'm the director of Casa Segura House of Hope here in Corpus. We're a local-based animal rescue, and I'm here today to speak about the banning euthanasia for space without first addressing what is causing the lack of space. And please let me be clear, I do not want healthy animals to be euthanized. No rescuer does. I want euthanasia for space to end because we have made it unnecessary, not because we banned it while animals continue pouring through the shelter doors. A ban does not create another kennel, it doesn't create another foster, and it's not going to bring in another adopter. It does not prevent the next unwanted litter from being born. We cannot rescue our way out of an animal overpopulation crisis. Yes, our city provides spay and neuter for free in certain zip codes, but we need more education and outreach, especially in underserved and low-income communities where financial, transportation, or educational barriers may exist. So we need to go into these neighborhoods. We need to educate, provide resources, make spay and neuter available to more zip codes than what is being allowed right now, and hold irresponsible breeders accountable. A small breeding fee of $50 is not a deterrent. It is not. I believe we should consider increasing that fee dramatically, even as high as $2,000, and enforce the ordinances we already have. I also see animal care services being bashed continuously on social media. So to all of the keyboard warriors that love to go and say things about them without actually getting in there and helping, I have a challenge for you. Get off your keyboard and go to the shelter. Adopt a dog, foster a dog, volunteer to help. And I just want people to know it's so easy to point fingers. It's so easy to bash people, but it's much harder to open your home. And before you vote, I ask you one important question. What is the plan when every kennel is full? When animal care services is full, when rescues are full, when fosters are full? Where is the next stray gonna go? I'm gonna tell you, that stray is gonna be out in the street. It's gonna be in all of your neighborhoods. It's in my neighborhoods because I'm in the 1-1. They're everywhere. They actually come to my yard. I think they know where to go. So if the shelter doesn't take that dog, the dog's not gonna disappear. It's gonna stay out there, and it can be hit by a car. It can die in this Texas heat. It can be picked up, abused, and killed. It can be used for gang fighting, for the dog baiters that they come and they take them and they hurt them. So a full shelter doesn't mean that we've solved the problem. It just doesn't. It may simply mean we've moved the problem from inside the shelter back outside. And that, City Council, is not success. And I think that's what you're aiming for. We all are, because we want it to go away. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Segura. Jeffrey Brown.
Good afternoon. I was asked here to come with Ms. Campos. My name is Jeff Brown. I'm a District 2 person. I want to let you know that I am an animal guy, and I want to echo what both of these ladies just talked about as far as the stop euthanizing. I had a lovely Saturday here at the animal care facility. I found a dog on my block. We've had 3 cats killed on our block by stray dogs. I was feeding the animals. I turned around, and here's this large dog. So I captured him. I put him in a yard. I watched him Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I call animal control to come and get him. No response. Friday, I call animal control. No response. I had it on Facebook. I had it on the Nextdoor app. I had it on Craigslist. I had a sign in the yard saying found dog. I can't get rid of this dog. Saturday, I've had it. Go to the pound, talking with 3 of the ladies there. They won't take the dog. Why? Because it's owned. I told them that the owner had called me finally Friday, but he has some mental impairments. The caretaker can't come and get it. So I said, I'm done. I'm taking it in. Animal care will not take the dog from me. It's an intact male, not been chipped, and it's a big dog that could harm a child, could harm another animal. And here I'm taking care of it. They wanted me to take the dog to the owner, because I know the owner. I only talked to him for 15 minutes, and me to get the paperwork from the owner to do their job. I told them, you guys put it in your truck and get the paperwork and take it to the owner. Why am I doing your job? But just like these 2 ladies said, as far as the no-kill, I am an animal person. I've worked at the Brookfield Zoo for 3 years, Cincinnati Zoo for 8 years. I'm an animal guy. My background, I have a master's degree in biology. The problem is people, not pets. We need to have every male and female dog fixed in this town. Every animal should be chipped. I could get these dogs back to their owners in 5 minutes if they had a little chip in them. We need all the animals chipped. You're not going to fix the problem if you don't fix the source. The source is people and an intact male dog roaming, killing critters, and possibly attacking people. The problem, again, they say, you're going to have to build bigger kennels because you're going to have more animals to take care of. Why are we not evacuating? You can watch the news and they will take an animal from here in Corpus and ship it to Maine, ship it to Wisconsin, ship it to other areas. Why are we not doing that? Why are we not trying to get the animals out of our city because we have too many of them? There are programs. There are people. But I wanted to talk to the director. Oh, wait a minute. You guys don't have a director. How many months have you guys not had a director? Hire me. I'll get shit done because you know how to fix the problem. It is the people and getting every animal neutered unless they have a breeding permit. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Matthew Rankin.
Okay. Matthew Rankin, HBO Matt. I said those words a year ago, first time I addressed you guys about First Amendment issues and your decorum rules. Let me read from that day some more. Mr. Rankin then states the use of profanity cannot be criminalized and proceeds to state that decorum rules are unlawful and unconstitutional. In his 3 minutes, Mr. Rankin says, F the mayor and F your rules. All right. Based on his conduct, Rankin not only violated the decorum rules of council, he also offended the mayor with his vulgar remarks. What am I reading from? The police report that your PD used to put a warrant out for my arrest for disrupting a meeting a year later. Yeah. So, I don't know what the plan was. They used a pocket warrant. Say that because I wasn't told about it. My lawyers weren't told about it. Didn't get an email, phone call, anything in the mail. Didn't get an officer showing up to my house or a constable. So I guess the plan was just wait for me to show up for another council meeting and arrest me in front of the cameras, make an example for everybody else. Only thing I can make out of it. But that didn't work out because I found out San Antonio at their city council meetings are running people that show up for the meeting for warrants last week. Yeah. You guys have joined the ranks of Aransas Pass and Tarrant County now. If you offend the mayor, you go to jail. Just like if you offend Judge Tim O'Hare in Tarrant County, you go to jail. Or you offend the mayor or the police chief of Aransas Pass, you go to jail. You're the same now. And notice I said F the mayor, because I don't know what will happen if I actually use the same protected words the Supreme Court ruled on 50 years ago that I could say here. Tarrant County has a reputation of stacking false arrests to violate people's bond, especially for activists and journalists like me. So I don't know if the police chief is hoping I drop an F-bomb right now so he can go put another warrant out for my arrest and keep me in jail instead of letting me bond out. A little bit of good news. Jason Followell's trial for disrupting a meeting was supposed to be today. Got dismissed because former police chief Blanchard and Mayor Guajardo ignored their subpoenas and didn't show up for trial. So the case was dismissed. So that's done. Word is that by the end of the day, Mayor Guajardo will have a bench arrest out for her for failing to appear. So she might want to get on that. I'll remind you what else happened in Aransas Pass after BS like this happened. The entire city council, the mayor, and the police chief were run out of town. Every one of them lost their election or were shamed and quit. So change your decorum rules before something else worse happens. This escalates. Get rid of the police chief too.
Thank you, Mr. Rankin. Councilwoman Vaughn.
Mr. Sinoni, would you give us an update on what he's talking about when you can and find out who requested the arrest? I would just be curious to know who requested it. Because we have people come up here all the time and they say ugly things to us. All of us do. And I don't think one of us has ever requested that. I would just like an update on why that was done and who requested it.
Yeah, we'll get you that, Council.
Thank you.
Can we add to that the details?
Excuse me?
Could we add to that the details? He read off a few other items.
Yes, yeah, we'll respond to everything he said.
Thank you. Selena Obregon Benavides. Amanda Guerra. Mindy Inman.
Hi, Mayor and Council. My name is Mindy. It's Mindy Inman-Sin, and I live here in Corpus Christi. I'm an operator for a short-term rental. This proposal directly affects me and my income. I spend about 80% of my year here in Corpus. My routine is 4 weeks here, 1 week home with my husband in Alabama, and then back here for another 4 weeks to work. Corpus is where I live and work most of the year. The property I rent is my physical address, primary residence, and short-term rental income helps me pay that rent. The rule requiring titled owners homestead exemption for type 1 status would disqualify this for me and facially is not lawful. My husband carries a homestead exemption on our home in Alabama, and as you know, a married couple can only claim one homestead, even if they effectively live in separate states. There's also a serious constitutional problem. The city attorney's office must be forgetting why they adopted an ordinance that provides for an operator. Well, let me remind you, in Hignall versus Stark, the Fifth Circuit held that an owner primary residence rule enforced through homestead exemptions unlawfully discriminated against interstate commerce. A federal court later applied that ruling to Austin's homestead-based short-term rental restriction. The city has neutral alternatives. Require an operator on the site, enforce the noise and occupancy laws, impose penalties, revoke permits for actual repeated violations, and therefore I require that you preserve the operator-occupied type 1 permits. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Inmanson. Sam Blanton.
Good morning and hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Sam. I live in Corpus Christi and I'm a managing real estate broker for Gulf Coast Realty Services. Our firm has over $100 million in residential real estate assets under management in Corpus Christi. I am a 55-year-old woman that came here and started a business and learned to love Corpus. So our owners are alarmed, not only by the proposed Type 1 and Type 2 definition, but also by the city's apparent adoption of a new block face calculation. That method has not been clearly published. It conflicts with years of guidance from Development Services and is inconsistent with how the ordinance was presented to council. The owners I represent relied on the rules the city gave them. They purchased homes, they financed renovations, obtained and renewed permits, paid hotel occupancy taxes, and operated openly. They asked how the ordinance worked and followed the answers that they were given. The city may change policy prospectively, but it should not reverse its methodology after investments have been made and then use annual renewal of denying permits that still comply with the rules under which they were approved. We are not asking for permanent permits or immunity from safety or nuisance standards. We are asking for fair treatment. We urge the city to follow the law and grandfather existing lawful permits, apply any new definitions, and block face calculation prospectively after it is clearly adopted and published. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Blanton. Melinda de los Santos.
Okay. Good afternoon, Melinda de los Santos. I think it was 2 weeks ago when Mr. Zanoni had mentioned about child safety going to the schools and everything for everybody to be aware. Well, there's more than just that, the traveling to the schools that we need to be concerned about. Just for instance, well, the vaccines. I know I've been a big proponent that I do not like vaccines, and all I'm telling parents is please get educated and inform yourself. A lot more is coming out about these mRNA vaccines, and a lot of parents are actually waking up to this. I have a friend in Harlingen who they told her daughter that she couldn't go to school, a Catholic school, because they weren't going to accept any type of exemption, the religious exemption. And it's funny how if you want vaccines, it's like, okay, well, then you get your vaccines, and you should feel safe that you have these vaccines and you're not going to harm anybody else. I mean, no one's going to harm you because they have these vaccines. I'm letting you know that these mRNA, they're allowing this, it's encased in a nanoparticle, and it's allowing it to cross the cellular membranes and the blood barrier membranes. I really am asking parents, do what you want, but please get informed. And I really think we need to look at the exemptions. And that's my next steps, talking to the Catholic schools about not allowing a religious exemption. The second thing is technology. There's a lot of push ever since COVID came about. There's been a lot of this technology that continues to grow in our schools. And what I'm reading is that 96% of the ed tech applications share your children's personal data with additional third parties without your consent or knowledge. In a sampling of 25 mandatory apps, there was 56% were scored as do not use, and an additional 24% were scored as high risk, meaning only 20% are safe. 75% of ed tech applications expose your children's location, usage, and personally identifiable information. So I think this is another area that we need to, you can look under, there's things that parents can push back against schools using these texts, so an unplugged ed text is a good thing. Last thing is, I went to that course, Human Trafficking. People, I think Governor Abbott, they're just starting to look at a 10-year sentence for these teachers. Parents, look at Texas Scorecard, Bad Apples Archives. There are so many teacher inappropriate relationships in our schools, not Corpus itself, but along Texas. Please go look at Texas Scorecard, Bad Apple Archives. There are a lot of pedophiles out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. De Los Santos. Angela Porter. Roberto Del Cristo.
Honorable council members and Mayor Pro Tem, my name is Dr. Robert Del Cristo. I'm an ER physician here in Corpus and have been so since 2013. In 2018, I decided that I was going to become a permanent member of this community, and I bought a home at 5825 Ocean Drive. I have heard some people come up here and tell us why this is not a pressing problem. First of all, from the realtor, the reason that it is a pressing problem for us homeowners that are adjacent to these STRs is that in my personal case, and David Ajit, who I saw someone or heard somebody trying to disparage him, we're homeowners. We live in that community. The total amount of houses in my little cove in that community is 5 houses. If you average 3 people from home in those 5 houses, it would have been 15. These people in the SDRs, which are not the small owner-operated ones that have 6 or 8 and basically support somebody's income, these are people who are bringing 20 to 30 people per house. I am personally surrounded by 60 people possibly at one time in my little community that can only take 15 or so. That to us, to the safety of my wife, who has people coming back and forth, running through our yard, basically at all hours of the night, who we have called police on several times and have gotten no action. To us, that is an emergency. And we're not asking for any special thing. All I want you guys to do is to enforce the SDR rules as they are. The SDR 2s and SDR 1s, we have, they have broken the block face. I have 2 of them in our face block, which is about 40% of the face block. That's unconscionable. Not only that, but then he bought another house right behind me, which is adjacent to our tennis court. So I am surrounded on 3 sides by his house. If any of you guys want to go ahead and buy my house, I'll be happy to sell it to you. Let's see if any one of you wants to move in there. And I'm telling you, you don't. The small homeowners that decide to rent out, no problem with that. As a matter of fact, I think that's fantastic. Supplement their income. But people like Chris Monroe, who comes up here and gives an incredible story, tries to sob his way out of this. At first I admired him for the same story. Later we found out that it's not exactly what it seems, nor is he going to die poor. I mean, the guy has money. He's got people behind him who have money. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Del Cristo. Did I see Angela Potter? Yes, thank you. Sorry about that.
Hi, my name is Angela Potter. My husband and I have lived on the 5800 block of historic Ocean Drive since 2001. For many years, we knew our neighbors, and we looked out for one another and our properties. This would include returning escaped pets to their home, as well as checking on elderly neighbors when they had security concerns, and supporting each other during weather emergencies. These were people we knew and trusted. Everyone on my block felt secure in the fact that we were a community. This sense of community started eroding in 2022 when a real estate company changed the makeup of our neighborhood from trusted permanent neighbors to a constant flow of strangers every weekend with the introduction of short-term rentals. This developer's reconfigurement of our single-family unit neighborhood into a commercial hotel district has stripped our sense of community and security. These new 48-hour neighbors have no regard for the homeowner's right to peaceful enjoyment of our property, nor do they respect boundaries. As a result, my husband and I are constantly dealing with trespassers on our property. The listing on Booking.com of the 2 STRs across the street show a picture of the empty lot next to us, and the description reads, direct beachfront access. He does not own that lot, and there is no beach. We reported the misleading post to the city's STR complaint line with no action taken. Because of his false advertising, we've had to endure trespassers who gain access to our backyard by the way of the lot next door. Our no trespassing signs have been torn down 4 times in the past year. This has created an unsafe environment for my husband and me, especially when these strangers, who may and may not have been vetted by the STR operator, get confrontational with us when told to leave. They say no, they won't leave, or that they have permission, which they don't. My elderly husband has also been shouted at and physically threatened. When renters aren't busy disregarding physical boundaries, they are crossing other boundaries by disturbing the peace with late night music and fireworks. This STR situation has not only destroyed our neighborhood community, but has also created real safety concerns for us and caused a great deal of stress and anxiety. I hope City Council can help rectify this horrible situation and keep it from happening to other neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Porter. Suzanne Harold. Joseph Coniglio. Suzanne Harold, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Suzanne Harold. I grew up in my house on Ocean Drive. The original owner of the home next door watched me grow up. The second owner watched my children grow up. And now I have unknown individuals that cycle through that home. It's advertised for up to 33 people each visit. It's been difficult to watch my neighborhood change. When I drive home, I used to see beautiful front yards, people walking. Now I drive home to parking lots, circle drives put in, loaded with 6, 8, 10 cars, including the house next door to me. On occasion, I've arrived home to find a school bus parked in front of the house next door, I'm sorry. Children, teenagers coming out of the school bus. So I'm sure they're supposed to be supervised by their coaches, but we all know how that goes. The weekend ends with a student jumping off the roof into the pool, which I know is not deep. Another student jumping a wall into a neighbor's property. It's just not a safe environment, and it's causing the neighbors and I to always be supervising what's happening at these houses. There are 8 houses on our block face. 3 of them are STRs. So if you can imagine each weekend or even each week, 33 plus another 30 down at the other end, 60 people or more invading what used to be a peaceful neighborhood. Of course, there's music at night. There's horrible karaoke. I can be asleep and hear, ice chests being dragged across the driveway next door, conversations. There's just no quiet and no peace. I've heard today that people think this is a sudden thing that has come up before you, but I and my neighbors have been working on this tirelessly since October. We started with meetings directly with Mr. Monroe. That went nowhere. Then we went through development services. We've met with council members. This has been going on for a long time, and we have finally made it to you to voice what is happening and going on in our lives. And we are asking you to take action and not put it off. The amendment to this ordinance at issue today is designed to clarify the current ordinance. Please take action today.
Thank you, Ms. Harold. Joseph Coniglio.
Good morning.
Good morning.
First of all, I'd like to remind the council that we are not trying to change any laws or regulations. We're just asking for enforcement and clarification for what was intended and what is written in the statements of the SDRs. I am a resident of Ocean Drive. I've lived there over 20 years. I have the background of being a principal in a construction company that has constructed residences on Ocean Drive and commercial also. The reason I bring this up, because these homes that we're talking about were designed as single-family residences. You can't just change a few walls and then call it multifamily or still single-family. There's differences in the zoning regulations, there's differences in the construction, and the mere changing of a wall or two can't turn it into a occupancy, high occupancy of 33 people, and in some homes 40 people in one single family residence. This is the problem here. This is not right. This is actually would be illegal if you look at the zoning regulations and construction regulations. It's not safe for fire safety. It shouldn't be. This should not be happening, even with the regulations the way they are. The net result is we're in a very dangerous situation for the people that are in these homes and the people that are around these homes as a result of I wonder if the fire marshal's ever been in one of these homes that are 33 people or 45 people. We have been told by the developmental department of the city that we need to report to them violations, and it will be taken care of because there's strict rules. Well, there is, according to my records, we have had 36 violations reported. Nothing happened.
Thank you, Mr. Coniglio. Sylvia Whitmore.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Thank you for allowing us to be here today. My name is Sylvia Almendares Whitmore, and my husband and I live at Palmetto Street and Ocean Drive. 25 years ago, we bought our forever dream home in what was a quiet, safe family neighborhood. I'm here today because that neighborhood is under immediate threat. And by the way, lots of us were really poor when we were growing up. We're from Falfurrias, Texas, and you learn to work hard and go to school and work your way up, right? Lots of people in our neighborhoods are just like that. I tell you, we are watching our community transform into an unregulated business district. When single-family homes are converted into frequent short-term rentals, the core fabric of our neighborhood fractures. Our children and older adults are forced to live alongside constant, heavy, unfamiliar traffic, lots of late-night noise, overflowing trash, and zero operator accountability. The burden has somehow completely shifted onto us. Long-term residents shouldn't have to act as neighborhood police, spending our evenings losing sleep, documenting disruptions, and filing complaints, while investors operate mini hotels with total impunity. We love Corpus Christi. This is our home, and we support responsible tourism. But commercial interests should never outrank the safety and stability of local families. You are considering critical updates to Chapter 5 of the City Code. I strongly urge you to vote yes on closing the Type 1 loophole by requiring a true owner homestead exemption. Please do not let investors bypass our safety rules by using proxy tenants to run commercial operations in our quiet residential zones. Please help us protect our home investments, safeguard our children, and put the residential neighborhoods of Corpus Christi first. Thank you for your time and for your service.
Thank you, Ms. Whitmore. Potter Allen, or Allen Potter? Okay, thank you. Missy Maderi.
Good afternoon. My name is Missy Maderi, and I live in District 2. About a year ago, we started noticing that the short-term rentals in our neighborhood were becoming increasingly noisy and disruptive. We started to reach out to others in the neighborhood and discovered that many felt the same way. We now have over 60 people in our organization. Our group has been trying to get help since October of last year. We have met with developmental services and city staff over the last 8 months. We raised concerns, asked questions, and tried to understand how the city ordinances was being applied. We even met with Chris Monroe to talk about our concerns and to ask for help in controlling his property. He basically said he had permits and he did not care. I told him I would not move into my house now, and he did not care. You know, when he calls me out here and says that I'm trying to do undue influence, it's taken me 8 months to get in front of you all. If that's undue influence, I hope I don't get a speeding ticket on the way home. 2 weeks ago, we finally got a meeting with the city manager and Carolyn and Gil. We laid out our coalition's objections and concerns. We believe there are loopholes and flaws in the ordinance. When the ordinance says it shall not be more than 15% of a block face, it shall not be more than 15%. Mr. Monroe has permits for 22, 25, and 50% in a block face. It's more than 15%. Mr. Monroe has now changed 5401 Ocean Drive to 201 Ponish because it is on the corner. Front door and driveway face Ocean Drive. No one changes their Ocean Drive address to a side street unless you're looking for another loophole. I don't live on Ocean Drive. I live in a house behind Ocean Drive, and our houses are split by an alleyway. There are 8 houses on our block. 3 of them are short-term rentals. Almost every weekend, these homes are filled with transient renters. Not 4 or 5 people, not 10 people. We routinely see 40 or more people occupying these houses. Sometimes all 3 of them are rented in one weekend. Our neighborhood is a residential neighborhood. We bought our houses because of that. We understand and recognize the property owners have rights. However, we are also asking the city to balance those rights with the rights of individuals who live in the community. I'm not here as a developer, an attorney, a judge, a person with 35 properties on Ocean Drive, or a person with financial interest in these properties. I'm just someone who is affected by these every single weekend. All we are asking is that the city listen to the residents who actually live here, close the loopholes, enforce the rules as was the intent of the 2022 council. Some of you say that this can be handled by law enforcement, right? As Dr. Coniglio mentioned, we've called 36 times to not only the police, but to that 311 number. There's not one enforcement action that has been taken on that. None. In regards to the ordinance change of ensuring they're actual owner occupied, we need someone with a homestead and not an LLC. I actually called 5 of the council members of the 2022 that passed this. They all agreed with me. We have corporations owning our houses. Please help us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maderi. Jill Reed.
Good afternoon. My name is Jill Reed. My husband is Marcus Rodriguez. It's taken us approximately 10 months to get here, with already having met with the city 5 times. In 2019, my husband and I purchased our home on Chevy Chase. It was a quiet cul-de-sac until about a year ago. It's now become a nightmare. We share an alley with the 5400 block of Ocean Drive, which contains 8 homes, 3 of which are STRs, all owned by Chris Monroe. There's 2 owner-occupied STRs and 1 STR2. If you look at the various booking sites these STRs are marketed on, you'll see that they advertise to large groups for reunions and graduations. 5445, Miss Sin's home, who she works for Chris Monroe, is owner-occupied. It's advertised as sleeping 33 guests with no mention of a possible owner-occupant to share their vacation rental with. And I'd also like to say that Miss Blanton is also an employee of Chris Monroe. As a result of these STRs, our neighborhood regularly faces disruptions from 60 or more transient guests at a time on any given day, which includes groups in school buses and passenger vans. On several occasions, we've actually witnessed people go onto the roofs of the supposedly owner-occupied, one would be Mindy Sin's house, and then jump into the pool. I wonder if she knows about that. It's only a matter of time before someone gets really hurt or even worse. We also have damage to our alleyway from the sidewalks to the sidewalks and heavy-duty equipment used to install 3 swimming pools in these properties during our Stage 3 water restrictions. Chris Monroe's used the loopholes in the ordinance to try to circumvent the 15% block density limit by changing the addresses on 2 Ocean Drive properties. He changed 5401 Ocean to 201 Ponish. Why would he do that if it was legitimately owner-occupied, as the permit states? He also changed 42 through 43 Ocean to 202 Circle Drive. To make matters worse, Chris Monroe recently viewed the home for sale directly next to me and my husband. It has been bought and sold by investors 3 times in the last 2 years. So why the sudden interest in the home next door to me? Because we're making waves, and this is difficult. This is really difficult. I've cried many times thinking that my next door is going to be an STR. I would like to point out that 5401 Ocean has an advertisement that states it sleeps 54. I believe this violates UDC codes. Are they ADA compliant? Are building codes met for this type of occupancy? Are there sprinklers in every room like hotels have? I believe this puts the city at liability. God forbid something like a fire were to happen. I don't believe it was the council's intent to allow money-hungry, irresponsible developers to infiltrate our neighborhoods and deny us of a peaceful quality of life, which is what has occurred. I ask you one question. Would you like living next to one of these SDRs? I know Chris Monroe doesn't, because he doesn't. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Janice Washington.
Good afternoon. I'm Janice Washington. I'm a representative for one of the owners that owns on Ocean Drive, and it's regarding to what mostly everyone already here had mentioned on the STR rentals. And what there are is that they're planning to become a future permanent and residential owners in Corpus Christi. They want to express their strong support for stricter regulation on short-term rentals and to formally request that the city take decisive action to protect the integrity of our single-family residential neighborhood. Commercial high-turnover rentals do not belong in areas zoned explicitly for quiet, stable, single-family residential living. While they appreciate the Developmental Service Department's recent effort to enforce the 15% dignity cap on type 2 non-residential occupancy rental and the current decisions surrounding tightening the definition of type 1 homestead exemption. These actions do not go far enough. The reality on the ground, whether along Ocean Drive, Flower Bluff, or any other residential community, it is an investors on commercial property are active operating as unhosted hotels. And as that on here, they concern, as a lot of the permanent residential owners that's there now and their complaint, wanting as opposed to single family, once we get everything built there, as this could be an ongoing problem regarding to the STR rentals. And like it was asked if anyone would like to live next to where this highly volume of short-term rentals would apply to anyone. So mostly everyone previous that discussed here is some of the part that they're concerned about. So we appreciate if the city council would close all administrative loopholes, completely establish zoning ordinance that explicitly prohibit or phase out unhosted commercial short-term rental within single-family residential neighborhoods. Please prioritize the quality of life, safety, and long-term stability of Corpus Christi permanent resident over out-of-state and corporate investment portfolios. We thank you for your time and leadership and your commitment to protecting our local communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Washington. Robin Cox.
Hi, I'm Robin Cox, District 3, and I'm here to speak about the dog problem that we have, the loose animal problem. I see animals dumped constantly, and nothing is done about it. And I realize we don't have enough space at the shelters, but we really need to start educating the public. And like many people have said, going after the dog breeders, not just dog breeders, the people who just don't get their dogs fixed. Litter after litter. I have picked up so many stray dogs, found homes for them, paid for their vet care. The other day, Trevor and I saw some loose beagles. I told them all where Gil Hernandez lived. I don't know if they made it to your house or not, Gil, but I have a shirt on that says Save the Beagles because I'm adamantly opposed to animal testing. When we go to the grocery store, it's no longer just picking up a few things. It's going to our app and seeing if they are beagle friendly. Beagle Friendly is by the Leaping Bunny, and it shows what products are tested on animals. We don't need to buy Venus razors, Gillette razors. There's no need to shave dogs over and over with these products. Do we spend a little bit more money? Yeah, we do, but I don't buy expensive purses, don't live lavishly. I would rather my money go to some saved animals. We need to maybe also give a few kudos out to the people who in their home privately do dog rescue. We have many, many foster parents. I can't think of the lady in Flower Bluff who takes in as many as 20 animals with her own money. It's more than just putting a picture on Facebook saying you're doing it. It's more than right now. I've heard about all the people going to the Humane Society that are running for council, taking a picture with some dogs. Well, that's great, but why don't we try going to the pound, doing some stuff and not posting about it, just doing it out of the goodness of your heart. People that really care for animals. My dad used to always say, you know, it's a doggy-dog world and I've got milk bone underwear on. And that's kind of how I feel right now. I feel like we are doing over and over. Last year, there was a man who dumped 6 golden retriever puppies on the beach. A local worker out there found these puppies and rescued all of them and found homes for them. The man, we have his address, we know where he lives, yet he has not been prosecuted. People have reached out to me and I said, we can't even get the DA to prosecute murdered children, let alone go after dog hunters, dog killers. So we've got a real problem. If we would just prosecute a couple of these people, they would know that it's a crime to do this. When we used to go as kids to Progresso and buy our medicine, we'd see the loose dogs everywhere. But now we look like that. We look like that here. You can judge a community by the amount of dogs. And like the man back there said, they have programs to ship them to California, to other places that are looking for dogs. So instead of shooing them away, why don't we help, try and get some fosters and see about sending them out? Thank you. Gil, those beagles will be at your house real soon.
Thank you, Ms. Cox. Rachel Caballero. Oh, I'm so sorry. Mr. Hernandez.
Statement of fact, I own a beagle. The last 3 beagles I've had were rescued beagles, so I understand the sentiment. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Rachel Caballero, D1. Thank you, Secretary Huerta, for getting me the information regarding the mayor, even though it went through the legal department. And we will definitely be watching to make sure that the 30-day suspension is being followed. Whether you guys do it or not, we are going to make sure of that. Very, very quickly, it seems like we come to the meetings and we talk about the same things. STRs 2 years ago, pets, euthanasia again. We can't fill the position, and we have to go back to where these problems are initiating, and that's a city manager that does not care to actually accomplish anything. They're here to collect a paycheck. Otherwise, these issues would have already been resolved. And I am hoping that this council has been through a lot already, I understand that, but it is very imperative, community, that we elect a council that is ready to make changes on every level to make sure that this body and the city staff is working in favor of the community instead of against it, the way that it has been for the last 30 years with the same people behind the dais. I'm also in favor of the ad hoc committee to review the procurement process. We are seeing a steady flow of certain council members, certain city staff, and the city manager of picking and choosing the winners and losers of our community. And that needs to come to an immediate end. We should all be against the flock cameras. This is an absolutely unconstitutional violation and invasion of our privacy. Why it even exists is alarming, because anyone who has done any type of research on the flock cameras knows that it is 100% a violation of our privacy. My question today is, why after 3 guilty verdicts, aiding a fraud against the Corpus Christi taxpayers, perjury, and a violation of oath, the developer that actually forged and modified federal information to receive a $2 million tax incentive that was never truly approved by council because it was changed at the second reading, Philip Ramirez of Turner Ramirez, and he admitted to changing the information, and we are still considering giving that money to somebody who lied and forged federal documents. That behavior is illegal. This is not brain surgery. It is illegal. We need to say no to the 1.5 million or the 1.8 million period, and we should cease doing business with this company for modifying federal website and for being dishonorable and willing to lie to this community.
Thank you, Ms. Caballero. Ms. Rebecca, that concludes what I have for in-person. Do you have online public commenters?
Yes, ma'am, we have 2 individuals. So the first is Sean Merritt.
Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, they can't see me on there. Anyway, a lot to cover. First, animal care services. I support today's move toward a no-kill. I've been consistent about what that should mean: adoption, rescue partnerships, foster programs, responsible spay and neuter, giving healthy, adoptable animals every reasonable opportunity. No-kill needs to be policy, not another shiny City Hall bumper sticker. Let's also think of the voluntary utility bill roundup for targeted areas to help pay for these kind of things. Second, flock. I oppose flock cameras in Corpus Christi. I don't want government recording where ordinary people drive and store it in a searchable database. We already have enough government databases without creating one that knows whether I went to the HEB, church, or Whataburger. Vote ban. Third, Corpus Christi FC was not able to finish its stadium. What was supposed to be roughly 8,000 seats stopped around 5,000 without the concessions and amenities needed to generate revenue. Games were diverted to cabinets where they can't sell beer, and function without a functioning home stadium, they lose sponsorship opportunities. You can't Tanya Harding a business and then wonder why it's limping. We've been told suspended Mayor Guardo pulled support for Corpus Christi FC because the city wanted its own soccer complex. If that's what happened, explain it. Government sabotaging somebody else's stadium so it can build its own, well, that would be one hell of an economic development plan. Then there's HBO Matt. Rankin came to this podium. He criticized the mayor and these decorum rules, calmly, bluntly, political speech aimed directly at the government. Mayor Guardo then pursued a complaint that resulted in a warrant being issued for his arrest. And now let's get to her suspension. Scroll those screenshots if you would, please. On August 8th, the day her suspension began, Paulette posted from the Facebook account linked to her mayor page. On August the 14th, she posted there again and later deleted it. Then her personal page added Mayor, City of Corpus Christi, linked directly to the city's official mayor webpage and continued being used to campaign. Apparently, rules in Corpus Christi come with a volume knob. When HBO Matt says something the mayor doesn't like, crank it all the way up to an arrest warrant. When the mayor is ordered suspended for 30 days, suddenly somebody turns down the knob to a gentle whisper. When a cop is suspended, you don't hand him back his badge on Friday so he can go shoot beer cans on the weekend. When your driver's license is suspended for 30 days, DPS doesn't give it back to you so you can get groceries on a Saturday. Restart the clock. 30 consecutive days, no city devices, no official access, no mayoral accounts. You found her responsible on 3 counts. You imposed the punishment. Now you need to enforce it. 30 days means 30 days. Thank you for my time.
Thank you, Mr. Merritt. Next is Alberto Certuche. Mr. Certuche, are you online? There you are.
Yeah, give me just a second.
Sure.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
This is Albert Sartucci, District 3, Hard Lives Bait and Tackle, Team Hard Life YouTube owner. Well, it's been 2 years plus now that I've asked a lot of questions and still haven't gotten them. And yes, this is about the Inner Harbor desal plant scam. The reason why I keep bringing it up is because they are continuing to still advertise wolves in sheep's clothing on Facebook. They're spreading false information, and we are out here trying to learn everything behind the scenes so we can put it up. Mr. Merritt, man, I almost can't follow after you, boss. I lost, I was laughing too much, but nailed the facts on so many levels. Where is it written that the suspended mayor can act and speak in a capacity as mayor when she has broken her suspension in that shape or form? What are the rules for her using taxpayer monies to pay for her cronies to attack other taxpayers who are trying to bring the truth to light? Because I know I didn't vote for her to use our monies for her citizens' attacks. How can we strip her of this money expenditure that continues to split our community with false narratives? How can we, the taxpayers, get the monies back into those community enhancement areas and schools, and since industries, money isn't there anymore? I want these questions answered publicly so everybody can see it. How is the experimental desal plant scam in the best interest of taxpayers? We are not the ones who will get the water from this plant, but you're going to make the taxpayers pay for it. Large industry users continue and historically account for a significant use of municipal water, yet they refuse to pay their fair share while continuing to sue the city for reduced rates on taxes, while taxpayers, citizens have to carry the burden through IDAs. I run several small businesses in our city, and I can see how the numbers work or don't work, and I move accordingly. The city needs to remove corruption and industry lobbyists sitting in a conflict of interest, and it's no different than insider trading if you really look at it. They refuse to pay their fair share in natural resources, yet taxpayers are forced to pay top dollar with increased costs per year. We, the taxpayers, need to see the real numbers through the cost of 30-year term, interest included, and it's almost $2 billion alone without any fines or any upgrades or rework, which we are known for here in Corpus. Are the industries going to sign guarantees that they will pay the same price for the water for the full length of the term and not sue us when they have to pay their fair share and the incurred costs along the way of the projects? We, the people, demand truth from the far-field model, from the scientists, marine biologists, and yet have been denied to that information. We, the people, demand industries be held accountable for their fair share and everything they are getting discounted for. And when this happens, will they close shop, leaving us
Thank
with
you,
an
Mr.
ecological?
Zeptuche. That's right, your time is up. Appreciate it. Mayor Pro Tem, that concludes the public comment period.
Thank you, Ms. Rebecca. Okay, that wraps up all that we have for public comment for today. And at this time, I'm actually going to do a little bit different order. We're going to move up really quickly to item 15. Our city manager has requested that we share that at this time, so we're going to review the water supply update from Nick Winkleman.
Right. Nick Winkleman is here, and he's coming out. We're going to do, I appreciate this, Mayor Pro Tem, for allowing us to bring this up first. I made a comment to one of our media outlets that's kind of, it's gotten ahead of us. Thank you. What Nick is going to do is walk us through the normal briefing, but he's also going to update us on the new forecast for our water model. He just got it finished yesterday with our modelers, and this information is going to help us to make a declaration on Thursday that we would be able to go into stage 1 water restrictions. Right now we're in stage 2. We know that managing this water situation has been a team effort with the City Council, who has done tremendous work in approving signature projects to bring on more water. Some of that will be reflected in Nick's presentation. Moving from stage 2 to stage 1 is not done lightly. It'll be an act on Thursday. Today is to brief council on the facts that help demonstrate why we can go into stage 1. Okay, but it won't be official until we do a little more work with the council today. And then tomorrow, we have to talk to some of our wholesale customers and some other folks that we're required to in the drought contingency plan. And then Thursday, with the city council at 9 o'clock here in the city council chambers, we'll make the official declaration. And so it doesn't become official, and we don't move from stage 2 into stage 1 until we actually make that declaration, and we're not doing that right now. We're going to brief council right now on the facts of how we can move to stage 1 or why we can. And then we'll do a little more work tomorrow, and then Thursday with the city council here at 9 o'clock, right ahead of the budget workshop, we'll make that declaration in a formal way.
Excellent. This was unexpected. Happy news. Well, thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Winkleman.
Good afternoon. Nick Winkleman, Chief Operating Officer, Corpus Christi Water. As the city manager stated, today I'd like to review our typical water supply update, which will include couple of slides from the National Weather Service, quick update on our ongoing water supply projects, a review of the Barney Davis project, and then we will conclude with the updates to our water supply dashboard. As of this morning, our surface water supply, Lake Corpus Christi is 90.2% capacity. A year ago it was 18.1. Choke Canyon Reservoir, 23.7% capacity. A year ago was 12.2. The combined capacity of the western reservoirs is 42.2%, and just a year ago was 13.8%. Lake Texana is at 92% capacity as of this morning, as reported by the Lavaca-Navidad River Authority, versus 91% a year ago. And there are no restrictions from our water rights on the lower Colorado River. On August 11th, just an update on our agreed order request. The City of Corpus Christi, Nueces River Authority, and Three Rivers submitted a request to TCEQ to suspend environmental releases under the 2001 agreed order. Currently, the Executive Director is reviewing that request. And once that decision is made, if it's approved, it will go to the TCEQ Board of Directors meeting for a decision on whether to approve it, deny it, or modify it. At that same meeting, the TCEQ Executive Board may decide to send the decision to a SOA hearing, State Office of Administrative Hearings. As you know, we meet with the National Weather Service on a weekly basis. This is a nice slide that they put together for us showing the hurricane season outlook. The Atlantic hurricane season, or tropical storms, The number of forecasted storms have been decreased. The likelihood of us seeing positive impacts from a tropical storm or another kind of event from the Atlantic continues to diminish, largely in part to the effects of El Nino. What we talked about with the National Weather Service is there's still potential for eastern Pacific storms that potentially could cut across overland Mexico and hit portions of our watershed. The seasonal outlook from the National Weather Service has us warmer than normal. And also it has equal chances in terms of precipitation. So what that means is equal chances of either being above normal precipitation or below normal precipitation. Certainly in the forecast, in the next 3 months, there's not much of an outlook on positive inflows to our western reservoirs. In fact, there was no precipitation last week and none forecasted this week. When we look at our ongoing new water supply projects, the Nueces groundwater program continues. Currently, there's 1,788 linear feet of conveyance line installed. That's the conveyance line to take the water from the western well field directly to Owen Stevens. The brackish reverse osmosis treatment plant is approximately a 90% design. The expectation is that plant will start treating water in March of 2027. The production is determined by various factors from the well fields. That includes the TCQ monitoring protocol, operational decisions, and system requirements. CCW continues to provide data to our hydrogeologists so that they continue to update their model for the Nueces well program. This week, we are expecting to actually decrease production in the western well field. We'll decrease it by about 1/3 over the previous week. And to accommodate that, corresponding releases will be made from Lake Corpus Christi to account for that difference. In terms of wastewater reuse, the Greenwood wastewater treatment plant, which would potentially provide 3 million gallons a day to Valero. Valero has installed the majority of the 9-mile, 24-inch line, and they've also begun working on the 10 million gallon storage tank at Greenwood, doing some site work. Again, those improvements are fully funded by Valero. The Ellison wastewater treatment plant, Flint Hills Resources is moving forward with their improvements at their property located adjacent to Allison. They expect to start taking 1 to 2 MGD later this year. In the Oso wastewater treatment plant, there's approximately 10 to 11 million gallons a day of wastewater effluent that we will be moving from Oso to Greenwood. That water would go into the 10 million gallon tank at Greenwood that Valero is constructing, and then therefore makes it available to other users. That project is on their way, and there is actually pipe in the ground, and there's work being done at Oso on the associated pump station. Additionally, we're working with other entities to negotiate contracts for the Broadway wastewater treatment plant. In regards to the San Patricio groundwater program, also known as Evangeline, we have the seller's attorney has submitted an order to establish dates for the contested case. We have had feedback from the other entities involved in the hearings, but we don't have firm dates yet back from the administrative law judge. Construction on the site continues with 28% of the pipe complete. That's about 45,279 linear feet of the 116,000 feet required. The pictures to the left are of the Evangeline project site. Additional water supply projects, they include a groundwater project on Chapman Ranch. This is with the Seven Seas Water Group. Seven Seas has constructed a test hole to 3,500 feet. They've identified target zones for production testing. And currently, they are drilling a test well that will be used for the hydrogeologic analysis. That test well will have a target depth of 2,300 feet, and it will target the Evangeline Formation. CCW and city staff met with representatives this week to talk about their process and a potential water supply agreement. Our next meeting is scheduled for August 31st. Regards to Harbor Island, this is the Nueces River Authority seawater desalination project. The updates here are the same as last meeting, except for the fact that the NRA will make a briefing presentation by their executive director next week at the next council meeting. But again, the NRA has selected IDE as their development partner, and then they've executed task orders with LAN and HDR for design of the conveyance line and to provide program management services. Additionally, they were awarded a $7 million worth of funding from the Texas Water Development Board just yesterday. CCW met with representatives of Aquatech. This is for the CC Polymers Aquatech project to discuss potential meeting for both design considerations of that plant and also a future water supply agreement. There's actually a meeting this week on Thursday to move further down that path. In terms of Inner Harbor, the modeling report was completed. We did receive a recommendation from the Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries this morning of an independent modeler to review the far-field model. So the Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries said that they would coordinate and make introductions with this independent reviewer of the model. Next, I'd like to talk about Barney Davis, which is the seawater desalination project located at the Barney Davis facility. Barney Davis is owned and operated by CPS Energy. CCW and city staff, along with the city manager, met with the interim CEO of CPS Energy on August 10th to discuss the next steps. CPS Energy made it clear that the discussions should revolve around a potential land lease agreement for an identified tract of land, which they have identified approximately 30 acres of land. Currently, CPS Energy is developing a scope of work for a site survey, and CCW has discussed the potential of a cost share agreement with CPS Energy to move forward on that survey work. The survey work is important as we work through the requirements with the Army Corps of Engineers and potential consideration for wetlands. The next meeting with CPS Energy and staff is scheduled for mid-September. CPS Energy informed us that based on the current intake permit, there's an excess of approximately 150 million gallons a day under that permit, which if you take into account the treatment process, that may lead to approximately 65 million gallons a day of treated water available from that site. That's if you use their current intake permit. The existing discharge permit cannot be utilized, so a new discharge permit would absolutely be required. Again, there'll be Army Corps of Engineer involvements as potentially there's wetlands, and we'll have to deal with other regulatory requirements. CPS Energy will not provide power directly to a potential partner on site. However, there is an AEP substation on site. And then if we were to move forward with a potential private-public partnership agreement, also known as a P3, the adoption of Texas Government Code 2267, which governs the P3, would have to be adopted. And then the process on how to manage that, the whole approach to a P3 would have to be further delineated. Next, I'd like to talk about update to our water supply dashboard. And before I get into this, I do want to thank Carollo Engineering. They've been with us for quite some time. They developed the dashboard with CCW. They've been updating it with us. They've been working very hard to make sure the data is correct and properly presented. So the assumptions on this dashboard update are the contractual water is available from Lake Texana. That's 31,440 acre feet per year. Full water rights are available from the Colorado River. It's 35,000 acre feet per year. There's a low inflow projection based on observed hydrology. So it's low inflow, it's not no inflow, but there is some inflow projected. Groundwater projection is determined by the monitoring protocol and operational decisions. We have included a 2-day shutdown of the Mary Roads pipeline that will allow for LNRA to conduct some maintenance and do some valving work at the pump station in Edna, Texas. There's a 4-week operation of the MRP at Schedule 3 to accommodate upgrades at the Woodsboro pump station. So that includes the permanent installation of the spare pumping equipment, installation of the variable frequency drive, and other electrical upgrades. During that time, the Woodsboro pump station would be completely taken offline. There's a 3-week operation at Schedule 2 to accommodate those same upgrades at the Bloomington pump station. And then additionally, which we've challenged Carollo, is to take a hard look at our demand curve, to take a look at historic data, new data, to come up with a better estimate of water demand going forward. So that has also been changed in the dashboard. This is an outlook, before we get to the dashboard, this is an outlook of our percentage of our western reservoirs. As you can see, Lake Corpus Christi, in terms of percentage, is leading the way. Choke Canyon is still has a very low percentage level. Please remember, Choke Canyon Reservoir is approximately 3 times larger than Lake Corpus Christi. But you can see how the reservoir percentages continue to diminish. And I want to use this slide to just mention, now is not the time to stop diversifying our water supply efforts. Now is the time to continue to proceed with the groundwork that we have prepared and the groundwork that this council has approved so that we can better handle significant drought conditions in the future. You know, one of the issues previously was that we never really fully recovered from the previous drought of record. And if you talk to the National Weather Service, there really isn't much recovery projected for this calendar year. So it's very important that we continue our efforts to diversify our supply. And those efforts are beneficial. They're beneficial in this update to the dashboard. And if I could just walk through it a little bit. So the top curve is the demand curve. And then the solid vertical bars are the different water supplies. The orange, brownish orange bars at the bottom are the Nueces groundwater program. The light blue bars are the Mary Roads pipeline supply. So that's water from both Lake Texana and the lower Colorado River. The dark blue bars are our western reservoirs, Lake Corpus Christi and Choke Canyon. And then we have the pink bars, and you can see that's our reclaimed water, our wastewater effluent program that is coming online slowly. Some other things to note, in October, at the end of September, the last couple of days of September and October and November is when those upgrades to the Mary Roads pipeline happen. So you'll see an increase in the groundwater supply at that time. And then you can see how that will fluctuate depending upon need and supply. One thing to remember is that when you get into 2027, this is not a firm operational plan. Things will change, and operationally it will be adjusted. But the purpose of this dashboard is to project when we will be at certain reservoir percentages and when supply, and to ensure supply always meets demand. So if you look at the call-outs, by the end of September of this year, we will likely be back below 40%. So that'll happen some point in September. Currently, we think it'll be towards the end of September. The drop below 30% reservoir percentage is projected to be at the end of April 2027, so it's end of April, early May 2027. Currently, the drought contingency plan says when you drop below 30%, you would go back into stage 2 water restrictions. The drought contingency plan also says when you go over 40%, you can go back into, you can come out of stage 2 and go into stage 1. So essentially, the movement to stage 1 water restrictions, if the assumptions hold, then we would be falling back into stage 2 in the end of April or early May 2027. Those are some of the trigger dates from the drought contingency plan. One thing we do know, and it's nice to see that demand curve come down, is that all customer classes have been doing their part. We know some of our wholesale customers are bringing on new water supplies, especially our partners Alice, Mathis, and Beeville. We know that there's been significant conservation efforts by our residential customers and our wholesale customers. And we know our large volume users are doing two things. They're bringing on additional water supply, and they have enacted their own conservation measures at their own facilities. All of that was done in an effort to meet any drought contingency plan restrictions. So we're thankful for all of the hard work there. And with that, Mayor Pro Tem and Council, I will stand by for any questions.
Thank you, Nick. Really quick, the dashboard, slide 10 is the assumptions on the dashboard. Does that include, that's just for average anticipated rainfall? That doesn't take into account whether or not we may see increased level of rainfall throughout the period between now and April 27th?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem. It's really low levels of rainfall and stream inflow. So it's it's not zero, but it's historically low. So any potential inflows that we see that are normal or slightly above normal would be beneficial, and that would have an impact on these states as well.
And does that assume for regular water releases?
Well, what we're assuming is we're using the demand projection, and then we're assuming the Mary Roads pipeline at a consistent rate. We're assuming the wastewater reuse, when it fully comes online, will be very consistent. And then what fluctuates is both the western reservoirs and the groundwater program to meet demand.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Councilwoman Vaughn?
Well, that was going to be my first question, but you got that answered, thanks. Mr. Sinoni, so you said there's a possibility of going to stage 1, but the news has already gotten information by that. My question to you is, how are they getting that information? Have we got a leak in the office?
Yeah, no, it's from me, so I made a comment. Yeah, it's from.
What were you thinking?
Yeah, it was in an interview where there was a series of questions, and I alluded to that today we'd be talking about stage 1. So,
You had a brain fog, didn't you?
Yeah. That was my bad, yeah.
That's
So,
okay. I was just
yeah.
curious.
No, yeah.
You know, I'm a conspiracy person. I'm thinking there's a leak in that office. You need to find out who it is.
Right.
Okay, I've got several questions for you. And the first one I'm going to go with, I'm going to come back to Evangeline. The well fields, the eastern and western. What did you say you were getting ready to do?
So we're going to decrease it by production by about a third. This week we're anticipating an average daily production of about 8 million gallons a day. And then we have to increase the releases from Wesley Seal Dam to correspond that so we can meet our demand.
Okay, so you're going to decrease it. Are you talking about the Ed Rochelle and the river?
So it's we're talking about the eastern well field and the western well field. On the Ed Rochelle property, we only have temporary drilling permits. We don't have any production permits.
You're not doing anything there?
There's no production there at the Ed Rochelle property. We're drilling. We have temporary drilling.
Okay, that's my question. So you are drilling?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Okay. So the question that I get all the time, and you know it, is why, if we have water, we said we were going to stop it when we had the water, that we were going to only use it in an emergency. I'm big on keeping my word. So that's what they've been told. Mr. Sinoni was there when that was said. So why are we not doing that?
The one thing that I feel that we've been very consistent is the addition of groundwater helps us to have more supplies to manage.
Mm-hmm.
So which is what we're doing this week and what we've done previously is to cut back production from the wells. And then, for instance, in October, November, when MRP is being decreased, we're going to have to ramp up production from the well. So what we're doing right now is, we've got a good understanding of how much inflow we'll have into Lake Corpus Christi. It's done. We don't have any more inflows. We're managing the well field, understanding production and outputs, balancing those two along with not only the demands of CCW, but also the demands of our wholesale customers, which includes San Patricio Municipal Water District. So for instance, they're taking water today from the river. They'll take more tomorrow. So we've had to adjust the releases, and then we modify the well production.
Okay, so you said that you were decreasing it to 8 MGDs.
That's right.
Right? So what was the current before you did?
So last week averaged about 12 to 13 million gallons a day.
Okay, have you had any readings from any of the wells? Have y'all checked anybody out there, any of the farmers, the ranchers? You started that program. Are y'all continuing that? Have y'all been doing that?
We have started the program. There has been a couple of things have happened. We have gotten some public information requests where people have got names of people in that program, and I think there's been some negative comments made to the participants. But to answer your question, Councilwoman, we haven't seen any negative effects to any wells. We have a series of monitoring wells that we do track. We have taken water quality samples at a number of wells to provide homeowners with baseline numbers. Mm-hmm. One of the things that we found is, residential wells are certainly much smaller in diameter. Sometimes it's very hard to get accurate water levels because a residential well driller may not always equip the well pump with something that's called an air line so that you can measure water levels. So the team's doing the best they can. But we haven't seen any ill effects to any private wells to date.
Okay. Who is responsible? Because I know that Scott Barraza comes up here all the time, and he's asking about the written mitigation plan. What's going on with that? The district is responsible. Are we the district, right?
Yeah, so I can clarify that. So I've met with, the city team has met with Scott Barraza multiple times. We've shared with him a lot of information. One thing that I've been adamant about is I was not in favor of committing the city and our ratepayers to no-fault mitigation blindly to anything that can happen. That would have a significant negative impact to our water rates. CCW has proposed to the Corpus Christi Aquifer Storage and Recovery Groundwater Conservation District that they manage a mitigation plan. In fact, CCW has included money in the budget, next fiscal year's budget, starting October 1st, into the district for them to manage that plan. In other words, to deal with any potential claims, and then the district can impartially look through them and determine if it's indeed caused by the city well production.
Okay, they're telling me that on the special conditions on page 4, a blank space has been deliberately left out. Is that correct?
And I met with Scott Braza about that. I believe there was a typo there. There's nothing nefarious going on.
So when's the last time that CC Aquifer Board has met?
They met, I would say, less than a month ago.
Okay.
They've got another meeting scheduled for mid-September. I can
Okay.
tell you that.
And I understand that the city has to be in control of that, because that's our war, I understand that. But I also understand that they want to be involved, as they should be, because if we don't start working together with everybody, we're not going to get anything done, and we're more successful when we do that. So have y'all reached out to them to put any of them on the board?
I can comment on that. So board appointments are made by this council. And I know the last appointments were made, I believe it was in January of this year or so.
So we could actually bring that back, and y'all could appoint some of the members, or they could apply if they want to do it. At least you put out the olive branch, and they can apply or they don't apply, where they know what's going on and they have a say.
One thing I can't comment on are the current terms of the existing board,
And why not?
because I'm not on the board.
Okay. Mr. Sinoni, can you comment on that?
I can. So there are terms. So the next time a term is open, we can entertain having them apply.
So let me ask you this, how many do you have on the board?
It's
You-
five.
You have five.
It's five. The council just appointed 2 or 3.
So can you not modify that and add 2 more names? Sure you can.
Ms. Rebecca?
Probably
could you-
can. yeah.
Could you chime in on this one?
Yes, I think it's created
Yeah.
by resolution, and also it's a state law creates it as well, correct?
Right, we'd have to review the state laws to see if there's any limitations on the number of members.
State law says there's 5.
No, I said we'd have to review that to determine the number of, see if the state law prohibits more than 5.
Yeah.
Would you do that? And I just want us to start trying to get along.
Yeah,
'Cause he comes here all the time, and you know that.
Well, I know. So we'll look at that and get the full council the information. I do want to add, though, that we have sat down with them in person here
I
at
know
City
you have.
Hall, about 6, and we told them, come and visit us anytime.
Yeah.
Well,
So unfortunately, what's said here sometimes doesn't match up to what we talk about with the folks. And we told them several times, come and visit us. We've spent a couple of hours with them. Nick and I did most recently.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't just Scott Barrazas, it was several of persons, some we had never met before. So
Yeah.
we're very much about that, about being open
I know
to
you are.
policy. And so we want to work together.
and I want us to continue, for me,
Exactly.
I hope that we continue working with the rural
We will.
areas out there, because they're involved too. And you can understand why they're worried about their livelihood for
We
water.
totally
That's all they
agree.
got.
We totally agree.
And I'm hoping that that we eventually stop, I wish you'd stop right now, pumping at the river, because we're not in an emergency, so I don't get that why we're continuing, Nick, I just don't. Let me go to Evangeline, do I have time? Oh, sure. Okay. How deep are we drilling those wells out there when we get to drill?
So they're approximately 800 feet or so.
Okay. Someone said this to me the other day. Have you thought about going 400 feet? If you went 400 feet, would you hit the Jasper Aquifer?
The Jasper is generally deeper than the Evangeline, so it'd be deeper than.
It would be deeper?
Yeah.
So that information is incorrect. She sounded really smart.
Yeah.
Obviously not. I hope she's not listening.
There are upper layers though, but we would prefer to be a little deeper. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Ms. Rebecca, could we, working with legal, of course, could we get a summation report on the bylaws, additions of members, and what the process and options are for board assignments?
Sure. Yes, ma'am. We'll work on that. And also, in the terms for the members, 2 of the members' terms expire on December 31st of 2027, and then 3 of the members' terms expire on December 31st of 2029. Just so answer that question as well.
Thank you. I think it's been a consistent theme, and Councilwoman Vaughn's completely correct. We've talked about adding more community members, and I think it would be a great step. Thank you for that. Councilmember Scott.
Just random thought. I'd be okay adding members. I do think they need to be residents of the city of Corpus Christi, though. That's just my take. So, hey, isn't there money in the budget to fund, I call it the Good Neighbor Program, that if we did find that our wells impacted somebody else's well, we could lower the pump?
Yeah, so what we've done is in next year's fiscal budget,
Right.
we've identified money to fund that. That's correct, Councilman.
Cool, man, that's.
And if something would
It's important to
happen
know.
this year, we would have to allocate the funds. It just wasn't budgeted at the beginning of the.
But the budget we're going to vote on in a couple of weeks will have funds in it.
Correct.
We do find that our wells have impacted somebody else as well.
Yes, sir.
So by reducing the wells, western well fields, and bringing more water down from the lakes, does that improve the water quality, the raw water quality that our customers are drawing?
Yes, and so one of the things, because Lake Corpus Christi has recovered, we've seen improved water quality coming out of the lake. If you remember, once it got below 10%, you had higher TDS from the wells, but you also had poor water quality coming out of the lake, which exasperated the situation.
So one of the things I think is interesting, I don't know, I heard it from industry very recently, that they're having to use more water because the raw water quality was so poor, they had to blow the water. I don't even know what that means, but they had to do additional things to their facilities. And so that's another reason to encourage us to use lake water, river water, and not well water, right? I mean, so, because what good are we doing if we...
Yeah, we've been talking with industry, and we've had the same comments. I'm sort of anxious to see the water usage for August, because the only customer class that reduced water usage in July was the large volume users.
So these charts, at one time we were using no new rain, right? No new flows.
Yeah.
And now we're changing to low flows.
Well, let me back up. We always did have some inflow, but it was, it might as well have been zero, right? So now we're utilizing the 2024 hydrology, which is still pretty low, but it was better than 2025.
Okay, I always had heartburn because I always thought it is going to rain. It's just not going to, it may not be 30 inches, but it won't be zero. And by the way, fret not, Corpus Christi dove season starts next Tuesday. And we all know that God loves doves more than he loves humans. And so the rains will come to ruin dove hunts. And so I think all will be well starting next Tuesday. Hey, when was the last time we were at 43%? Somebody said it was June of 23.
Last time we were at what percent?
43% combined capacity.
Councilman, I
Okay,
don't
just
have
get us
that
that.
data.
The point-
We can get that to you.
And the point being that it took us 3 years to get from there to here. So we need to keep our eye on the ball, because if all things continue the way the previous 3 years, we're going to be in the same mess 3 years from now, with some exceptions because of the work you all and the councils have done, adding new supplies. A couple more things. What is the average total usage, total, raw and treated, in the summer and in the winter? Because this looks different than I recall. The total usage, raw and treated, I thought it was 135-ish, right? Because that's what we have in July, 135.
Right. So what we've done is we've lowered that demand. So going forward is that new projected demand in the future. So if you look into summer of 2027, you can see that increase. It's roughly 125 MGD or so next summer.
And why is that reduced?
So it's reduced for a number of reasons. We took a really hard look, and we really challenged Carollo to look at our historic data and usage. If you recall the previous demand uses, we had largely using 2024. So we looked at the historical baselines, and then we took into account the new water supply projects that are some of our wholesale customers are bringing online.
Got it. So for our purposes, we're gonna move from 135 being the peak demand in the summer to 125.
125.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then but I thought the winter went down to like 92 MGD. And this is 107.
So if you look, I would say it's about 110 or so. We're utilizing the same methodology. We're looking at seasonal, but we use the same process that we did. And the modelers came up with these numbers. We vetted them, gave them a sanity check, and And
So you gave him the sanity check?
That's
Telling
right.
me? I trust you. But that just seems higher. I thought it was 92, 94, and now we're saying that the winter will be 110. I don't understand the difference, but you can just call me or email me or text us. That's fine.
I will do that, yes.
Two last things. I just want to say publicly, I continue to have heartburn with the ongoing Evangeline construction project due to the fact it's a 2 to 6 year permit. And we don't have a permit. We assume we're going to have a permit, but that's it, 2 to 6 years, and that's an assumption that we believe in, but we don't have it. So just don't say anything. Just wanted to make sure I put that, out there. The last thing, do you guys have any concerns about with the impact of going to stage 1 on our requested temporary suspension of the agreed order?
Sure, Councilman. One thing that I can say is that we've, and I do want to just reemphasize, we looked really hard at the numbers. Our modeler has been working simultaneously to put this information together. And then we have our approved drought contingency plan. And what the numbers have shown is that we're above 40%, and we'll be above 40% for most of September. But the drought contingency plan says once you go over 40%, you can go into stage 1.
Yeah.
And then once you don't go into stage 2 until you get back below 30%, and that's not projected until the end of April, early May. So we're following the plan, which was approved and also submitted to TCQ.
But we don't have an opinion on its potential impact on our requested suspension of the releases.
I can't comment on that,
Okay.
but what I can.
Maybe it's better you not.
Yeah, I do want to say that TCQ has been very gracious. They've met with us, and they spent a lot of time with us to talk through the nuances of the request, and we're thankful for their time and their effort and their support, not just on this request, but on all of our projects.
I'm not arguing going to stage 1. I totally get it. I just was questioning its potential impact on our request to our friends in Austin to get some relief on our releases. But I get it. We want to keep that out there. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, can I add to that, Councilman and Mayor Pro Tem? So today, the executive director of TCEQ is supposed to be delivering an opinion on the request that we have, right, Nick? Today?
That was the thought. We haven't heard anything for sure, but we think.
We understand that today, the 25th, is when the executive director will make her recommendation. And then, of course, that recommendation, if it's approval, would go to the full TCEQ commission in September. So we'll advise the council as soon as, and if we hear anything from the commissioner, or from the chair, from the,
That's right.
from the executive director, I should say.
Thank you, guys. That was a good question. Councilwoman Campos?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay. Wow, so we are going to be going to stage 1. Well, thank you, Councilman Cantu. I think he was the one that was actually pushing it. I was a little water shy. Instead of gun shy, water shy. But I'm glad that you had Corolla look at those numbers and can assure the community that we'll be safe. Because people were telling me, don't do it, we don't want to go back to how we were. But I also wanted to ask you about the water, since we do have at least 42% combined. I'm still going to be pushing for the floating solar panels. Now that we have water, could we look into the solar panels to see if we can hopefully move into, or at least investigate that project? I know that you have said it before, that it's something that you have to, of course, get permission from the state and from, I don't know who else, but still, I think now is a time to be looking at this, since we have water. Can we get an update and see when that could be a possibility?
In Councilwoman, one thing I do want to, and we've talked about this a couple of times.
I know.
And we'll definitely talk more. I just want to remind the council that the city does not own the property surrounding Lake Corpus Christi or the property underneath it. So typically, those solar panels need to be affixed to something. In fact, the majority of the property surrounding Lake Corpus Christi is private property, and their lots extend into the lake now. It wasn't into the lake, a couple of months ago.
Well, just like we are doing the same thing with Evangeline, I'm sure we can do the same thing with the solar panels and some of the property owners, especially if they know that we're saving water for them as well. So again, I think it's something that we can work together with some of the property owners. I still would like to advocate and ask that you bring back some information more on the solar panels, the solar floating panels. I think it's something that we have not seen, I think in about 2 years, wasn't it? Like the last time that there was actually a presentation from a company.
Yeah, I don't recall how long.
Yeah,
But I've got
it's been
I've
like
got the
2
note
years.
here.
It's been a while. So I'd like an update. Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you. In your report, you don't really go into actual numbers, but let me ask some questions here. On the Chapman Ranch thing, you have the hydrological report that you're waiting on. And just for description, that's how much water we can actually take into the Southside Pump Station and ground storage tank, or what? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, so there's two pieces to that. That in the hydrogeologic report, I'm actually referring to the report Seven Seas is doing into the groundwater, the potential amount of groundwater they can produce from the site. But simultaneously, CCW has also used our hydraulic modeler to understand how much water will go into the Staples pump station.
When do you think you'll have that finished?
We have a draft, and it's approximately 10 million gallons a day. Yeah, but we're finishing. We have a draft, and we're finishing that up. We're vetting that with our modeler. I've shared some of that information when we met with Seven Seas this week.
So about 10 million gallons a day from that spot, and you said you dropped from 12 million to 8 million on the wells and along.
Yeah, last week it was about a little over 12 million gallons a day on average, everyday difference, and then this week we're targeting about 8 million gallons a day.
Okay, but on average going forward, what are you looking at? Somewhere between 8 and 12? I mean.
Well, for instance, it depends on what's happening in the system. When the Mary Rhodes pipeline goes down, I've got to fill the gap to make up the system, right? But I would say it's the other thing is we're working with our modeler, with our hydrogeologic modeler, and as we continue to drill wells, we'll have more information. And then there's the request. If you recall, we've requested to the district to be able to spread production out across the Ed Rochelle property. We don't want to produce any more water, but we want to spread it out. We know, and the hydrogeologist knows, that's a much more efficient way to produce the amount of water. But the district has provided temporary drilling permits so that we can drill and test the wells and then come back to them with more information.
Okay, and ultimately for the wastewater, it's supposed to be completed by the May of next year?
Middle of next year.
And you're expecting?
Middle of next year. 16
to 18 million gallons a day?
So there's 11 million gallons a day under contract, 8 with Valero, 3 with Flint Hills. We're currently negotiating with Citgo and also Howard Energy. And then there's some other potential users as well.
Well, what do you predict is the maximum that we can get out of that?
I'm hopeful, and I feel pretty positive it'll be around 16.
16.
Gallons a day.
Okay, so just in those 3 projects, we're looking probably at about 36 to 38 million gallons a day?
The 3, are you talking about?
Those things that we just talked about.
Okay.
And I didn't talk about CC Polymers, which is another 9 or so, right in there, right?
The first phase of CC Polymers is 9.4 million gallons a day.
So we're talking somewhere in the neighborhood about 45, 46 million gallons, somewhere in there?
Right, so 7Cs and CC Polymers, we haven't really even gotten into water supply agreement contracts, but that's what we're working toward.
But I'm just talking about what's possible, right? If
Okay.
you can only accept 10 million gallons a day, via hydrodynamic modeling for the south side pump station and storage tank, you would have to build infrastructure if you take more than that,
That's
right?
correct. That's correct, yeah.
Okay, so just looking at what is not counting Evangeline, because we are familiar with the issues there, but you're looking at about 45 million gallons a day, right? From those 4 projects?
Yeah, if you had approved water supply agreements with Seven Seas and Aquatech, CC
Okay.
Polymers.
I just, I think for future reference, can you include potential or, a minimum and a maximum from those water sources? That way you can see what we're actually looking at for our future water supply and diversification of that water.
I can and I will do that. There's those details are largely in the memo, but I'll add them to
I
this
understand that.
presentation as well. You
Yeah,
got it.
we have, this is televised, on a regular basis, so sometimes people don't go into emails and get to the details of that. I do, but not everybody does. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Winkleman, real quick, did you send us a text recently, or maybe we received some information in the last few days updating us on the Harbor Island permit requests, the status, timeline?
Sure. So on the Harbor Island permit, yeah, there was information on their discharge permit, and we believe that's going to be on the TCQ agenda, I believe in September.
Right, so the CEO, Kent Britton, notified me, I think Friday of last week, that TCEQ Executive Director has acknowledged that they're going to recommend approval of their discharge permit for a 100 million gallon facility discharging into the Gulf.
Okay.
And so that's administratively being recommended. And then in their September board meeting, the TCEQ commissioners will consider the application.
And that would be the final.
That would be,
It's fully
right, they
permitted.
would have, they already have an approved Gulf intake permit, approved. And they also, though, have they have an approved discharge in the ship channel, but they don't plan on using that one. I think that's the 50 MGD one. So this one would replace the ship channel discharge so that it would be a permit potentially approved in September for discharge into the Gulf for a 100 million gallon facility.
Okay.
That's going to be the same day that our item will be considered by TCEQ on the temporary reprieve of the discharging water for environmental purposes. So we plan to be in Austin for that and also to support the port on their application.
Excellent. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you very much, Peter. Councilwoman Vaughn.
I forgot to ask you, are we still testing the wells for E. coli?
For our wells or the residential
Ours,
wells?
all of them.
So our wells are tested, the testing requirements for our wells are dictated by TCEQ. Some of the residential wells we have tested for E. coli. Some we have not because it's that test isn't always as representative of the well environment. It could be representative of piping within the system. We can't control the residential piping, so partially, I guess, is the answer, Councilwoman.
Okay, the mitigation. Do y'all have a copy of what you have for the mitigation plan? Can you send that to the council?
Yeah, we've provided it multiple times, and
Okay.
it's on our website.
I don't remember
but
getting
we'll
it.
send it to you.
But let me ask you this. Why do they want that mitigation plan so badly? Talking about the rural areas. There's a reason they're wanting it.
So then the mitigation plan is important to CCW as well. It's important to the city. We want to reassure residents that we're there. The goal has always been to properly manage and responsibly manage the well field. The biggest thing that I wanted out of that, the program, was to open up communication with our neighbors. Admittedly, there's been a lot of negative press where some people are discouraging communicating
Yes.
with the city and with CCW. What I can do is, and what I really want to do publicly is just assure everybody we're here to work together and work with them. You know, the proposed district, I mentioned multiple times, I really want to share data with them. CCW's shared a lot of data. They're working on it. They said they had to take a vote to see if they could share data with us. But I think in a recommendation from our hydrogeologist, which is extremely appropriate, the goal is to set up a monitoring network within Nueces County. And that is critical to understand what's going on in the aquifer. In fact, at the Sam Pat Groundwater Conservation District Friday, I brought up the same thing, how it's important to have a network. In other words, just not have monitoring wells on our site or someone else's site, but throughout the entire county to understand what's going on.
And that's fair, Nick, and we should be sharing data on both sides.
Yeah.
But I think one of the reasons they're not is because there's no mitigation plan. So do you have any idea when that plan is going to be done?
So, I've brought it up to the district. They don't have an agenda for their next meeting yet, but I'll bring it up to them again. Certainly, they know the amount, what the budget and all of those ramifications. And I'll see if the district and its board feels any differently on how to manage that program.
Okay.
My thought has always been it'd be best managed by the district.
Yeah, and if you could put some of the others on there, just to give them a voice would be good. That's a fair thing to do. Most boards have that. And I appreciate all the work that you do. I'm not trying to hound you up here. I just know it's important to that rural area that they feel confident that we're watching out for them too. And I want them to know that. And so not knowing when we're going to quit drilling, all of those things, pumping, those are concerns for them. So thank you.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you. Nick, I did find out when we had that last presentation from the solar floating panels, and that was March of 2025. And I also wanted to point out that during that, because I looked it up, I'm like, okay, so during that time, we were looking at the wastewater reuse, but it was going to be potable. And then we switched to industry. So again, things can change. That's all I'm saying. So please, we want a presentation on this. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's all the questions we have. Oh, except I see Sergio.
Just wanted to respond to Councilman Scott's question on when we were last at 43%. It was April of 2024. Got it. So,
You were close. Yeah. You were very close. Very close, okay.
Okay,
All
good.
right.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, just to kind of recap, especially for the media, so we're still in stage 2, and we're going to have an event here Thursday morning to announce the declaration to move into stage 1, but that won't be until Thursday at 9 o'clock.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much, Peter. Thank you, Nick, for the presentation and the great news. This has been a long journey. CCW has been wonderful, and we really appreciate the help of the team, sincerely. Okay, Council, really quick, we will skip back to Section I, our consent agenda. We have items 2 through 9. Ms. Rebecca, the note on item 2, I believe that we have 2 out of those 3 minutes to
Correct.
approve, so we could pass as amended.
Yes, ma'am. We can just, the August 18th minutes will appear on the next agenda for approval.
Okay, so
yes,
we'll
ma'am, so
pull
remove
item
those.
2, so we can vote on that separately. Do we have requests to pull anything else between items 2 and 9? 2 is already pulled. 7?
And Mayor Pro Tem, staff is going to pull 9 to be put on next week's agenda. There was an issue with the contract that they needed a little more time, so we're not going to consider 9, item number 9. We'll put it on next week's agenda.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Anything else, Council? We have item 2 and item 7 pulled. Do I have any requests to pull any other items on the consent agenda from the public? Okay, seeing none.
Motion to approve consent agenda exception 2.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Would you like a electronic or voice vote?
We can do electronic, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, and that's 2 and 7, right, that were pulled.
2, 7, and 9.
Yes, and 9 was withdrawn.
Okay, perfect. Before we go into each of these items individually, then we will recess for, and also, the council will go into executive session on items 16 through 19 per Texas Government Code Sections 551.071 and 551.072, and we will return.
Sir,
Mayor, I believe there's three executive sessions. Did you get all three of them?
16 through 19, she listed all of them.
double check.
Okay, we will reconvene in open session and return to our consent agenda where we have pulled items 2 and item 7. Okay, so what we need is a motion to approve item number 2 amended. So we're approving July 22nd and July 23rd special meeting minutes. I'll
Yes,
entertain
yeah.
a motion. We have a motion and a second. Did we complete that one? No.
What's the matter?
Did it not show? I didn't get a tally screen, did it? Is
Okay.
it finished?
Yeah, the motion did pass 7-0.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Then we'll go to item number 7, which was pulled by Councilmember Scott.
Thank you, ma'am. I just think it's a feel-good story, and maybe it's been talked about enough, but I thought it'd be worth circling back around again that we're going to recognize one of Corpus Christi's own. And I just thought, I got 2 thoughts. One, just talk about where it's going to be again. And 2, we got to make sure all those folks that became Friends of Farrah Fawcett group get together and have stories about her, because one of the young men, he's older than I am, but one of the men part of this said that he knew he was going to be an all-district football player, but for watching her on the sideline every time he went out on defense. And so he blames Farrah Fawcett, and you all know him well, by the way. He blames Farrah Fawcett for him not becoming an all-district football player at Ray High School. And then there's the iconic poster that most of us are aware of. And there are stories about one of those guys that's part of this ended up being an NFL football player, and they were in L.A., and he went to see her, and she goes, "Hey, do you have a minute?" And he goes, "Sure." And she goes, "I've got these posters I have to pick from. Which one do you think I should pick to do the poster?" And he was one of the ones that picked that poster that most everybody in this room knows which I'm talking about. So we got to get those guys together, and girls if they're a part of it, to talk about those stories, because I think it's A, it's fun and it's positive, and B, we're going to recognize Farrah Fawcett. And then lastly, if you haven't heard, Dolly Parton passed away today, right? So that's a big deal to all of us over 12. And well, okay, 50, maybe 60, but anyhow, I think it's important to recognize some good people, significance to Corpus. And I just wanted to thank you for your work. What you don't know is this went on, and it was place A, then it was place B, and then half of them wanted C, and then a third of them wanted B. And so good for you all, Peter, and you got everybody in a room, about a month ago, and you worked with the location, and thank you for your work in getting this location set, which is on the seawall close to the Arts Center. So that's going to be a great day when that happens. Okay.
That group was great to work with, and glad we're getting through the finish line.
Yeah, good stories there. Thank you, ma'am.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Okay, I love Charlie's Angels, so I'm glad that's happening. Good job. But one thing that we need to talk about, we never do whenever we get things donated, maintenance. What's it going to cost for maintenance?
Under the contract, the Friends of Farrah Fawcett will take care of the maintenance, and we will we'll also, in our engineering study, we mentioned an engineering study in the PowerPoint. There will also be preliminary assessments on accessibility, parking, safety, lighting, maintenance, as well as the visitor experience.
Okay, just making sure,
Yes,
because
ma'am.
it would be an added cost, which I think is great. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying we have to be realistic,
They're
but that's
always-
good. They're going to take care of it.
Yes, ma'am.
Good, thank you.
Okay, do we have any public comment on item 7? No public comment. All right, council members.
I move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. Okay. The motion's approved. That concludes the consent agenda. We will move on to Section K, which is public hearings. Item amending the Corpus Christi Code, Chapter 5, to amend short-term rental regulations, including modifying the definition of Type 1 and Type 2 short-term rentals.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, Yvette Wallace, Interim Director, Development Services. So just for a little background, when we adopted the short-term rental ordinance on June 28th of 2022, the last time we made adjustments to it, the intent communicated during the public sessions was as follows: to restrict owner-occupied short-term rentals to properties with the homestead exemption, ensuring these units were truly lived in by their owners, and limit non-owner occupied short-term rental activity to multifamily zoning districts, preventing commercialized short-term rental operations from being heavily in single-family neighborhoods and preserving residential character of those neighborhoods. The policy direction aimed to support the neighborhood's stability, reduce nuisances associated with investor-driven STRs, and ensure that owner-occupied rentals remain tied to the owner's legal residence. The ordinance for you today is just changing the clarification for Type 1, the actual legal definition in our ordinance. And so the clarification and tightening of Type 1 owner-occupied is the definition would strengthen the alignment with the original intent by explicitly requiring a homestead exemption for single-family Type 1 STRs and accessory dwelling units. This removes the broader residency criteria that is currently found in the ordinance, which allows a leasee or an operator, as defined by ordinance, to operate as an owner-occupied with proof of a valid lease and with a voter registration or a driver's license that has the same address as the property being rented. Additionally, for multifamily units, the new language allows Type 1 status only when the owner occupies the unit or an operator occupies it under a valid lease with the owner's permission. This maintains flexibility for multifamily properties without opening loopholes for Type 2 use in single-family areas. So eliminating the owner-operator ambiguity. Right now, again, the definition allows an operator to claim owner-occupied status simply by residing on the property under a lease and providing proof of residency with a driver's license or voter registration. This created enforcement challenges and allowed investor-owned properties in single-family neighborhoods to operate as Type 1 short-term rentals without being true homesteads. The definition removes this and requires the single-family context by Type 1 eligibility directly to owner occupancy as a homestead exemption. So that means that we have Type 2s left, and that is non-owner occupied. So language to a Type 2 to basically say if you don't qualify for a Type 1, the owner occupied with the homestead, then everyone else is classified as a Type 2. The updated definition simplifies the determination by doing that and says that you're automatically a Type 2 if you don't qualify for a Type 1. This avoids the complicated residency verifications previously used and better supports the original policy intent. Having all non-owner occupied be considered a Type 2 will also prevent commercialized non-owner occupied short-term rental operations from infiltrating those single-family neighborhoods and preserving the residential character of the neighborhood. The difference between the two are very important. A Type 1 today is allowed in single-family residential areas without limitations, so owner-occupied today. A Type 2 is bound by a density limitation. So if you are a Type 2, a non-owner occupied, there's a 15% block face density that exists today in single-family residential neighborhoods. There are no restrictions for densities in multifamily, so it's not going to affect any of the multifamily residentially or multifamily zone properties, which are a lot of properties in the island. There are some properties on Ocean Drive that are considered multifamily that would not be affected. And there's some in Flower Bluff. They're throughout the city. But the main change is the owner occupancy, and that's what we're bringing forward today. And I can go into some of those numbers on what that change looks like if the ordinance were to be adopted today.
Thank you, Ms. Wallace. Mr. Zanoni, could you clarify for us, with any action taken today, when would this proposed ordinance go into effect, and at what point in time would that impact any current
current permit holder? So
Permit, that's-
I'm going to have Buck talk about the ordinance, but our intent is any changes to the Type 1 or Type 2 definition would only impact new permits to be issued January 1, 2027. So what's important to point out here is that all permits for all STRs, regardless of type, are only for a year or less. And so depending on when you apply through the year, they all expire at the end of the year, at the end of the calendar year. And so each year, an STR owner, if they had an operation in year 1, they have to reapply and get a brand new permit for what would be a year 2.
But that's primarily with intention to renew. Should there be any changes with the facility or any major changes, it's not really where we would insert differences of our policy necessarily. That wasn't the intent behind those annual renewals.
Right. Well, the annual renewals were,
So I'll just speak to that. So the-
Yvette may want to talk a little bit about it, but there could have been a case where, because of circumstances happening in the neighborhood, that they may have approved a permit 1 year, but maybe in year 2, they deny it
And
based
so
on input.
we run into this issue, especially along Laguna Shores quite often. There's a lot of short-term rentals on Laguna Shores that are type 2s, and it is first come, first served. So at a renewal, maybe somebody who has been denied in years past because they exceeded the density, they could be the first to apply in, let's just say 2027, and they would be the first one to get that short-term rental permit. And if let's just say the block could only allow for 3, once we hit that number of 3, then we would issue a denial for that density. So it is an annual renewal, and it is processed in the order that we receive those renewals. And yes, you're right, you could make changes. We have seen some go from a type 1 to a type 2 or a type 2 to a type 1. We've seen some that have closed their permit out and then a new operator or a new owner takes over, and that would require a new permit as well.
So what I'm seeing in type 1, one of the key changes being proposed is the term homestead.
It is the requirement for the owner to be homestead and removing the operator, which is kind of a leasee, right? So an operator is a leasee. So removing that current language that would allow someone who is renting a house to act as an operator and qualify for an owner occupied.
So in essence, what this does is across all residential neighborhoods, you cannot apply to have a short-term rental on your property unless it's your homesteaded property where you reside.
That's only if you're going to declare type 1. If you
type 1.
The type 1.
A type 1.
You're still allowed to have them as a type 2, except for the area in which they're prohibited, which is in Padre Mustang Island in residential areas. But the remainder of the city that has residential, you're still allowed to have them as a type 2. They're just bound to a density limitation.
So we had this years ago. It was a huge discussion topic on North Padre Island. You were seeing individuals using their properties in R6 neighborhoods for short-term rentals, and it was incredibly disruptive. We had a horrible, horrible time trying to get enforcement because of the after-hour noise, nuisance, ruckus, etc., which we were handed this well-prepared pamphlet today, collection with photographs of things that we would experience there commonly. We were told time and time again that there could be no real enforcement of citations because they were happening in the middle of the night, and code enforcement worked daytime hours. So after many conversations with the city, we were able to get some enforcement over the night. And ultimately what that ended up looking like was a parameter that was set in the code for the island, where much of that R6 neighborhood was carved out of the short-term rental pool. I see that this has become a horrible issue for the residents in this area. Absolutely horrible. I would hate to go home and have the feeling that I can't even sleep at night. I'm still out on the island. There's still occurrences where people are, sometimes I'm wondering, is that my neighbor or is those guests next to me? It's not comfortable. We didn't buy our homes, our community didn't buy homes to go live next to something that they would expect when they're on vacation. They're not in those areas. I believe what this boils down to is we created codes, we passed ordinances, we set a standard, and then we didn't really stand behind a commitment to ensure that enforcing these to protect the neighbors was there. That's kind of what this boils down to. Yes, it looks like certain short-term rentals are not abiding by the code, but that's why we have those codes, is to protect the entire area and the entire process. Mr. Zanoni, I think that's one of the biggest failure points here. You know, we set speed limits knowing that people are going to drive cars, and we know what's going to be safe for everyone around them, and then we enforce them to keep them safe. I don't think that happened here. I've asked, you know, where's the actual citations? Where is anything that says that these complaints that these community members have called time and time and time again, whatever became of them? There's nothing material. So we didn't hold up this end of the bargain. And so now we've got our real estate professionals saying, if you pass this ordinance, you could substantially be changing the property owners' rights around town. We have the community saying, will you please hear us? Will you please protect our properties and our neighborhoods? We want to live in our homes again. We're at a bad spot right now because we didn't follow what we set to protect both parties. I have a problem with that. I see the changes. I sympathize with these property owners. I'm very disappointed that they're even in this position today, because we shouldn't have let them get here. We have to take our own accountability here. I believe that what we need to do, since none of this is going to take into effect until January 1, essentially, it's not going to affect anybody, we need to have these voices considered. We've got to first take immediate action to be able to enforce these items. We need to bring the right people to the table, and then we need to make policy that protects our residents and observes these property owners. My time's up. Councilwoman Vaughn.
Okay, well, I think there are some loopholes and that they have just figured out what to do. And as for me, I think we give them some kind of relief today. We don't let them walk out of here without giving them some kind of relief, because their home should be a sanctuary. And they should have rights. They should be able to go home, enjoy their home, not worry about parties, screaming, hollering, people jumping off roofs. They should be able to let their kids walk outside. And I don't think they can do that now because of all the people that they do not know in that neighborhood. So, Mr. Sinoni, I'm not sure what we need to do. Gil was on the council then, so I'm hoping he can give us some insight because he wasn't for it. I cannot believe in my mind that they even passed this. And I'll say this is not only Ocean Drive, which is a beautiful part of our city. It's been there forever. People come here to go down there on the beach and look at those beautiful homes. That area, that was a horrible place to put short-term, long-term rentals in. It was. I understand the ladies that came here earlier, that they had these small, we looked, one of them, it looks almost like a apartment. But this, I don't understand, because a corporation has come in there and taken control of that, and they're making a bunch of money. And to me, I don't care about the money. I think the citizens are the most important thing. It is not about the money. And this city council should not let them walk out of here today without giving some kind of relief. It is obvious that it's not being followed. And if they had 36 violations they called on, where were the police? I think we have to ask that from Chief Markle, what is going on there, if this was reported and why it was not, something wasn't done. I'm not getting on to you. I'm just looking at you because you're in charge. So I'm hoping I get something over there. Okay, I want to keep some of my time for later. Thanks.
Councilman Barrera.
Okay, so anything that we do today won't be effective until January 1, is that, am I correct?
Correct. We wouldn't be looking at any revocations. All permits would be set to expire that are existing today on December 31st.
And I supported this after, I think, when did we pass this? Was it September of
June 28, 2022 was the last change we made to this.
Yeah, so I started in I remember being approached in January of 22. I went back because I had an individual that originally, that found out about this and originally called me and wondered what the consequences were. And you know, there's a balance. And one thing that I said back then, by the way, I just want to make the record known that I'm disappointed that the Honorable Judge Maderi did not reach out to one of the 5 that voted for this, meaning myself. I thought we could communicate about it. But, and I'm really disappointed that I wish somebody would have reached out sooner that because, you know, we're almost coming up on, I mean, we're 10 months and, you know, we haven't been able to resolve this. And I'll go into a little anecdotal deal. A woman that works in my office, it happened to her next door, and I remember the address, St. James Court. Everybody knows, you know, and every Monday morning I was going to hear it. And their garbage, yeah, right. She didn't get any response from her district council member. So anyway, and so their trash was picked up on Thursday. So when the weekend would come, you'd have all this garbage all over, and they had a pool. And it was a lot of loud noise. And what is it? Her husband even was feared for her because she would go knock on their door at 2 in the morning. And, you know, a lot of that happened, and it took a lot of time. I remember Peter even authorized a warrant out for the arrest for the property owner who was in San Antonio. What is it? It took a while, but it was finally fixed. You know, we kept hammering at the property owner who wasn't even putting it on I think at one time they weren't even permitted because they weren't putting it on the average site. So we had, we had been talking with code enforcement, talking to the police, knowing that we had a bad actor and going out there on a regular basis. And so it finally got to and all the property owner did, or all that individual did, was just raise his prices, because then all of a sudden they could afford, but we had to make it more of a nuisance for them. So I'm well aware, and it's personal. Because, you know, obviously that individual's been working for me for 10 years, you know, so it's very personal. But on the other side, when we dealt with all the items on the island, we determined that they were all nuisance issues. You know, it's a nuisance problem. And the only way we can address the nuisance problem is with resources and our regulatory authority to be able to dictate what can and can't be done. Now, I know there's resources available, and I think that's one of the things that had I been involved in October, then I probably would have engaged and said, okay, what resources do we have available so that way we can move forward, so that way we can protect the residential homeowner. Now, I remember specifically stating, and if I recall, you know, I think there was a discussion about an individual that was renting that was subletting, you know. And that's how we came, that we did, and you know, once again, it was a while back, you know, 4 years ago. So, when we wanted to address, and obviously the realtors were in an uproar because they don't want anybody to mess with them with their property owners. And then what we did is that we mirrored the San Antonio policy. Am I correct in assuming that? And that's where we came up with the 15%, you know, up to a minimum of 1. So that, and I recall, I was sent the presentation, and it says that specifically. So I think it's important that, and I'll come around again, but I think it's important that we went through a very public process. We had a committee of how many?
17.
17 individuals. We had individuals from all the, you know, people that own short-term rentals, people that were with the Padre Island Business Association, you know, people that understood, people that particularly the neighborhood where the nuisance was. We engaged the community so that way we can make sure this is resolved. So I think it's kind of, I think it's a knee-jerk reaction for us to move forward on an item that, once again, we can't address, but we still need to address the nuisance issue. I mean, the problem would have been solved if we would address the nuisance issue. Now, I don't know if it's resources or what. I know at that time I knew the code enforcement individuals on a regular basis, and I called them personally, and I said, we're having this problem. And so it got to the point where the ACM said, have them call me directly. So I think that's what really needs to be addressed.
So if I can address some of that for a minute. So
Sure.
of course, we've had budget cuts over the years, but we're still very actively involved for code enforcement. When it comes to nuisances, we've had a lot of calls for loud noise. And the process is PD is usually the one that goes out for us because it's usually at night or over the weekend. And they do take their decibel readers and they are reading the decibels. And more often than not, they're not exceeding the allowable decibel readings for the time period as in adopted in Muni Code, right? We have a noise ordinance and they're not exceeding that. So what some of us may think is loud, and it could be loud, doesn't exceed the decibel readings when they're going out and taking readings. So of course there wouldn't be a citation issue if there was no finding. There could be other issues that arise, and of course, just like code, PD also wants to give people time to cure, right? Unless it's something very egregious. But if you're maybe parked the wrong way, they're going to say, hey, can you relocate your vehicle? And if you don't want to relocate your vehicle, then maybe there could be a citation issued. But we try to educate before we just cite people, and so a lot of times they're taken care of by education.
All right, I'll come back.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, this is very enlightening because when the short-term rentals first came about, I was not on council, but I do remember the Padre Island folks coming and complaining about some of these things that are happening now to the Ocean Drive residents. And so at the time, I think there was a committee formed, but then the city did not include any of the residents, which I found ridiculous, but finally they did. And I think they finally did hash out what they needed for their area. So I was not aware about the type 2. I'll be honest, because I always thought that it was just, you had to be a homestead owner to have that dwelling or to do the short-term rental. So, okay, so that was new to me. So I remember earlier in the summer, I did meet with some of the Ocean Drive residents, and it wasn't because I was invited. I believe they went to the mayor and I think to Councilman Scott, and then when I found out, I insisted because it is District 2. So I said, I should be included. So I was included, and at that time, I was still thinking only the type 1. I wasn't even, really thinking about the type 2. I mean, I had heard about the 15% face, how did you call it?
Block face.
Block face.
Limited to 15%.
Yeah, and that's when I kind of started, I'm like, okay, this is, what's going on is that I believe that the individual, they were saying that he had changed the numbers and how he was kind of going around it. So I did hear from Mr. Monroe, and he did say that every single time that he bought, or I believe that he purchased a property, he would check with you, Developmental Services. Was he following the process? And the answer was?
Yes, so we were using the rounding methodology that was conveyed to council in 2022, which would give, let's just say you have 7, it's a 1.5 or 1.2, so then we would round up. So there were short block faces, maybe six residential structures or less that would never qualify to meet 1. But with the rounding methodology that has been in place since 2022, we were rounding to allow for that 1. So if I had 6 residential units, we would allow 1 short-term rental per that block.
So you permitted him?
Some of them. Now, some of them here recently with the address changes, those are finding gray areas within our ordinance that are kind of questionable. Some of them don't really qualify for an address change or could, and there's still some active permits, and there's reasons why we can't just approve something if you have an active permit already. So there is some things kind of moving around that we wouldn't necessarily agree with. Since 2022, we have been operating with the 15% with a roundup. And if that is something that we wish to change, which we do think that needs to change because the 15% just doesn't really make a lot of sense. We did, as a department, say that we do need to look at this. The ordinance needs to be rewritten. There's a lot of areas that have.
Okay, so that's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing that there still needs to be some more things kind of ironed out. So then I believe he applied a couple of weeks ago to change from the type 1 to type 2, is what I was told. And that it's still held up by our city manager.
They're being held by our department, and there's reasons for that. So 2 of them are being held because he still has active type 1 permit. So you need to cancel the permits that you have today to get new permits. That would be number one.
Has that been communicated to him?
We haven't, we just looked into all of the ones that were pending, and one of them, he changed the address of his street, but he hasn't requested a permit with the new address change, so it's still on the street. So there's still some permits that need to be worked on his end. And then again, we were waiting for some direction for today, because those conversations just happened last week, and we knew this was coming. So we wanted to wait until today to make any changes, because we don't want to approve something for it just to be clawed back.
Okay. And the other was the complaints about the police. Okay, that's a big issue for me too. I heard from the residents stating that they had called the police, I don't know, 30, I think, times I heard, but every single time that there was no violation. Is that correct, Chief? On these STRs?
Yeah, matter of fact, I was pulling up, listening to you. I see 39 and going back just a few months. Now, most of those officers will show up and just break up the party, shut it down. It won't rise to a noise violation. It's very rare that that's something, we go to bars and they don't rise to a noise ordinance violation. That's something we could look at, lowering the decibel range if we want an ordinance. But your patrol officers, when they show up at night, their objective is to settle everybody down and move on and go back to answering calls. So I would have to do research for you, have David do some research for you to see what kind of citations, if any, were written. But we do go out and we do address the issue at hand.
Okay. Okay,
And
well, I
have
just
met with
wanted
the
to make
judge.
sure that,
I'm not sure why they didn't, we met with Ms. Baderi a while back. As a matter of fact, I had a special initiative with officers to address those houses on Ocean Drive. So I'll follow up to see what happened with that also.
okay. And what about the statements made that, they advertise, well, this would be for Yvette, that they advertise for 30, 40 people to be able to occupy the place? Is that allowed?
So again, the ordinance that was adopted in 2022 says that you take the structure of the building, you take the number of rooms, and you use the International Property Maintenance Code to determine how many people can be in there. So is that a code that we would use for our own occupancy calculations? Not necessarily. So that would be one of the suggested changes that we'd have, is that we would have a full floor plan review, and we could set the occupant load as a jurisdiction instead of using the Property Maintenance Code, which can set it very high because it looks at living rooms, it looks at dining rooms, it looks at open spaces, where we would probably look more at the living spaces and not just the communal spaces to put beds into.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that there's still a lot of things that need to be, again, ironed out. That's why I'm not sure what we're going to be able to do here. The other is, okay, so he has, I think I heard in the story, 38 properties, right?
Correct.
And they're under corporations. So if something were to happen, whenever there's a violation or whatever, I mean, if there's a violation, it's not him that is personally, charged or whatever, it's the corporation.
So it would depend. So if it was somebody who was operating a short-term rental without a permit, it would be the corporation, or if it was a type 1, whoever the person is that registered for that permit. If it is a violation, if it's a noise ordinance violation, or, a fight, or there's something that goes wrong, it would go to the person that's involved. But for the rental, if you're renting without one, and we did a sting operation to catch somebody renting a short-term rental without an active permit, that would go to
I'm just trying to figure it out, because, I mean, you can't arrest a corporation, can you? No. So.
But we can cite them.
Yeah, so that's the other kind of thing that I'm looking at. Okay, well, these are just some of the, questions that I have, so I'll like to hear what some of the other council members have to say. Thanks.
If I could real quick, Chief Markle, we talked about it a little bit earlier, that there's so many calls being placed and no citations. I think something you said, and you hadn't walked in the room yet when we said that, was by the time the team gets there, you kind of break up the party and then no citations necessary to be issued. But perhaps there's a log or something of the sort, because right now we know things are happening. There's not a paper trail of, we cited, but there's still issues taking place.
That's a great point. We do have a log, and we have the CAD calls. Lieutenant Harris, Cody Harris, you probably know him with DPOs, has been working with the judge, has keeping track of all these properties, maybe there's some kind of aggregate we can do and with the owners of these properties and combine them together to whether pull their permit or not do something, but certainly addressing the ordinance as it stands now is the best option. Because when you call the police, sometimes by the time we get there, it's a Friday night and we're super busy. It may have been self-contained at that point. There's no action, but we do have records of the calls.
Well, I think for my question is to have that historic data. I feel like what has to happen immediately today is we get some enforcement to relieve the situation that's happening in these neighborhoods immediately. To me, that's the first item. And then I feel like action needs tabled, and I would entertain that motion. But I think that's very important data to use when we revisit this with all the stakeholders in place.
Absolutely.
So that was,
Yeah.
thank you.
And we are meeting with stakeholders. But a lot of it, remember, it's not just parties, it's cars up and down the street, it's taking up your spot, it's people you don't know wandering in your back
It's the
street,
general environment.
alleyway, house, yard, whatever. So it's a quality of life issue, it's a nuisance issue. May not rise to a significant crime, but certainly something I understand the public being upset with.
Thank you, Chief. Councilman Hernandez?
Okay, I did not vote for this ordinance. I was part of the discussion because I saw exactly what was going to happen. Because none of this is taken into account on the front side of it. Like, is occupancy a part of the permit?
An occupancy is self-declared by the permit.
Okay, but nobody checks it.
It's not verified because it's verified
There's no
against the property
verification
maintenance code, but it's such a high number that it's always going to be a very high occupancy.
Okay, but we don't set what the requirements are
We do
for
not.
occupancy. Okay, parking. Is parking part of the permit?
No, it is not today.
Okay, so there are lots of things that are here that people just sign off saying, yes, I'm following the rules. Yes, I'm going to be a good neighbor. Yes, I'm going to do this. And no one checks until there's a complaint. And then when there's a complaint, it takes several complaints and almost no enforcement. I'll ask that question. How many citations have been prosecuted in municipal court regarding short-term rentals?
I don't have that number today, but we did have quite a few from 2022 to 2024, and we were doing a lot of sting operations, and it was more for operating without permits.
Okay, but that still cost us money.
It did.
And because we reduced the amount of revenue to operate this because of the situation with the, the Cinnamon Shore type stuff, and, there we lost a lot of revenue, so we don't have the revenue to do that anymore, right?
For each citation, we lost about $150 for every citation issued for operating without a permit, because we'd have to upfront and actually book the rental, and we did lose about $150 for each one.
Okay, so we have a lot of issues with this that because we're not checking on the front side, we're doing stuff on the back side. And by the time you get on the back side of it, you have a room full of angry residents that are living next to that STR, and we're being reactive instead of proactive. We're not doing. We should have done this in a zoning process where your staff could have looked at the property, where it could have been given a specific number of occupancy, what kind of parking they'd have, and that you could verify against whatever advertisement they have versus their permit. But since we don't look at it on the front end, we're in this situation. And I mentioned this during the discussions when we had this discussion back in, however many years ago it was, right? And I remember sitting over there saying the exact same things, because this was you were going to end up with these particular problems. Okay, we're here now. We can kind of put a Band-Aid on it with what we're doing right now, but ultimately I think we need to bring this back and have more robust look at these properties on the front side. That way, and then you don't have to maintain a permit process. They get a permit to operate until they move out or they disown the property. Because, we're losing money on these, managing this process. We got to have a zoning for this kind of stuff to where you actually hold them accountable on the front end, and then you can actually write a citation for if they're violating the permitting process on the front, because you evaluated it on the front side. This is never going to, we're going to continue to have these issues. And you could always pull their permit if they're not following the thing, and then have them go through the whole process again, right? But we need to, for now, we'll just put a Band-Aid on this, and hopefully we can get this fixed in a more robust fashion to where everybody's taken care of. And then the property owner, this will satisfy the realtors so they can actually have, what did you say this morning, Roland, that a predictable, reliable,
Predictable
regulatory environment?
That's his.
Right?
I'm glad you said that, Councilman Hernandez. So you know, codes are always evolving. STRs are national. It's not just specific to Corpus Christi or Texas. And ICC, International Code Council, which is what we use for all of our regulatory guidance, is actually bringing STR provisions into the residential code, the commercial code, and the fire code. So we will have that predictability because, of course, we would be looking to adopt that here locally as well. So that way we have guidance on what is the max occupancy. Maybe there's additional egress or additional fire requirements. We don't know because that code's being written today for the 2027 code, but we would look at incorporating that.
Okay, well, I mean, like I said, I said this was going to happen, 4 years ago. So I just, well, let's hope we can get some relief here. It's not going to help them until January, I guess, but at least we're going to do something. Like I said, I still think we need to have review of these properties, these STR permits on the front side, and put those requirements, the occupancy, the parking, the fire requirements, all of that on the front side, and not try and fix it on the backside like we're doing now. Thank you.
Councilman Cantu.
Thank you. Couple questions. What's the reason behind them changing the addresses?
So the reason behind changing the addresses is to meet the density requirement on the different block face. So it's corner lots that are being changed right now. So if I'm on Ocean Drive and let's just say I'm going to pick Montclair, then I would want to change my address to Montclair because my density is more favorable. There's more residential units, so I can have more short-term rentals on that block face. Whereas the Ocean Drive may already hit the max density or may not even allow for any.
Got you. And you guys allowing that?
It's not that we allowed it per se. Those permits have not been processed. So GIS is a different department than Development Services, and anyone can request an address change. And if it meets the 911 intent of an address change, it can be changed. There is one that is a little questionable that I'm looking at right now, but there's one that was actually changed that definitely qualifies for an address change, and at one point in time may have actually had that address, and it was changed to Ocean Drive just because the front face of the house is clearly on that side street and not on Ocean Drive. But it is a process that we have in place today.
So at my residence, how many cars can I have in my home?
There is not a cap on how many vehicles you can have at your home today.
So if there's 20 cars parked there all day long, the city can't do anything about it?
As long as you're parked in the public right of way, no.
Well, what about how many residents stay there?
As long as they're your primary family, there's not a cap on the number of people you can have in your house today.
So from home, I could have my cousins, my aunts, uncles, everybody living there?
It happens today, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yep,
Bus-
through the property maintenance code, it is allowed, but yes, you have to be considered a family.
Can a bus park in my driveway?
A bus, there's nothing that prohibits a bus from parking in your driveway, but if you do go over the sidewalk, of course, that would be a citation.
And commercial vehicles can too, right?
So commercial vehicles today can be parked at your residence. You know, there are a lot of people that work in industry that take their vehicles home.
Correct, okay. So when we come back and look at this, we need to figure out all those questions I asked you for a permit, because, I understand where they're coming from. And I understand the other side, they bought these homes, they gotta make money, whatever the case is, but, I mean, advertising, 50 people on a home, that's a lot of people, that's a lot of cars, it's a lot of noise. I'm looking at some pictures and I see a guy on the roof jumping in the pool, and I get it, I think I did that once when I was younger, but these pictures, that's what these families are going through right now, and I understand, they're frustrated and stuff, and they're expensive homes, and they want to enjoy life and not having somebody next door, loud music and noise and stuff like that. Somebody called me one time and told me that, they had to go rent a room because it was just too loud. And I really like to see a report if, what we do on PD calls when they call the police department, because, somebody came up here and said they called the police department so many times, but nothing ever happened. So kind of look into that and see, I think another, another deal is, another issue, not issue, but I really don't think it's a big difference if you're Joe the plumber or a judge. If you have concerns in your community, you have the right to address them. You are a taxpayer, you are a resident, and it so happens you are a judge. And it is what it is. And, I think anybody could come up here and voice their concerns. This lady called me yesterday about the Dollar General going to London, and she's a city employee. She didn't know if she could voice her opinion. I said, of course you can voice your opinion. Everybody could voice their opinion. They live in this community. So, I don't think anyone's getting any kind of favoritism, treatment. My understanding, it took almost 8 months to meet with Peter. Peter, we got to do a better job than that. But I think I know for a fact that Peter's office is open to the public. If somebody wants to meet with Peter, if it's Joe the plumber, electrician, whoever, they could go and meet with Peter. We do need to fix this because, a lot of people are having issues, not in just the Ocean Drive area, but I hear it in different areas, So, I'm not against them, but we got to work together and figure out where we could meet at in the middle, and so everybody will be happy. And of course, patrolling, on these homes and giving citations to the property owner. That's his guest or her guest. They make them as, if they are causing issues and we would give out a citation, we should give a citation to the person who rented the home. I just feel like they're in a business, so sometimes you're gonna get citations and tickets and fines and whatever the case is. But that's all I got for now. Thank you.
Councilman Scott?
Mayor Pro Tem, I came into this conversation today thinking that we were going to deliberate an ordinance, and I have a lot of notes. Very proud of my notes. But it's come to my attention that there are some members who think that I have a conflict of interest because some business that San Jacinto Title has done with one particular operator. I have no desire to be involved in a conversation about my personal ethics. I have talked to a lawyer in the last hour who says I do not have a conflict of interest, but I'm sensitive to the perceived conflicts of interest, and as such, I'm going to take my notes, I'm going to take my iPad, and I'm going to recuse myself from deliberating on the conversation today. If there's subsequent conversations about an ordinance, after conversations with legal, I will consider participating in the global thing, but I'm sensitive to people thinking that I'm going to make a deliberation and a decision based on a specific or several relationships, and I don't want to be a part of that. So, Rebecca, if you'd be kind enough to draft a recusal for me, then I'll go to the back room. And I apologize. I had really good notes, too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Scott. Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, yeah, I'm kind of hesitant about voting on this ordinance right now since there's so many questions still. And even if we were to pass it, it's not going to go into effect until the 1st. I feel like we still have time to get a few more people involved in this. I would like to make a motion to table it until the 8th, September the 8th. That'll give us 2 weeks, and see if we can get some of the parties together and see if we can resolve some of these issues that have been brought forth and get some of the reports back from the police department. And so if nobody seconds it, then so be it.
Councilwoman Vaughn?
Well, this is clearly a poorly written ordinance. It really is. I don't think they thought it through, and it's affecting the whole city. It's not just there. Flower Bluff, Laguna Shores, they're all having problems. What I want to know, because I'm not for tabling it, I think we have to do something for them today. And so I know that John Bell's in the audience. I think he represents them. Is there any way, Mayor Pro Tem, that we could ask him some questions and see what it is that we can do to help them today, what they're expecting of us?
When you say he represents them,
I
it's
think
the neighborhood association?
I think he represents them.
I have no issue. Do you have a parliamentary issue with this, Rebecca? Okay.
I do not.
Mr. Bell?
And Peter, while he's coming, is there any way that we can stop all permits now until we resolve this?
Buck, we'll have to answer that. I think we can the council could put a temporary reprieve on issuing permits, right? We seem to be in agreement with that.
Because all we're going to do is make it worse. If they add more on places they're not supposed to, it's just going to make it worse. That's all I'm asking.
You could put a halt on all type 1 permits, or both, type 1 and 2.
Okay, do I
Temporary.
need to make a motion for that, or are you just going to?
You could, yeah, we would like the council, it would be some policy direction from the council. If the majority wants to do that, we can easily.
Let's hear from Mr.
Okay,
Bell.
well, we will. I'm not going to make it right now.
Because I think, hopefully, Mr. Bell has some insight that could bridge the gap. I think what I said earlier, the lowest hanging fruit is the enforcement to restore quality, restore the condition of the neighborhood. That's immediate relief, but maybe you have some ideas.
Yes, John Bell, District 4, and I represent many of the people who have spoken this morning. Our objective in raising this issue was not to modify the ordinance. Our objective has been to enforce the existing ordinance, which actually is not that bad. I mean, ordinances can be improved sometimes, but it's a very complicated world in which we live. But I have no intention to rewrite the ordinance. I've never said I wanted to rewrite the ordinance. And for the record, I didn't even write this ordinance back in 2022. But I've studied it quite a bit and would just like to address a couple of issues for you. First, when the ordinance says no more than 15%, it means no more than 15%. That's a hard and fast line. Yes, there was a slide back in 2022 that said you could round up well, everyone was entitled to get one, a minimum of one in a block. And that you could also round up like a 1.7 to a 2. But staff came out with an interpretation on July 31 that said, well, you could round up 1.1 or 1.2 and get 2 short-term rentals within a block face, which is a complete violation of the express words of the ordinance. Number 2, block face is defined in the existing ordinance is all the properties between 2 streets, period. It doesn't make any difference where their address is. It doesn't make any difference which way, where the door is or which way it faces. If it is a platted lot between the street, then that's counted as part of the block face. And so this, I'll say it as a scam, to change the address off of Ocean Drive to a side street to try and count it within the side street and not Ocean Drive would violate your existing ordinance because it defines block face as every property between the 2 corners, between the 2 streets, period. It says nothing about addresses, nothing about frontage. Type 1 is supposed to be different from type 2. That was what a task force of 15 people worked for over a year trying to address, and I passed out a slide from 2022. I don't know if they made it all the way across. Does everybody have one? No, sir. I had quite a few copies. I was trying to get it to you. But it basically defines type 1 is being an owner-occupied residence which allows rental of a portion of a residential unit while the owner is present.
Yeah.
That's the difference between type 1 and type 2. And that the presence of an owner or an operator, an agent of the owner, on site in the residence has a tremendous impact on the issues that arise in a short-term rental. And the task force in 2022 recognized that difference, and so that's why we have a difference between type 1 and type 2. And the way the staff has interpreted type 1 has rendered the distinction meaningless by not requiring any presence on the property, by saying you can have a lease of the property from a corporation and the tenant can actually be residing in Alabama or someplace or who knows, and not be present on site. And so all of these, what are truly type 2 types of STRs are somehow getting categorized as type 1s when there's no requirement. And that was the basis for this proposed ordinance revision. But the problem is, as it was pointed out today, the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals, the federal court in Austin, and the state court of appeals in Austin have all ruled that requiring homestead alone is the criteria for STR eligibility, violates a couple of provisions in the Constitution. Now, I disagree with that reading of the Constitution, but then I'm not the judge. Go figure. And a couple of judges are part of my group, and I've said that to them, but that's just the way life is. But nevertheless, I don't believe the proposed ordinance change would do us any good. In contrast, I think your existing ordinance says very specifically already that accessory dwelling units will be considered occupied by the owner where the primary residential dwelling is occupied by the owner, as reflected in the title records or a valid lease agreement and with the express permission of the owner. Our ordinance already says that it's got to be occupied by there. And within that ordinance, we could require, the staff could require that people be present is a condition. And if there is a complaint and they're not present, then that's grounds for revocation of the permit. And that's the only way to make a distinction between type 1 and type 2. And another thing that's in the ordinance is a requirement that they have to comply with international code for property management. But I looked at some of the numbers, and I've read the international code for property management. You can't count all the square feet in the house. You cannot count the living room, the dining room. You cannot count closets, although I've talked to a good friend of mine. The closet in my house is much larger than the bedroom in the house that I grew up in, but that's part of life, go figure. But nevertheless, I think we ought to take a look at that and not just accept what people say is the deal. And then the last thing is enforcement. The existing ordinance specifies how this was supposed to be enforced, because I love our friends in the police department, but it wasn't set up to be their job, because they go out there to kind of keep the peace, and they write citations on a different standard. But this ordinance says if there's a problem, the neighbors can call the 24/7 Corpus Christi helpline, and the designated representative of that STR operation is supposed to answer that call 24/7 and fix it within 1 hour. And if they don't, it's grounds for revocation. And every month, a report has to be generated as to how each complaint was done, and those complaints will be considered in any renewal. The whole issue about looking for citations issued by the police was recognized in 2022 as not workable in this situation. And so, sorry, Development Services, but the burden was put on you guys in code enforcement and the helpline to have somebody there who's going to notify the short-term rental representative, and if it is not fixed in an hour, they have to explain it, why it wasn't fixed in an hour. And I can assure you that my clients are loaded for bear when it comes to enforcing the current ordinance. But I would agree that I think it would be premature to enact the ordinance before you. I think it would make the most sense to enforce the ordinance that we have, to put aside any consideration that changing the address can get around what the ordinance plainly says, to put aside any thought that 15% doesn't mean 15%, to double check the International Property Maintenance Code, and to come up with a system to actually comply with the enforcement provision by using the tools that are set out in the existing ordinance. And I'm sorry to be passionate about this, but sometimes I get that way. I have some very passionate people. You've already heard from many of them.
I was very hopeful that you would come up and have that golden, and Councilwoman Vaughn, That was an excellent suggestion to ask for him to come give
I'm really
clarification.
smart. Yeah,
Yes.
really smart.
You may have just turned the entire table to the right direction.
Notwithstanding Mr. Sheffer's comment, I don't want to rewrite this thing. Been there, done that too many times. And quite frankly, every time you write something new, you create a whole new set of loopholes. You know, it's complicated stuff, you know. And I think we really ought to give a shot for enforcing what we have. And if anything is needed, we might add one statement just to make it clear in case there's some uncertainty that occupied doesn't mean occupied, to say that the owner or operator occupying the primary residence must be present in the primary residence during the time of any short-term rentals. That's what makes it a difference between a type 1 and a type 2. And without that, then the differential is lost.
Which I think was the intent, reading that ordinance. So that was an excellent call.
Can I talk, since I didn't really talk, I just listened?
Yes.
Okay, I hope you didn't have the timer on me for that. Okay, I appreciate that. So we want to keep the ordinance, but we want to enforce it, and we want to improve it, and we want to change some of the things. Some of the things do need to be changed, because we have some loopholes. That's what I think, anyway. But you're the lawyer. You can tell me.
Well, I really think we ought to look at the presence on the property and then this occupancy issue, because 55 people in a single-family residence, I mean, I have some hotel clients that operate hotels that don't get 55 occupancy. You know, that's...
And Mr. Snoney, this is the first I've heard about a 24/7 helpline. Can you address that?
I can,
Because I feel
yeah.
really bad for Chief Markle, because they always get thrown under the bus. And I hope I didn't throw you under the bus. I wouldn't do that.
We'll have to have Development Services talk about the timeline, but the reason you haven't heard much about it, because it was terminated. The service was terminated, so we need to have them to help us know why we did this. We only had a few calls in the last year of its use, and so we decided to terminate it.
Well, everyone's been calling the police department.
Yeah.
I'm sure you'd love it.
So we could reinstitute that.
But it's a
that
different
helps
set of
call line,
rules,
but
a different set of requirements.
the contract was let to expire, or we didn't renew it, or.
So
go
we
ahead.
probably need to relook at that, don't we? And hopefully we'll get it
Yeah.
straight where you won't always have to have it, but they're counting on that.
2 budgets ago, that was cut because it wasn't utilized. It wasn't until here recently that people have been calling. We were looking at it, and we had no more than 4 calls in a 6-month period. So it was part of the budget process, and that was cut. It was about a little over $40,000 a year to maintain that system. So it was cut, and instead we pushed to 311, which is something that we have in-house and we can track.
So really, these short-term rentals are costing us money.
Yes.
They are. They're costing us money, and we should think about that. We need to really review this. The numbers on the houses where they're changing them.
Yeah, the street address.
We need to talk about that. That does not seem right to me. That was clearly done on purpose for a reason, and I think we need to review that as well. Okay, I'm done. I just want to make sure they don't walk out of here feeling like they got nothing.
Well, that 24-hour hotline being reinstated, that's definitely a big action that has to happen. That's a big one.
Yeah, let me ask Yvette for the record here. So is the helpline, does it integrate with our system? You were
It does
telling me.
not. It is a separate system, and we're
I mean,
looking
is
to
it-
move it into our operating system.
Yeah, can we get, does it, if we were to rebuy the service, does it work with our systems? In other words, I thought there was some issue with it.
It's a manual process, so we have to get reports and then move it over to our current operating system.
Okay.
It doesn't talk to what we use for everything
Okay,
else.
so
in
if
the
we
city.
buy it again, it would work if a customer called it, right? We'd be able to utilize it?
Correct. We would have to get a quote to see what that new cost is, or if they're still offering it. That company, MuniRevs, was just bought out by another company about 6 months ago, so we don't know if that is still an option that's available with them.
Okay.
We have 311. We have, that's a robust platform that we just did some really good upgrades to. I would imagine if we were to do a designation through there, because as Mr. Bell said, the flow chart was simple. 24-hour call line, call the 24-hour by our code. It's mandated they have someone that picks up the phone and resolves an issue.
Yeah, we would have to have a full-time employee. You're talking probably 2 to 3 employees at that point if it's 24 hours, 7 days a week. The MuniRev system was a platform that was shared across entities.
Correct.
So it made resource sharing and cost maybe more affordable, but we could look at
Councilman
that.
Hernandez?
Yeah, we could look at that.
Okay, and I want to kind of address some of the line of questions that Councilman Cantu had mentioned about how, you know, if you had your aunts and uncles and stuff, but that's very different from operating a business at your home, okay? So, like, for example, you can have a daycare at your house, right? How many kids can you have at in the daycare that's in a home?
You're limited by your zoning, and you're limited by the number of children, or the age of the children that
Right.
you're,
Right, okay, and why is that? Why not 50?
because there's a threshold that's typically
There's a
set by the
threshold.
state or another
There's
regulatory
a
entity.
threshold, right? Okay, a group home. You have a limitation on how many people you can have a group
Yes,
home,
you do.
right? There's a limitation because it's operated as a business. We don't have that for STRs, do we?
We don't have that today, but that is one of the
Okay, well,
amendments they're making with the
Okay,
international.
so that's what I
code.
was trying to get at here, right? We're not looking at this on the front end. We're not restricting it on the front based on square footage. We're not, you know, we're basically giving them, you know, carte blanche and said, you're going to follow this particular rules. I can guarantee you, they probably don't even know the rules. Look, we need to help them, you know, help the process here instead of just making everybody mad, right? This is just making everybody mad. You know, if we can, it's better to be proactive than to be reactive. And we need to set these policies and rules on the front side, and that can only be done by the staff to see, okay, what is this property? What's the square footage? How many bedrooms does it have? What's the parking available in it? Is it in RS6? Is it RS10? Is it RS 4.5? You need to have all those kind of things done on the front side, not the back side. So a good regulatory environment, consistent, predictable, right? So you're not trying to figure it out on the backside. And so I think we need to work on this as an ordinance. It should be, like I said, if you're spending a lot of time and money just managing this program on an annual basis, you know, we're losing money. But like I said, the permit is there, and you can revoke the permit just like you would under this program. But you should at least give them the front side. And so when you send an officer out there and he sees 50 people in the house and it's only permitted for 10, there's a citation. But right now, there's no citation for that because there's no rule, there's no regulation, there's nothing in paper saying what it's for. So I think we need to help everybody here. We need to help the neighbors. We need to help the STR operators. We need to help law enforcement. We need to help our code enforcement officers. Because right now, it's just, you know, Wild West. Okay, so Peter, we need to bring, regardless of what happens, you know, enforcing what we have currently, but there's still lots of gaps, lots of holes, and we see them. They're plain as day. And we have similar things where we regulate daycares, group homes, you name it. We have those things in place in the UDC right now. I know, I'm looking at it right now. I went to read it. Like for a single-family home, you can have 6 kids. 6, okay? The group home, I think it's 7 or 8, depending on the size, how many bedrooms you have. Okay, so I want to make sure that we have that kind of regulation where I can go to the UDC and say, okay, you can only have this many people. Or I can go to the permit and say, you can only have this many people. And that way, when somebody calls and says, hey, there's 100 people at this house. Okay, all right. Well, this shouldn't be the end. We need to fix this, okay? Thank you.
Councilman Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. You know, I'm kind of surprised that the school bus was out there. I mean, the public funds were spent to provide some retreat or something. I mean, of course, that's not us. Do you know how many STRs we have in town?
We have 1,547.
How much have we generated in hotel occupancy tax?
That number I don't have because I don't have access to that. But I can tell you our permit dollars was about 320,000.
The permit dollars are 320,000, but that's the thing. I mean, there is a return is a return for our resources. Now, part of the problem that we have, it's my understanding, and the only reason I know is because I remember it was part of legislation in the last legislature to try and permit hotel occupancy tax to be used for city services, and it failed, didn't go anywhere. And the reason being is so that way we could utilize those resources to handle issues just like this. So, yeah, I think that's the thing that we need to find out. We need to find out, number one, when we put our legislative agenda together, I know TML is considering it on their policy committee this week. It's something that they're looking at. Because that's obvious revenue. And I think based on the change, how many properties would be affected, all right?
So with the change that we're proposing today, which basically changes the ordinance, and I just want to read the ordinance for type 1 short-term rental definition, the beginning. Today, it says short-term rental owner occupied means a residential dwelling unit, a portion thereof, which is either occupied by the owner as reflected in the title records, or an operator as reflected in a valid lease agreement, and with the express permission of the property owner, which is what we were describing earlier, where an operator or a leasee can then act as an owner-operator. That's our ordinance today, and that's why we were proposing the adjustment to have it changed to a
I know, but
homestead.
how many would that affect?
So that is, today we have 105. 46 of those actually qualify for homestead. They're homestead today, so they would not be affected. 51 of the properties could qualify for a type 2, and they don't meet any density requirements because a lot of them are in multifamily. And that would leave 5 properties that would be affected after the new year. And that would be subject to density. They would qualify as type 2, but they would be subject to density requirements in place then.
Okay, and that doesn't offer any relief to the fine folks that came by here and because if you're talking, I'm sure it's got to be in excess of 5. You know, I'm wondering, Peter, if we could, and you know, I'm a layman, and I don't know if it's a possibility, but if we somehow amend the contract with our security company, so that way, number one, it's not taking precious, if it's just somebody to go break something up and tell them, hey, you need to quiet down here, there's somebody that's complaining. So that way, if we can somehow institute the hotline, hey, sit down.
If I can clarify one misunderstanding, the way the ordinance goes is this, it's not the city's responsibility to go break it up. The sole purpose of the person who answers the hotline is to call the designated number of the representative for that owner.
Oh, I agree with you.
And if they don't fix it within an hour, and they have to document that they fixed it within an hour.
I agree with you, but
And
there's.
so we don't want to have, we don't need to have the security company to go out there and break it up, or the police to go out and break it up. The obligation is put on the property owner.
I understand that.
Yeah.
I understand that, and I agree with you. But I think the thing is there still has to be some level of enforcement somewhere.
Well, it doesn't keep someone from calling the police when there's a mob or something.
I understand, but
It's
if we
real disturbance, they
institute.
can go out there, but just so far as the existing ordinance, this helps.
Hey, I'm trying to help you.
Okay, I know. But when you're saying that we get our security people to go break it up.
Like I said, I'm a layman, just throwing it out there.
Yeah, the only thing they have to.
I wasn't
do is
interested
take
in
the list
debating
and call.
one of my favorite attorneys.
Sure. But I'm just saying, the only thing this person, whoever it is, has to do is take the list that Development Services provides. It has a name and a phone number for each property address. Call that name and make a log of the time.
No, but
And then that property owner
so-
has to give a report.
So who goes to inspect it after an hour?
Well, I have a number of witnesses that will be watching and.
Oh, okay, I understand that, but what if
And
it's,
they have to report it.
but what if it's not one of your witnesses?
No, I mean, well, whoever complained, obviously, if it's
I
going
understand.
on
I
within an hour,
understand,
then
John.
they're gonna come down the next day.
I understand, John, but still, the thing is that we don't want it to happen even once.
Well, for police actions, it can still happen. But in order to enforce the ordinance as written, it requires keeping a log of these violations.
I agree with you.
And that's enough.
You won't take yes for an answer?
No, I will. Thank you very much. But I just wanted to say, we're not trying to get.
I understand. I'm just trying to offer some system in place. And once again, like I said, I'm a layman, you know, common sense is relative, of which I have very little. So, you know, my point is that there needs to be some level, just like Councilmember Vaughn, where at least the individuals that come, the homeowners that come, have to have some confidence that they're not going to call a hotline. I mean, I would be skeptical if, all right, I'm going to call a hotline and they have an hour to correct it, and then they don't correct it, and then an hour later I'm calling back to the hotline, and then they go to correct it, and basically there's a list. But meanwhile, I still got kids jumping off the roof, which is not illegal, you know. What is it? I've still got kids jumping off the roof, into a pool or something of nature, we want to be able to grant them some level of relief immediately.
Immediate relief would have to come from PD.
Okay.
But
I think.
But so far as permanent relief would come from, you have a chronic problem at a property, the ordinance specifically provides that's the basis.
You know what, let's finish this, I'm on your team.
Yeah, okay.
Okay? Anyway, you get the gist of what I'm trying to come up with. And once again, that comes back to why you need to have some public input. And obviously, I think John Bell is gonna be very much engaged. But once again, as I've said numerous times for the past 6 years, because I didn't learn it my first term, is that we have to have a predictable regulatory environment that not only helps the developer, but allows peace of mind to the individuals that have invested, of which I've said, in the cases particularly in District 3, I've always said the greatest source of wealth for those individuals is typically their home. And they put all of their resources into that, and so we need to protect their rights as well. And right now, it just sounds like we're not managing the nuisances. And so, anyway, I guess that's all I have for now. All it is I think what we need to do is that we need to get, number one, we need to make sure that the individuals that came and complained today, that somehow or another we put something in place immediately to address their issues. I mean, give him Gil's cell number. He's running for mayor. Anyway, and then I think we need to do that right now for some level of immediate relief, so that way we can ensure that there's no loud noises at night or something like that. And then, but on the other side, we need to protect the investment that the individual followed based on our rules and the authority with which we gave him to be able to run his business. Thank you.
Councilman Cantu.
Let Kurt talk real quick. Let me go back to my notes real quick.
The kids that they can jump off the roof. It's not against the law. You don't have any teenagers in the house. Can you get the department to immediately go out to the SDRs and the twos and see if they're in compliance with the existing ordinance? Because 15% means 15%. Can we get that checked out? Because there's going to be meetings, and so that needs to be clarified if they are.
So I've done that research to see what we have permitted that exceeds the 15%, if we're just going strictly based upon 15%. And I can tell you what that looks like.
Okay.
So 59 of the permitted properties would exceed a flat 15% cap.
Okay.
Even if we go based upon the intent of or what was presented or the rounding, if we remove that and we just say a 15%, it's 59 properties across the city. Across the city, out of all of our permitted short-term rentals. Nine of those properties are located on blocks with 7 or more lots, so would have more than one STR.
Okay.
And 50 of those properties are located on those shorter blocks, so blocks that only have 6 residential units or less.
And you just updated this and
I did it this weekend.
You go, girl. That's good. You were.
I knew it would be asked, so I made sure we had it. But so most of it is those short block faces, the 6 or less, and not really rounding because there were 8 residential lots and it, give us not a whole number, so we rounded to the next whole number. It's the block faces that are 6 residential units or less, which we have a lot of in the city.
Good job. Thanks for having that information. I'm going to make a motion to not issue any more type 1 permits until the ordinance is reviewed. Can I legally do that?
The city council can put a short moratorium on issuance of the type 1 permits.
Okay.
Would you
I made the motion. Do I get a second? I'm sorry, that's your job.
Councilwoman Vaughn, would you be amenable to setting a timeline? If we could say for all of this, the stakeholder engagement, review of the ordinance, reestablishment of the hotline, and let's say October to come back and review all that work?
Hey, whatever floats your boat, I'm good with that.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may, that is a very short deadline to get committee stakeholder engagement and rewrite it. It would be a very rushed ordinance that could have a lot of loopholes. We'd ask to push that into at least late November, if at all possible. We'd want to align it with the new permit year, which is 2027.
What's our guidelines on a moratorium, 30 days?
Whatever the council wants to set it as. Yeah, you could set it for longer.
Right, so this moratorium doesn't fall under the state statutory development moratorium rules,
Okay. So you're recommending mid-November?
we could probably, hope we can bring a fully vetted ordinance back for consideration.
My thought process is, if we know this was potentially going to change in January, to set that timeline so we have time to review it, vote, if we need to come back and vote, that kind of thing.
Yes, ma'am, it's just October is very quick
that's
turnaround
fine.
to fully vet it with stakeholders and take everybody's thoughts into consideration and bring a well-written ordinance forward.
That's excellent feedback. So in November, you think beginning, middle, and throw a date out there.
Let's go middle of November. I know ends hard because we have Thanksgiving, but we would need to push it as far as we can to still leave room time for discussion.
That way the stakeholders can go on their Thanksgiving breaks and be done.
Absolutely, and we could have a discussion with the council.
Okay, amend it to the middle of November.
The middle of November would be, I think the 17th is our last meeting in November.
Okay. Mr. Zanoni, before we vote on this, we have a motion and a second. When we passed the ordinance, when this council passed the ordinance in '22, that hotline was a big portion, if you ask me. That was a component of passing the ordinance.
Right.
So this helps pause any new permits, but to alleviate what could transpire between now and then, what are we going to be able to do immediately to enforce?
Right, so we're going to look at the service that we had before. Do they still exist? And if not, is there a comparable one? We could also look at our own 311 call center to see, can we have somebody 24/7, 7 days a week that would do the same thing? You get the phone call, you call that person you're supposed to call within an hour. The goal of that whole system is if the identified person or the owner doesn't remedy the problem and you get an infraction and you get another one, then you cut the permit.
Three strikes, you're out.
Yeah.
And so this
So we
would
could do that
apply
pretty
to
quickly.
new permits, not
Yeah.
existing.
It would be applied to new permits.
Okay.
I'm sorry, new
No.
permits, new system. We could look at the old system to see if it's still
moratorium.
available. It would be new permits, it wouldn't be existing.
All right, one more comment.
We wouldn't have a moratorium on
Councilman
existing.
Cantu.
Yeah, right. The moratoriums on new permits to be issued, the hotline would be something that we would try to get back in place immediately.
A couple things. How much does a permit cost?
$250 a year,
$250, and then we have how many homes?
1547.
So that's how much is that more or less?
1547.
Well, it was about 320 in revenue this year, but we have to take into account that some people close them down mid-year and get new ones. And the consolidated permits that we did some time back for condominiums, they only pay $250 for a certain number. So our revenue for this used to be about $500,000, and when we went with the consolidated permit, that dropped down to about half.
So we also need to look into find a company to run the clock to respond to these calls than PD, unless, because like we need somebody to go out there as soon as possible, because once they call, PD's tied up with other stuff that's more important, right? I mean, they go by a grade of calls, right? I mean, the most, yeah. So about time they get there, it's what they're complaining about is over and done with. They could be complaining about a fight outside. They could be complaining about whatever the case is over and done with. But we also need to look at that this is a business they're doing, right? So like, if their people are messing up, they need to get fined directly. We need to find the owners itself of these permits. This is the only way it's going to stop, to be honest with you. And then, but I like the fact that we get like a company to patrol these residents. We're making revenue off of it, and then also on the permit, I mean, $250. I mean, charge them $1,000. Charge them more than that. I mean, to pay for what we have to pay for to patrol these properties. And then whenever the calls, like, it's a fight or whatever the case is, and they could call PD, but, they need to, patrol these properties and let these business owners pay the fees. I mean, $250 is pretty cheap, and I am against, raising fees and doing all that stuff, but when it comes to something like this, I mean, we have to have somebody over there as soon as possible and figure out what's going on and contact the owner and fix the issue. So that's where I'm at on it, and I support whatever we need to do to give these families some relief. Thank you.
For clarification on your motion, Ms. Vaughn, this is going to apply to new permits. It doesn't impact existing permits, but we currently have permits in the queue for renewal or deltas, like changes. May I request or ask if those permits that have already been sitting there waiting for today, if those could be treated with actual enforcement to the T of what was in the ordinance, kind of like was described earlier by the attorney you called up.
How many are in there?
So at the same of that earlier, we have about 8 of them pending. 3 of them are part of this discussion, and the other 5 are just multifamily throughout the city.
As for me, I would just say any permits. I don't care if they are pending, because we've got a problem here and we're just adding to it. And I want to ask you this. Why would it take so long for us to do this? Here we are, we're going to put 2-3 more months on them when we've already got the ordinance. It's just got to be tweaked. It can't take that much time to tweak it.
So it does take a lot of time. The stakeholders make the meetings go a lot longer than you would think, right? It takes time to develop code. And just to refresh everyone's memory, staff was in front of council January 11th of 2022 for a short-term rental ordinance, and they were told to go back and look at it. They did it in 6 months, and they put together an ordinance that we thought could work, and we're finding that there's errors with that ordinance today. That's why it takes time. So we're taking what staff did in 2022 in 6 months, and we're condensing that down to a 2-month period with full stakeholder engagement.
Oh, you can do it.
We can do it. It's just,
You can do it.
it's a highly sensitive topic.
I want them to have a Merry Christmas.
I would like to have a Merry
And I
Christmas
hate
for everyone as well.
I hate for them to go through even Thanksgiving like this, and
Understood.
That many more months is tough. So I would say you put the date on there, but let's try and get it done quicker.
Correct, and anything we would do would be for permits that would start in 2027, so we don't permit the new ones until the new year, of course. So permits all are set to expire on December 31st of 2026 because it was written as an annual permit.
Yeah, which is good.
Okay. Councilwoman
Okay, so
Campos.
I just want to make sure that we're, for communication purposes, we're going to be including, of course, the residents, not like we did the other time that we did not include the residents, right? And that we are going to be including the Realtor Association, and that we're going to be including some of the owners of the STRs. Who else is missing?
Yeah, so for clarification, in 2020, all of those groups were included. So we had 4 property owner associations or HOAs that were included. We had representatives from the Association of Realtors. We had short-term rental operators. That was part of the 17 makeup. So we did have representatives from those known districts. Wood River was on there. Padre Island, of course, was on there, and there were 2 on the south side that were included. So we would open this up and ask for a representative from Ocean Drive to speak for the Ocean Drive residents, and we would just make sure that everyone is accounted for. Have operators.
Again, I just want to make sure, because it didn't happen the first time. Y'all didn't include the residents, so, okay. So we have a motion and a second to.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I could just add one last thing. In reference to the applications that have already been submitted, I'd recommend allowing them to be processed, because they probably have a vesting argument, and so you'd want to avoid that. So moratorium would apply to any permits that haven't been applied for as of date to.
Right. Just
the
be.
date.
No, only 3 of them are on one of those corner lots on Ocean Drive. The rest are throughout the city.
Just like Mr. Bell said, with the actual interpretation of how the ordinance was written.
Well, I think that's where we kind of agree to disagree, because legal has a differing interpretation of how the ordinance is written, that specific language for block face. We don't really address corner lots in our ordinance today.
Okay.
So what are we giving them here? What's going to stop today? What's going to stop that's going to help them today? I know we're going to review the ordinance. I get that. We're going to look at a call center. But today, what do they get? Are we going to stop these changing addresses?
Can you outline the action items?
So there's a process to change an address anywhere without, it doesn't have to be related to an STR, but as John Bell said, we have to define what the block face is. So the address really is irrelevant, because the home's there regardless of what street address or name it's on. So we have to look at that. The issues really, for me anyway, to be clear, is the rounding up. We would say we're not going to round up anymore. That's a big policy. It was an administrative decision, but make sure people know there is no rounding up.
Do we need to make a
Minimum-
motion for that, or?
I would, yeah. There's no rounding up anymore.
I make a motion, you stop rounding up.
Yeah, and then there would be a minimum of one. If there were 2 homes in a block, then that's 50%,
Okay.
but it could be at least one, but no rounding up. So
Okay.
some of these 3 permits on Ocean Drive, I think, would be denied because of that. And then the second one is the interpretation of, do you have to have a homestead at that property? We really haven't vetted that out here.
So John Bell's position is occupied means you're actually physically in the house at the time of the rental. And so that's a strict reading of that language, but does occupied mean, if you go on vacation for a week, do you not still occupy the home? Or does it mean that you physically have to be in there? Because I could claim that I occupy, I'm a resident of City Hall because I'm here more than in my own home. But it's hard. So that one, the code's not real, I would argue, is not as crystal clear as he's presented on that issue.
I think we're kind of getting into the weeds of what we're assigning a committee to do. In our current code, section 5-37 under definitions, block face means the properties abutting one side of a street and lying between the 2 nearest intersecting or intercepting streets, or nearest intersecting or intercepting street and a railroad right-of-way, which is currently
That's how
as he
John Bell
defined it.
described it, yeah.
So that satisfies the question on rounding up. If you lie within that, it doesn't matter how you try to change it. So I think Councilwoman Vaughn's original motion suits that.
Okay, and can we revoke the 15% permits?
Yeah, it would be 15% with
The
no
over
rounding
15,
up.
the over 15% permits?
We're not gonna do it right now, right?
I don't know, if you want immediate
That's a
relief,
committee.
we would.
That's not immediate relief.
It is,
Yes,
because we've
it
been,
is immediate relief.
we've been approving permits at 15.1%, 15.2%.
So I think the request that Peter brought up earlier was that we would not round up if there was more than one. So if we had 8 residential units and it's allowed to have one, we wouldn't then round up the 1.2 to 2. And that every block face, whether you had 2 or 4 or 5 or 6, which wouldn't qualify for a 15%, be allowed to have at least one from now until we can actually bring an ordinance for y'all for changing.
How many does that impact currently?
So again, out of the ones that are sitting in there for review, I'd have to look at each one and do the calculations for
And
density.
only 8 are sitting for review.
For review today,
Okay.
as of this morning.
So if they've already gone over the 15%, they've already broke it. So what's it hurt to revoke the ones that went over 15%? I mean, that's
Again,
what the ordinance says. Can y'all stand by your ordinance?
It goes back to the way that it was presented. So when it was presented, the PowerPoint clearly showed rounding. It was
Rounding.
discussed that it would be rounding and that shorter block
Yvette,
faces would have one.
Yvette, if I may, I believe the ordinance does have a provision that permits issued in error can be revoked.
If they're in error, but the way it was presented was the rounding up. That's why I think your motion to the moratorium gives that immediate relief with a strong enforcement effort component, because we already set these parameters to protect the neighbors. So the moratorium plus enforcement is that immediate relief. And then we rewrite all these finalities and the granular parts of the code.
Well, the ordinance says shall not be more than 15%. And if they went over 15%, they broke the ordinance.
It's on the slide from
I'm playing with words here.
Yeah, I mean, that's what the ordinance does say.
It does, that's what it
So-
says.
To a minimum of 1.
Yeah. No more than 15% with
So
a
we
minimum
should,
of 1.
we
if you
should
have
do
that.
that. That gives them relief. I mean, you revoke the ones that did it.
Do you,
I'm not asking
I
us to do
think what
something
we-
that's not in the ordinance.
it's not in the ordinance. I looked for that roundup. It is not in the ordinance,
I'm
only
not
the 15%.
talking about the roundup, I'm talking about the over 15%.
Well, the issue is the fraction. We said at the presentation in '22 that the way the 15% was going to be interpreted on permits was rounding up. Since that was publicly displayed, it was printed on a city PowerPoint, and that was adopted.
Boy, those PowerPoints get us in trouble, don't they?
That's why I think the best, because we, as a city, said this is how we're going to enforce 15%. So now unless we go back and overhaul it,
Mr. Bell?
Really quickly, Mr. Bell, so we can wrap up here.
The PowerPoint illustration was 1.6 being the PowerPoint illustration was 1.6 being rounded up to 2. 1.8. What staff is doing is taking 7 residents on a block, which comes out to 1.05, and rounding that up to 2, which mathematically is a big difference from taking something that's over 1.5 and rounding it up.
Well, I
to
think-
take 1.05 and rounding it up. And
the
that's-
issue here
That's
is-
a flat violation of the ordinance.
The issue is the vagueness that was built in. The PowerPoint showed an example and it said we'd round up. I think the moratorium motion protects, I think enforcement protects. And then we have a 3-month window to rewrite this and fix these codes. So we have a motion and a second on the floor.
This up right quick. I'd like to put those 2 things that I talked about maybe in the same motion. It would be easier.
The enforcement?
Yeah, it's been so long, I've forgotten what I said, so I think we talked about the ST1s to stop the permits, and then what was the other?
The moratorium.
The
Yep.
moratorium on type 1, and then we're going to do that as a separate one, it may not go.
The second one would be, have it as a combined one. The second one would be to round appropriately for the numbers, so we have anything about 5.
You revoke them.
And I think the term, the general term for that is just the general math rounding rule.
What?
The general math rounding rule, so in grade school, in math, you're always taught the 0.5 above round up.
Buck, I have no idea what you just said. I have no idea.
Well, no, so if you have above 1.5, you round up. If it's below 1.5, you round down.
Okay, it's easier for me just to say revoke the ones over 15%, the permits. Same thing, right?
Are you doing these in 2 separate motions?
I was
Because
gonna
there's
do-
a motion and a second on the first.
Well,
The
we'd like to do
moratorium.
them in one. Huh? I just did. Talk about the type 1, the moratorium, and then revoke the permits.
Are
over
you
15%.
requesting that everything fractionally over 15 be revoked? Or go with the mathematical rounding system of everything 5 and above is rounded up, everything below 5 rounded down?
What's the best way?
I think that the 0.5 is a good compromise, and it's, I think that's just a general accepted principle, as far as mathematical.
Whatever he said.
So used for general math rounding?
So general math
No,
rule
that's not
applies?
going to work. That's not going to work. There's a reason it's not going to work, and you're going to tell me what that reason is. I can see those heads shaking. I'm trying to get y'all something.
The ordinance says 15%,
So
no more than
15%.
15%. So 15.2% is more than 15%.
It is.
When you
Just say
take
15.
7 houses and you do 15%, that's 1.05. It's crazy. Under no planet do you round that up to 2. But still, under the law, when you say no more than a percentage, it's no more. So 2 residents is going to be more than 15% until you get up to, 15 or something. So you just need to follow the ordinance. I realize a PowerPoint slide said one thing, but that's just an indication. That's not what your law says.
So effectively, that gets to the houses, the block faces of 6 or fewer would never qualify, because
Well, but the ordinance specifically says you get a minimum of 1.
I'm not familiar where that term is in the ordinance. I don't think it's in there, the minimum 1.
So if I can, so section 543, density limitations for type 2 short-term rentals states, in order to preserve the essential character of single-family residential districts, type 2 short-term rentals, non-owner occupied, shall be limited to no more than 15% of the total number of residential units on a block face in a single-family residential district. Nowhere in the adopted ordinance does it state anything for block faces that are shorter than 6 or less and to give them 1. And just as a reminder, this isn't just affecting maybe those on Ocean Drive. This would affect 59 properties across the city that we'd be asking to revoke if we revoked this. And 50 of those are on those short block faces of 6 or less.
It's a big chunk.
Okay, let's do, Can you read my first?
So your first one, I'm just being verbatim. What you said was no type 1 permits, and then a deadline was applied until mid-November.
Okay.
That's what was on.
Let's
that's
vote
what's
on
the
that
floor.
one. Let's vote on that one, and then we'll try the second one, but let's get this one passed.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is a public hearing, so I'm going to open the public hearing and ask.
One more time, I just, well, you open up public hearing, I'll ask what we're voting on in a while.
Okay, I'm gonna open the public hearing, and at this time, ask for public comment. I believe Mr. Alan Potter was wanting to speak on the item.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. There are several points I'd like to address. The first 15%, I think it ought to be revoked immediately because it's obviously invalid, issuing more. Another thing, the fire code. I think there are serious violations of it. You will recall the house on Ocean Drive, I believe it was Garden Reeds, burned down. People died in the house because they couldn't get out of it. What are you going to do with 30 people in a residential house and they don't even know how to get out of the house? Right now, it's a serious issue, these overcrowding. So I think that ought to be addressed. Another serious problem, you have one promoter taking 38 properties off the market on Ocean Drive and using this scheme that allows you to collect higher rents. So I think it's a detriment to the city that you're allowing these investors to take property off the market and keep the other people in Corpus from buying properties. Another point, the business promoter that's doing all these short-term rentals is modifying the house. He's doing away with the distinctive character of the Ocean Drive and other areas. There's Spanish, there's mid-century, there's Mediterranean, and he is converting all these houses to a uniform appearance so that they're all white and black. So he's doing away with the character of the neighborhood, and this kind of, the city allowing this kind of rental promotes that, where you allow one person to accumulate a bunch of properties because he's skirting the normal zoning. Zoning has a purpose, and it's been here for a long time, and this is an end around zoning. And another personal problem. You have his tenants show up on your property at 11 o'clock at night, and you don't know who they are. They don't want to leave. You don't know if they have a knife or anything, but they say our owners told us we can be over here. So that's a serious problem, and nobody's going to enforce that. It's going to be 20 minutes before the police get there. You call the owner. It's going to be an hour before he does something about it. So there's confrontational problems on these properties due to these short-term rentals, partly because of misrepresentation by the owner, partly just because, they think it's a hotel district and they wander up and down it. Well, I had some other points, but that's the main ones. I think there's a serious fire problem, though, and liability issue.
Thank you, Mr. Potter. Thank you. Do we have any other public comment?
Rachel Caballero, D1. I hate to throw a wrench in this because it looks like everybody's really confused right now, but my neighbors on Ocean Drive are not the only ones feeling the pinch of Airbnb and STRs, because I live currently, as of now, in an apartment complex. And so what's happening is these apartment building owners are Airbnb-ing vacant apartments. So talking about quality of life, I understand that they want to make money off of their vacant apartments. However, it's a secured facility, and they're handing out these codes to people, and I'm witnessing a lot because I oversee certain aspects of the complex. And what's happening is people are staying there. They're inviting their friends and family here from Corpus to come hang out. And then the friends and family from Corpus now have the gate codes to everything. And so vandalism has increased, theft has increased, and we can't get a hold of anybody because they are in Colorado and other states. So while we're looking at this ordinance, I would beg and plead, which I'm asking y'all, to please consider what the ramifications of these apartment building owners, because the quality of life is failing for me, because then I have to go outside and, pull a Karen and say, hey, it's midnight on a Wednesday and you guys aren't in compliance. We have Airbnb guests knocking on apartment doors to get gate codes and codes to get into the different amenities, and it's going to get somebody hurt because, just because people live in an apartment complex doesn't mean that they don't have the capacity to deal with stuff like that. And so I ask that be considered, even if it's 15% of whatever's in the building. I mean, we don't want to become overly bureaucratic, which I think that's, an oxymoron at this point, but we have to consider that because apartment living isn't great already, and then it's downtown and it's dangerous. And I am under suspicion that there's some trafficking going on, and it's much easier to do whenever there's Airbnb allowances throughout the complex. So if we could please consider that and make it a small percentage, even if it's 15%, then I think that's like 300 apartment. It's not that much, but it's an issue. It's an issue, so please consider that. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
I'm Robin Cox, District 3. And as far as these Airbnb goes, I don't really understand something. I'm a landlord, like I said, and we have to adhere to certain fire codes. And like the gentleman up here was before talking about, I remember when Dr. Serrani's home burned down, and it was horrifying for everyone. He was a neonatologist. He saved the life of my son and many other children. And if they're not living up to fire codes, and in code 92.010, it says how many people you can have in a square footage. So I'm not saying you're wrong, but they upholded me to it. If I have a tenant and I have more people in it, they'll come right away. It's not only a fire hazard, it's when you have more food going around, it's a cleanliness problem. And I feel for these people on Ocean Drive, but also the people in Laguna Shores, Flower Bluff. I had 2 women call me. They were a little afraid to come and speak up. They said they lived alone and they're just dealing with it. And we all know when you're on vacation, you act a little differently. I mean, you'll go to Cancun or something, get on with someone you know is a prominent doctor or lawyer, and then you get to the hotel and they cut loose. These people are having to live by this every single day, not knowing who their neighbors, who's coming in. Even Austin, Texas has Fraternity Row. So now we're kind of having the frat houses go in between there. And as far as jumping off the roofs, I know of a local resident here who his son broke his neck and is paralyzed. So let's not encourage people, Mr. Bedetta, to jump off roofs. That's just not a good thing. But they also, another person that owns an Airbnb posted on Facebook, some of these people get arrested and leave their animals, their dogs there, and they don't know what to do with them. One girl posted, I have an Airbnb. Does anybody know what to do? They got arrested and they left their animals. So, and in Ocean Drive especially, I know when we were children, my dad would take us on Sunday afternoons to drive by and look at the beautiful homes and point out, that's where Dinah Shore lived. This is the Sarah Driscoll home. This is Freddie Fender's house. And now you're going by and it just looks like he said, or like Archie Bunker's place, where all the houses look exactly the same. Runners, we love to run by Ocean Drive because it's so beautiful. But like I said, this isn't only affecting them, the people of Laguna Shores, Flower Bluff. Austin's already put in a stop to this. Let's try and be like South Padre and Austin. Let's think of the residents. Thank you.
Susilina Saldana, I've been kind of sad watching your chat on your feed for the city council when they say it's the rich fighting the rich. And that's not true. You have people here that are good people that have worked very hard for what they have, and they're entitled to peace in their homes. They've worked very hard for those homes. Whether you have it on Ocean Drive or on another side of town, they've worked very hard and they deserve to have the kind of peace and tranquility that you and I get when we get home. Why should they be any different? I think it's time you take care of it, and you take care of it now.
Do we have any other public comment?
I appreciate her saying that because that probably is going around. And we exactly said Flower Bluff, Laguna Shores, anywhere in this city. We were not just talking about Ocean Drive, but they deserve just what everybody else does as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Yes, ma'am.
I'm just going to read this because it's a lot.
If I could just ask you to speak into the mic. Thank you.
Stephanie Caniglio. I live across the street from 2. I have a neighbor across the street, and there's an STR. Then I have another neighbor across the street, and there's another STR. So that's already more than the 15%. The 15% shall not be more than 15%. Plain reading of the statute by courts say, have to read it as written. If they talked about the houses should be pink, but it's not included in the ordinance, then it was not supposed to be pink houses. Because it was not included, follow the 15%. It's the law. Also, I feel like everybody's making this kind of like, oh, it's a nuisance. It's a little more than a nuisance because I live across the street and I have 10, 15 people. I live next to the park. They go to the park, they cross behind our wall, and next thing I know, they're in my backyard. Now, my question is, if one of those groups goes back there, they have a child with them, and the child drowns in my pool, am I liable? It's a whole lot more than just a nuisance. Across the street, one of the houses is lit up like Las Vegas, and those lights never go off. I don't know how Suzanne sleeps. It's just constant. That's all I got to say.
Do we have anyone else for public comment? Councilman Cantu?
2 quick questions. Sex offenders, how can they rent these houses?
There's no prohibition to that today.
Got it. So they could be right next door with their grandkids or kids with a sex offender.
That would be up to the STR operator.
Got it. Not trying to be funny, but I'm trying to be funny. How many chickens can we have in a house?
6, right? 6 and no roosters.
No restrictions, but no.
I remember the no roosters.
And then 50. We got 50 people in one house. Okay, just we got to fix that problem for sure. Yeah, 6 dogs. Yeah, 6 dogs, 6 chickens, limited people. Got it. We got to fix that. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further public comment, I'll close the public hearing. We have a motion and a second on a moratorium on type 1 permits with a...
If I could just ask for one more clarification on the moratorium. City Council, the last meeting in November is November 17th, so if we could just go ahead and set a date that the moratorium will end on November 17th of 2026.
Well, yeah, till the 17th. Okay, so do you want us to voice vote, Rebecca, or?
It's program, ma'am, so you
It's
can do
program.
it electronic if you like.
All right. Okay. 1, 2, 4, 6. It looks like the item passes. Mr. Zanoni, I think the conversation here really underscored it's imperative that we restore some oversight.
Right. Yeah, we hear that, and we'll do that.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Hernandez.
Okay, so also make a motion to reaffirm the wording of the ordinance shall not exceed 15% of the block face for all new and renewing permits.
Can you explain what you're reaffirming?
The wording of the 15% of the block face shall not exceed, well, that shall not exceed 15% of the block face.
For clarification, Councilman, you used the words new and renewal earlier. Are those any permits that are submitted as of?
For any, which is from today going forward, right? And then any renewals which start in January.
Okay, not the existing.
The
Well,
existing ones are
they'll have to
there.
be renewed.
You go backwards, you open yourself up to lawsuits.
I understand.
So it's a minimum one, but it shall, you know, that's still the word, but we're reaffirming the 15%.
Right, and just to be clear, there is no wording right now on a minimum of one, so if you want to add that, there's no language in our ordinance on a minimum of one. John Bell mentioned that, but it's not in the
You
written
know what?
ordinance.
I don't have a problem with that, with a minimum of one.
Okay, so, yeah.
Can you second?
Councilwoman Vaughn?
But the problem with that is, the ones that are existing are going to get away with doing it, and we're putting that rule for them, and it was always there.
It's for renewal.
It is renewals.
Yeah, we would interpret it that and even ones that haven't been approved yet would fall under this new ordinance, and they wouldn't be, if they violate the 15%, they wouldn't be approved. And then any new, so for the ones that are in the queue, and any new ones coming in wouldn't be approved if they exceed 15%.
So you're going to look at the ones when it's time to renew and not renew them.
Yeah, the
correct?
renewal begins till January 1, so we have a little bit of time.
Look,
Yeah.
They've already paid their fee. They've already gotten approval, so they've got, you know, they've got that.
Yeah.
If you go back and revoke, you know, with, you know, under the understanding, I don't want to open ourselves up for lawsuits or anything like that.
Right, yeah, so the ones that have been issued, we agree, but there are,
So,
there's 5
but
or so
it
that.
it doesn't affect the renewals. So
Right.
when we go to the renewals, you know, it'll do it. Now, like I said, I think we need to relook at this whole ordinance.
Yeah.
And have it on the front side of things. You know, and I didn't say this earlier, but I've got an STR 2 doors down from me. You know, police have been called out. I actually went over there because I actually knew the police officers that showed up for the call. All right, so, I mean, this affects, you know, me as well. You know, but I still understand that people need, you know, if they have this house and they're struggling with their own payments and they need to do something, I don't want to prevent them from making money, but they need to be held accountable for how they manage these things. And a lot of that needs to be, you know, set forth in a fair, you know, how did you say it, Roland? So, you know, predictable, reliable.
Regulatory environment, predictable
Regulatory environment. And we don't have that, okay? And so, like I said, that you know, it's making everybody unhappy. It's making the STR owners unhappy, it's making us unhappy, it's making the residents unhappy. We need to make sure we have good, solid regulatory requirements so everybody knows the rules and we can enforce them, because right now it's kind of willy-nilly, and, you know, we have people with 55 people occupancy in a house, which is completely, you know, is really not reasonable at all, right? And, you know, we have regulations for businesses operated out of houses, group homes, chickens, daycares. We have those regulations in place for homes that operate as businesses. We should have those regulations clearly defined in the UDC for short-term rentals with occupancy based on how many rooms they have, you know, bedrooms they have, those kind of things. It should be unique to the property, but it shouldn't be 55. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Brewer?
Okay, so what was your motion? I guess that's the thing. I know he cut it off. I got.
Sorry. Let's try again. Okay, to reaffirm the wording of the ordinance for the SCR shall not exceed 15% of the block face with a minimum of 1 for any new permits and any renewal permits.
Okay, so on the renewal though, how many will that affect?
So renewals won't happen until after the first of the year, and we hope to have an ordinance to council that hopefully adopts and changes the rules before the renewals come into place. But what this would do is that at the time of renewal, if we don't have a revamped ordinance, that it would limit us from renewing those permits. If they exceed the block face requirement at that time, it changes. We have people close their short-term rentals daily. They change ownership. Some people take ownership and do long-term, or they live there, and then some do continued short-term rentals.
Okay, I'm good with it.
And a new permit would be one that the application could have already been submitted a couple of weeks ago?
No.
No?
Today going forward.
Okay, so if we have applications in, we're going to review
If you
them?
have application ins, you have to treat them the old way. This
Okay.
goes from the point where we make this motion going forward.
Okay.
Now, you don't have to accept those based on what your knowledge is of today, but I don't want to get us in any legal trouble because we made the motion today.
That's
Right.
good. I just want to make, we just need it for the record here and for us to understand, because there are eight, what is it, five?
But if they're
It's
trying
five
to change
pending.
addresses.
Properties waiting.
How many?
There's 8 STR
So
permits
there's 8
waiting.
pending permit
All right, but
applications.
If they're trying to change an address where it reflects it's
Yeah.
not, that's not the real address.
Right.
Then
Some of them
that's,
could be
to
denied.
me, that's
for-
fraud.
They don't meet the old,
To me, that's fraud. You shouldn't accept that.
right, we don't, exactly.
All right,
Yeah, I
thank you.
just need, so you said exceed 15% of block face or one what? Or one?
Minimum of one.
With minimum of one, or a minimum of one. Or a minimum of one?
Yeah, or a
Okay.
minimum of one.
Okay, got it.
One STR
Of one STR. Okay, thank you.
per block.
Voice vote or electronic?
I think we can do a basic electronic. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Does everyone understand what they're voting on? Okay.
Yes, I do.
Okay, motion carries.
Okay, are we still voting on the type 2 part of the ordinance today, or we're deferring all of that? Because type 2 is still in there? I didn't understand that.
I think we're done on this.
We got that one, yeah, that was the 15%.
Okay, because
Yes,
it included
the
type 2. So
15%.
So the ordinance was clarifying the type 1 definition, which means we would also have to rewrite the type 2 if we were moving forward with that ordinance.
Okay, so we're just not gonna, these are just standalone amendments. We didn't amend this ordinance. Is that
Correct.
right? Okay, so we didn't approve the ordinance. Got it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wallace. All right, we're moving on to section L, which is individual consideration items. Item 11 is discuss and consider possible action to adopt a zero tolerance policy stating that the euthanization of healthy or treatable animals at Corpus Christi Animal Care Service. This was an item requested by Councilmember Cantu.
Yeah, come on. And here's your, okay? Of course.
Hi, ladies.
Hi, good
we got-
evening. Good evening, Kathleen Chapa, Director of Animal Care Services. This evening's presentation is going to be given by Cynthia Martinez, our Assistant Director over Operations, so she oversees the shelter and the field aspects of what we do at the shelter. First, I want to acknowledge also Roland Dominguez, one of our advisory committee members is here tonight as well, representing the committee. And I will hand it over to Cynthia.
Good evening, everyone. Cynthia Martinez, Assistant Director, Animal Care Services. Tonight, we're going to go over the proposed zero tolerance policy for space and capacity euthanasia and the potential impact, is that better? Potential impact to our.
I'm so sorry. Can we pause just a moment?
Yeah.
We need to get a couple council members back, so we.
Sure.
One, two, three, four.
I had to come back because my iPad died and my phone's died. Oh, let me go.
Did you find someone? Okay. Oh, all right, thank you. Resume.
First, we're going to start with a department overview to establish a foundational understanding of the purpose that directs our daily activities. Animal Care Services' mission statement is to advocate for the humane care of animals, promote responsible pet ownership, and protect the health and safety and welfare of its residents and our pets. Our facility was constructed in 2004 with short-term habitat or housing in mind. We have a 148,000 square foot campus that is located at 2626 Holly Road. We have 3 kennel buildings. In those buildings, we have 118 dog kennels and 24 cat kennels. We have a maintenance and storage building that is not climatized. And then we have a laundry room where we store our linens and our administrative building. Our department became standalone in June of 2023. Our budget for FY27 is expected to be $6.4 million, and we have 61 full-time employees that are spread across 5 divisions. This slide shows you our live release rate for fiscal year 2026 and compares it to peer cities and the municipal organizations in their communities. Each of us are all working to achieve and maintain a 90% live release rate. This next slide represents our calls for service, again for fiscal year 26 to date. The most consistent resident concern is stray roams. Of the 18,814 calls that we have received, 7,000 of those were specifically for strays. Next, we have our intakes and our outcomes. For FY26, we impounded 3,174 dogs and cats, and we dispositioned or outcomed 3,116. A key component for the reason for this presentation this afternoon or this evening is the belief that we have not had to euthanize for space since 2025. While it is true, Animal Care Services has not euthanized for space since 2025, it does not mean that we have not faced that decision. Just between May 1st and August 17th, there were 9 separate occasions where we had to plead to our rescue partners to pull animals for us to open kennels to prevent nearly 100 euthanasias for space alone. The next slide reflects our length of stay. Our goal is 14 days. As you can see, with the exception of the cats, we are not quite there. Our dog length of stay is driven up by court-ordered animals that we are holding have been with us for about 9 months. If we take those factors out, we would be closer to 17 or 18 days. This last slide is a breakdown of our specific reasons for euthanasia, the most common being medical, followed by behavior. Again, thank you to our rescue partners who have prevented those euthanasias for space. Now we're going to talk a little bit about the terminology that impacts the proposal. First, we're going to look at what an open admission facility is versus a limited admission facility. I have worked in animal welfare for a long time. And during my career, I spent 17 years in a limited admission facility in San Antonio. And then I've spent the last 8 years working in municipal facilities or open admission. An open admission facility is a facility whose mission or purpose does not allow for the refusal of stray animal intake regardless of capacity. Animal Care Services is an open admission facility. A limited admission facility or a zero tolerance facility is a facility whose mission or purpose allows for the refusal of animal intake based on capacity. This is primarily because they do not have the enforcement requirements that fall on an open admission facility. We are responsible for preventing rabies in our community. We are responsible for enforcing animal laws and keeping our streets safe. The next term we're going to look at is healthy versus treatable. There is an industry standard for these terms. The first, being healthy, is exactly what it sounds like. All dogs and cats 8 weeks of age or older with no congenital, hereditary, health or behavior or temperament concerns. The next term is treatable, is defined by, typically within the industry, what a community would treat. So when we look at a treatable animal versus a healthy animal, what would our community be able to provide care for in themselves? Rehabilitatable animals are animals that are not healthy, but have the ability to become so with medical intervention or behavior intervention, and The condition that they have is a condition that would reasonably be treated by community members. Manageable animals are animals that still fall under treatable, but they have a condition that prevents them from becoming healthy, but can be managed and afford a decent quality of life, and is something that our community would typically care for. With these terms in mind, we'll move on to the potential impacts of a zero-tolerance policy adoption. Zero-tolerance policy would impact our ability to impound animals, which would increase the number of animals that we would have to reject for intake. This has a cascading effect. Residents with nowhere to take the pets or strays that they have found that they cannot care for would leave them on the streets, which would increase our stray population, which, as we know, is currently a burden felt by many residents. And then ultimately, we would be euthanizing these animals by proxy. We would, to prevent euthanasia in a shelter, leave animals on the street to die from injury, illness, or starvation. Additionally, this policy would create a strain on our shelter resources. Because of the mandates that require us to bring animals into our care, we would experience overcrowding. There would be wire kennels set up in non-animal areas, and the staff that we have would not be sufficient to provide care. Our quality of care would decline, the pet's quality of life while in our care would decline, and we would see an increase in kennel stress. Kennel stress can cause many behaviors that prevent adoption, to include compulsive behaviors like circling, jumping, barking, or even self-mutilation. Because the quality of our campus would decline, the behavior of the pets in our care would decline, we would move into warehousing these pets. Our length of stay would increase, and rescues would shift their priorities from an organization who does not have to euthanize to organizations that do, resulting in less pulls and increased length of stay. Additionally, our campus is small. As I mentioned, we have 118 dog kennels and 24 cat kennels. At any given time, we have maybe 140 to 150 animals on campus if we include litters of puppies and their mothers. We don't have dedicated isolation for disease. The fact that we would have an increase of animals in our care, a reduction of staff capacity to care for them, would increase the likelihood that disease would move through our facility, and some of these diseases are terminal. We also have a very small and rudimentary adoption area, which means that adopters have to wait outside to adopt from us, causing some of them to leave. And so if we're trying to increase the number of adoptions, which of course we are, we would need better facilities for that. Additionally, animals that are kept confined in kennels need at least 30 minutes a day of outside time. We do not have sufficient play areas to get these animals out, to give them the time that they need to help slow their decline. We would also have additional staffing needs. Currently, Animal Care Services does not have a behaviorist, but we would need one, along with at least 3 training and enrichment team members to oversee what we could hopefully develop of a volunteer team to make sure that these animals get out of their kennels, their behavior is evaluated, and that they do get enrichment. To increase the speed at which we're able to complete adoptions and the locations where we can do them, we need another adoption counselor. To recruit new rescues and fosters to help keep these animals hopefully out of the shelter, we would need an additional rescue and foster coordinator. And then to support the animals, we would need additional volunteers, which would require another volunteer coordinator. Ultimately, this would lead to public health and safety risks, principally in the form of packs of dogs. There would be increased roaming, dangerous and aggressive dogs that maybe they have not attacked someone yet, that we may have to make the decision to leave until they do. There would be increased disease outbreaks, both in the shelter and in the community. More roaming dogs leads to more contagious disease being spread. And then ultimately, as I mentioned, there would be increased dog pack activity, which does pose a threat to humans. That does not mean that we stop working towards a 90% live release rate. There are strategic steps that we can take to continue on our goal of caring for the pets and people of Corpus. We would continue our operational and policy updates that, as suggested by Citygate. We're already working on facility improvements and getting AC to make our campus more inviting. We would continue to expand our partnerships and our foster relationships. We would target funding for animal transport. Many of our rescue partners are from out of state, and so to be able to help them ship these animals would help them be able to pull more from us. We need to increase our public engagement and education. As a community, we need to all come together to solve this problem. It cannot be solved by one department, one rescue, or one person. We would continue data-driven, targeted sterilization programs, expanding our adoption hours with the goal of transitioning into 7 days a week would make us more available to the public who would like to take animals home. And then finally, we need to know what our community itself would like from our department. Citygate recommended engaging a consulting firm to conduct a needs assessment survey to ask our residents where would they like to see Animal Care Services focusing its efforts. This concludes our presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Councilman Cantu.
Thank you. And thank you guys for giving us this report. I understand that we cannot be 100% no-kill shelter. This item wasn't to be 100% no-kill shelter. My concerns is killing animals for space. I understand we gotta put down animals that are sick, the ones that cause the public safety issues, you know. But to kill animals for space, and to your own report, it says that we only euthanize 28 in 2025. It's a lot. One's a lot, right? I just don't feel that the animals have space. We have an issue right now in Corpus Christi. We have strays. We have a lot of dogs and cats roaming the streets. We have a problem. It's a city problem. It's not. It's something that we should have tackled a long time ago. More funding for you guys to get more help. And we own a lot of land, vacant land, that we could literally put some temporary kennels in there to fix the problem. This is a public safety issue, and I just don't understand why we're not treating it like it's an emergency, because it is. And I don't feel like it's right to kill animals just because the city's out of touch and the city doesn't help with it to find money to figure something out. Like, I got the utility bill yesterday, and the first thing when I open it, of course, it's a lovely bill, and then I get a nice flyer about PD, which is fine. But where's a flyer for the dogs that we need to adopt? You know, we should have some nice photos of animals that are looking for forever homes. People read that. People feel sorry and be like, let's go get this dog. You know, let's go get this cat. You know, I've always been passionate about animals, and I just feel that like they're God's gift to us, and we treat them like crap. And you know, I just feel, you know, I got like three text messages from rescues on this issue, and all three of them said, you're doing it wrong. You know, you got to start with this before you make it a no-kill for space. what you need to do is hire me as a consultant and I could lead the path. Well, everybody has an idea to do this and do that. Everybody has a path, but they want money, right? And it's just, I'm not saying don't euthanize animals that are real sick and let them suffer. I'm not saying that. And I'm not saying don't euthanize animals that are a threat to this community. I'm saying don't kill animals for space. That's all I'm asking. And I'm more sure we could handle that. You know, if we have none right now, then what's the problem making a policy just to do it? And then do some extra work with our rescues and say, hey, we need to get this animal out of the kennel and adopted. You know, that's all I'm asking is, because I don't want anybody to say that Corpus Christi is killing animals for space. Because reality, if you go on Facebook, everybody thinks we're killing animals for space. Every animal that's on Facebook right now, they're saying we're killing it because of space. And you guys are telling me that's not true because we haven't killed no animals this year for space. You know, and so having a policy in place saying we're not going to kill animals for space, well, that will stop because we're not killing animals for space. You know, and it's not you guys' faults. It's not your employees' faults. It's our fault for not doing something about it. And we got to do more. I mean, all we do is talk about it, but we never do anything. You know, I bet you a lot of people will spend an extra $5 on our bill for animals. You know, I would. I'll do more than $5 every month. You know, and then we have a policy, I'm not mistaken, we can't go and feed stray animals. Is that correct?
Causing a nuisance, correct.
I'm going to feed them every day. I have food in my vehicle. I'm going to go feed the animals.
So it's specific to how you feed them.
Okay.
So feeding stray animals, the ordinance prohibits the attraction of 10 or more animals to a location. And so
I'm guilty of that.
So typically, what we suggest is that you do not leave the food out, right? You feed enough to feed what you have, and then you collect what's left.
Understand. By hand, though. I don't know by hand, man. But that's what I'm asking is let's put a policy that we can't kill for space. Because every Facebook post out there right now is saying that you guys are killing this animal, you're killing this animal for space. And you guys are telling me you haven't killed any animals in 2026. You guys euthanized 28 in 2025. And 28's really gonna put a burden on us? 28?
So between March 1st and August 17th, we were faced with decisions on whether or not to euthanize 100 animals, nearly 100 animals. And we decided that this was what we were going to have to do.
Yeah.
And so we reached out to our rescue partners and we said, if we do not move these animals, we need these kennels opened. Because if they are not taken, we will have to euthanize them. Our rescue partners shifted their priorities from other groups they may have been helping, other animals they may have been interested in taking, and they focused on the animals that were facing euthanasia. It's not that we don't have to euthanize for space. It is that the practices we have in place have prevented it. But part of that is a euthanasia or a rescue has to prioritize their resources. And so their goals are going to be to support the agencies that have the most need. And typically those are agencies that euthanize for space. And so if that is removed, it will have an impact on the numbers of rescues who invest their time, their resources in our facility.
I tell you this, I think I got like 22 more hours left to get my pilot license, and that's what I'm gonna work on, and I'm gonna take whatever dogs and cats you want me to take them wherever you want me to take them to, you know,
Deal.
because, I mean, we gotta do something. And, you know, it just, I really don't think it's gonna be a big burden for doing a policy. And I think it helps you guys because the fact that we don't kill for space. So all this Facebook junk that you were seeing out there that, you know, you're accused of killing for space, you know, that won't happen no more. You know, and I don't think it's right. I think we need to do better. And I mean, Peter, what can we do for the shelter? Like, how can we advance this? How can we get an emergency shelter for these strays right now and use some of the land that we have, just build some fences, some, you know, like what can we do? We don't need all these fancy buildings for a shelter right now. You know, I mean,
Yeah, the biggest thing, you know, I just turned back to page 6, if we put that slide up, but the budget is just, and you mentioned it, it's not the hardworking staff that work every day on this, it's that the money is not enough. $6 million, and it used to be much less than this, so I think we've doubled the budget in the last couple of years. So the issue is funding, and we have space. It's not an issue of land, it's not an issue of getting temporary kennels, it's a matter of running that operation. You need staff, you need to take.
When we did the street user fee, how much did that generate?
That was
per
12 million a year at about $5 a resident.
And do you guys really think residents were complaining, spending $5 a month for animals, for the stray?
We can, Councilman, just to add some teeth to this, so we're going to bring to council on Thursday, we're calling it a quality of life or a neighborhood quality measure. And I think 50 cents generates $1.2 million. So if we do, and we need that for weedy lots. So if we did $1, you're talking, we can add $1 million to animal care if people want to pay 50 cents.
You think that would do it big?
I think it's better than 6 million. It'd be 7.8 million at that point. So 50 cents on a residential home, and I think it was 75 cents for multifamily, generates about 1.2 million, and that's a start. So it's an issue of we need resources, we need people. You can put a bunch of animals in cages in the field somewhere, but somebody has to manage the pet population there because they get sick after a while if they're not managed, if they're not treated, if there could be diseases that they communicate amongst each other.
And the other questions I always get is, and no offense, guys, but the director position.
We are, so I don't know.
And I'm going to say this, you know, I get it, you need to have a degree to do it or whatever the case is, but sometimes
we're waiving
the
that.
best employees don't have a degree.
We agree.
You know, and
yeah, so we're about to go on the 4th recruiting effort, and that one, the recruiter's suggesting we relax the requirements even more. So we're going to do that. Have we started that 4th recruitment yet? No, we're on the 4th. It'll be the 5th one? Yeah, if we don't have. Okay, that's right. We have 2 applicants in our 4th round that we're going to be interviewing. And then if they don't work out, then the 5th round would be to relax the requirements even more. We've already waived years of experience. We've waived a little bit degrees that are necessary. The next would be to waive strict requirements that you have to have worked in animal care only, so you could work in a related field. But we're working on it. It's not, I've heard people say, I don't want to hire people. That's not it. I would do anything to hire a director right now. We know Katie's wanting to step down from this position. She's doing the city a favor by staying there as director.
And I appreciate you and thank you so much.
Yeah,
I've been hard on you guys at times,
right.
but it's not me. It's my passion of animals and
we need somebody that knows animal care services inside and out. And we've increased the salary to be one of the highest paid positions. There's an auto allowance or a company vehicle. There's a clothing allowance. There's a relocation fee. There's a one-time bonus.
I mean, if you can't find nobody in the next 45 days, put Sony in there. But
let's look at that. I would do the 50 cent thing, Councilman. I mean, that would generate some money that we can.
28 in 2025, 0 in 2026.
Yeah.
It's just a policy, and you know, me personally, I don't think it's going to affect it. But I just want to see what other council members say about it, and we go from there. Thanks.
Councilmember Scott.
So I don't know, I've read somewhere that when you transport animals in an airplane, you have to have a dog and a cat, and they can't be kenneled. You have to let them run free in the plane.
That's fine, man.
I can just see you
go with me.
As long as there's alcohol, you can count on me. I appreciate your passion. So we did 28 euthanasia,
Page is it?
in 25. What was it in 24? What was the same number in 24? I'm just curious.
It was in 2025.
What was the same
In 24, we
24.
have that, we can get that to you.
Got it. Okay. Somehow I thought a year ago we were saying 3, but that's why I asked, because I clearly was wrong. So yeah, please. The sense I think we want is that it's getting better, not worser, as I like to say. I think the cause is noble. God bless you guys. And you know, I'm always cycling. I saw 2 dogs, one of which chased us Sunday. Yeah. It seems to me it's a spay-neuter problem as much as anything, right? I mean, if all these strays were spayed and neutered, wouldn't they? And so there's a lady, Caddy Tovar, with Dreaming Forever Rescue. Do y'all know of her?
I believe so, sir. Yes, sir.
So it's my understanding that she runs a program. Well, they'll go to a park and they'll see these, you know, because people are dumping cats. I guess they're all cats. And she'll catch them. And then somebody, I don't know who does it, maybe it's free, they'll get them spayed or neutered. And then somebody in her network keeps them for 3 days, I guess, to make sure.
So they can
that they're-
recover.
And then they return them to the location with which they got them. This is a wonderful human being that's been doing that. That is, I think the real issue is we don't want to spend too much time with her because she probably has too many animals in her house because she's that passionate, right? But if there's a chance for us to recognize people that are doing extraordinary things for our cats and our strays or our cats and dogs, I think that would be kind of cool. And I'll send this to you. That might be the first place to start. I know her peripherally through some of my cycling friends, but it sounds like a really cool deal. And I think if we point that out, that could help. More kennels? I should know this, but there are no additional kennels in any upcoming bond program?
Not as of yet, sir. No.
Okay, and a kennel costs about?
So back in '23, when they looked at it, it was going to be about 1.2 for design and about 20,000 for build. But that was back in 2023. So if you look at it now.
Say that again? 20?
Or $1 million, I'm sorry.
Okay, I like it.
It was 1.2 million for design.
And 20
and
million.
20 million for build. That was back in 2023.
Interesting.
So if you look at it now, it's about, it took us to 200 kennels.
Say that again?
It took us from 118 to 200 dog kennels. It brought us up that much. But looking at it now, you're looking at about anywhere from 25 to 30 million.
Wow.
Construct.
So how much is that per animal? Because I've got room in the garage that I could lease out to you. I mean, that seems really expensive to me. I'm making a joke, but that just seems extraordinary.
I would
And
say,
again-
Councilman, it's going to be about 10 million for some number. That's a large number of kennels.
Because if we had more kennels, I get that we'd have to hire more people.
And we have to be mindful, we have to remember that comes with staffing. We're going to have to
Right.
add staff and costs for electricity. So there's an operating and maintenance requirement.
And if the steady rate of euthanasia is 25 to 30, is that a kennel, another whole kennel? Or I'm just curious as to how big a facility would you have to have and how much would it cost, which you probably don't have today. But that would be an interesting conversation for future councils as they deliberate future bond elections. Because it's a space, I get it's a space, and then it's a staffing issue. But right now, you just have what you have. Talk to me about the spay and neuter program. Do we do that for free? Do we do it for people, or do our friends? I just forgot how that all works.
So we do it for free for residents of targeted zip codes that were determined based on calls for service. And the partners that provide those services are the Cattery and Star Rescue Group.
Got it. Okay. Let me just look real quick. I think what you do is noble. I think these programs are amazing, that these people volunteer their time and space and money. Thank you, sir, for all that you do as well. I wrote a note here because, I mean, the reality, at the end of the day, we have a lot we want to do, but we don't have limitless funds, you know. And I think about this conversation, and I think about the homelessness conversations, they're unhoused, and how we weigh one, you don't want to weigh one against the other, but there's only, you have $10 to spend, and so how are you going to spend it? So I'm sensitive to that. It would be nice to know what a program it could be, or if you think we need an additional kennel over the next 5 years, because I suspect more space leads to less euthanasians. And it'd be interesting to have a plan to deliberate. I'm rambling. Thanks.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Well, I want to thank y'all because y'all get just criticized all the time. I know you do. And Eric, you know better than to believe anything you read on Facebook. It's all lies. But anyway, I want to thank y'all because I've been in there and I see how you care for them. I can tell that you care for them. And dogs know that too. So you get a lot of uncalled for comments. You do. So it's never going to be enough. But we have to be realistic. We don't have the money to build a kennel. We know that. We don't have it. The city is in debt. I would love to see us do that. I think we need to start planning within 10 years or so because we don't have the money. We got to pay down our debt. I'm just curious, why aren't y'all using Cheryl Martinez? She's came up here twice.
So we're in the process of putting out an RFQ for services.
Okay. So you are going to use her?
Currently, she has not applied to participate in any of the services, but we will be putting out an RFQ.
Are you going to reach out to her?
It's part of the process, yes.
Okay,
ma'am.
just making sure because she acts like she wants to help, and I know she does really well where she's at.
Yeah.
And y'all, we can put all the money we want to in it. It's not going to take care of the problem because the lady that came up here today was absolutely right. We have a people problem. And the people of this city do not take care of their animals. That's why we have strays. Until we address that, and that means fine them, and a hefty fine, and if they can't take the fine, then have them do community service. But we've got to change that. And I think it comes with education, maybe starting earlier so the younger kids know. I don't know. But we've got to do something. You want to talk?
Yes, ma'am. So, and that's where we are starting. So utilizing our Citygate Associate Assessment and doing more engagement and outreach. We have started in the schools. We are starting early. We're getting them to understand what proper pet care is.
Yeah, good.
What you do with your animals. We're out in the community more. We did have the insert in the utility bill. We want to look to do more inserts with the utility bill. We work very heavily with our advisory committee. We have different members of the community that are handing out information for us at events, door to door. So we are trying to actively educate, but again, we did start from scratch, basically. So
Yes.
we are getting out there, and it's more of a grassroots event.
Good.
So we're trying to get to as many people as possible.
Yeah, we have
And it
lots
is
of
working.
work to do, for sure. And I think everybody forgets, we've done some important stuff and some good things for animal control in the last few years, so we need to remember that. And on that note, how's the AC coming in those kennels?
So I just got an update. Hopefully they will be delivered within the next month, and install will start very soon.
Okay, good, okay. And I understand what Councilman Cantu wants to do, I totally do. But there are unintended consequences when you do that. Because you guys, if you're not going to be able, if your kennel is full, they call in for a dog to come get dogs or stray dogs, a pack of them, you're not going to be able to get them. And then someone's going to get hurt, and I get that. So I think we're too early on it. I would love to do it, but I think it's too early to do it. One thing that I would say, though, is when I was at the county, they don't have money. And their facility was terrible. They have since then built one. I'm proud to say I was part of that. But what we had, and you know her, Lisa Buckhawk. And she's a dog for fighting for animals. She is. And so she is the one that got the rescues for us. She would come in and she would volunteer and she got the rescues. Or we would have continued killing animals. And I don't understand why we cannot do that. We have got a huge amount of people. And you might have some of those that would come in and volunteer. It would take it off of you guys and they could organize the rescues. I don't know why we don't reach out and do that and try and work with everybody, because I think you would have volunteers that would do it. And Mark, I love your idea. They don't ever get enough credit. You know, I don't know how they stay married to their husbands, because some of them, I've got one out in my area, and she's constantly doing it, constantly bringing the dogs in. But that's just an idea. If we would just get public, the ones that are working, I don't know if y'all can do that legally, because I remember when I was on council, last time I volunteered to go out there and walk with the dogs, they wouldn't let me. They said, no, you would influence staff. And I'm thinking, I just want to walk a dog. I don't want to talk to staff. But we need to check into that, and maybe you guys have, I don't know, I'm not trying to tell you how you do your job, but I wish you would stay, because we do need, you've done a good job, I really think you have, but I think our big key, Mr. Sinoni, we've got to find somebody, and I cannot believe it's taken this long. That says a lot about the job. It really does. Anyway, that's all I got. Thank you.
Councilmember Cantu.
You know, Peter, I don't understand why we have to pay $1.2 million for a design of kennels. I mean,
I wouldn't rely on that number, Councilman. That's 2025. It's probably not a good, sorry, no offense to Katie, but it's probably not a good example.
no, I believe it. I mean, I
That was the
believe
amount
you.
in 2023.
You know, I mean-
2023,
I mean,
yeah.
We overpay for a lot of things, and that's the reason why we can't get what we need. You know, and I really don't think it's a big issue if we make policy on this, guys, because they're saying that they haven't euthanized any animals. I mean, I just,
Oh, that's what you were saying. So last year, 0? I'm so sorry.
This year.
20,
I mean, this current year?
This current-
0. You know, just, you could, just making a policy not to euthanize. I mean, I just, one is too many. I mean, it just, they're better off on the streets than going to the shelter, because if the worst case scenario, they're gonna get killed there, or they're gonna get killed in the streets. I mean, it just, we have a problem. We have a big problem of stray animals, you know, and you know, what hurt me the most was 2 weeks ago, I was driving down, Agnes, and there was a dog just laying right in the middle of the parking lot, dead. And, you know, don't tell me what he died from. But if it fails, it fails. But I want to make a motion to not make a policy to not kill any animals for space.
Are we doing that now?
That's what I'm asking. I'm doing the motion right now.
Is that what you're doing now?
It's not a policy right now.
It's not a
They just
policy.
were
So
able
what-
to make that internal goal.
What we're doing right now is we are working with our rescue partners to prevent euthanizing for space. And so like we mentioned, in order to do that, we need to be a priority for those partners. And part of where they focus their efforts is where they can do the most good. And for the animal welfare, that translates to preventing euthanasia. If our facility is no longer tasked with providing or performing euthanasia, that will impact rescue groups' interactions with us, because they want to go where they can do the most good. And then again, like we discussed, there would be larger numbers of strays on the streets because we could not impound.
Councilwoman Campos?
I'm not done yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So I'm not gonna get a second? Nobody's gonna second me? There's none. They haven't killed any for this year, 0, so why not make a policy?
Mr. Cantu, we have a couple that haven't spoken yet, so let's hear their, and then we'll look for the second. Do you have more for this round of speaking, or you want to wait till another round?
I wait around. I
Okay.
wait. Go ahead.
Councilwoman Campos?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, so I know that, you know, that we just had an incident in my street. I don't know, there was 6, I think, in one house and maybe 2 on the other one. 2 vehicles were sent. They were there at least 4 hours that I know of, but you had to come to council. And the first thing that I was told was, if we pick up these 6 animals, that's it, there's no more space. And they told me that there was other calls that they needed to make. So there had to be a decision to be made. And that was like at, what, 8 in the morning? And it was already, if we take the 6, that's it. So one of the things that I know that I expressed to you was those 2 owners, they have no vehicles. I said, you know, to get their animals spayed or neutered, and then so I said, you know, I told Cynthia, I said, I'm willing to take them. But what are we doing? Because not a lot, but I feel like there is quite a bit of need for those type of owners, pet owners, that don't have the vehicles, that don't have the means to go and actually take the animal to go get them spayed and neutered. How do we handle those so that we can stop the the overpopulation? What are we doing for that?
So currently, Animal Care Services does not have a team dedicated. So what you'll see in some municipal facilities is a community outreach team. And the focus of that team is to go into the neighborhoods, make relationships, of course, with the residents, and then set up and arrange transport for their animals for surgery. We are just not at that point yet. That is absolutely a goal for the future. But right now, unfortunately, we're not able to assist with that.
Okay, and what about like PAC? Are they able to do that? Because I know that they go out into some, some of the, I don't know, different places, and they say they're advertising that they're offering spade and neutering. Can we coordinate with them? Is that a possibility?
So if PAC provides the service, I do not know. But that would ultimately be their decision as far as whether or not they would provide it.
Because they do have the vehicle. I've seen them out there, right? But I don't know if they do the spade and neuter right then and there, or is that, no? You're not sure?
I just don't know, I'm sorry.
Okay. And I feel for Councilman Cantu, because I know his heart is in the right place, but I don't know, mentally, I mean, just looking at what you're telling us, that it would actually hurt, because we would not qualify for additional assistance if we were to pass this. As much as we would like to, I've heard from a couple of other, animal lovers that saying, it sounds great, but in reality, it's not feasible, not especially here. So I'm sorry, but I can't support this.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, I'm not really sure what exactly is happening and when you can take dogs and when you don't. Because every example of somebody that's come to me saying a dog was in front of their house or their business, and they said they called up and said, hey, can I bring these dogs over? And the answer was always no. Okay, so I've never seen an instance where somebody called and said, yeah, I called them up and they took them right away. So what are we doing? I mean, are we just not accepting animals because we don't have? No, but what I'm asking is, what's actually happening at the site? I mean, are you completely full every single day? I mean, what?
So yes, we are always full. The demand for intake far outweighs our capacity to impound the animals. And capacity is not just open kennels, it's staff. It is the resources to bring them in or pick them up and to do the medical that they need and all of those other factors. And so yes, our kennels are always full. And we do have to triage our calls. Our calls are put through priorities of 1 through 5, and priority 1s and 2s are addressed first. Unfortunately, with our staffing limitations and our capacity limitations, those are typically the calls that get addressed. And the lower priority calls, which are friendly strays, take longer for us to go.
Friendly strays.
Yes, sir.
Well, yeah, I get that. I mean, it's just, I have my wife will show this to me. I don't have it. The Nextdoor app. That is always somebody showing somebody, hey, we found this dog in the yard. Whose dog is this? Or I lost this dog, or it seems like, or cat, or it seems like that's all Nextdoor is. Half it is I lost my dog or I found a dog. But I know that's how it is in my neck of the woods. Somebody will actually take the dog in and do something with it until for a certain amount of time before they'll try and reach out to animal control. But I don't know what the solution is here. I mean, because I could just see a scenario where, okay, we're going to put more kennels and add more staff, and then in 3 weeks or 4 weeks, you'll be full again. To Councilman Cantu saying about offering to fly dogs north, I mean, what programs do we have to try and move dogs from where we have them to where they're needed or wanted?
So there is no one simple solution. It is going to have to be a multifaceted approach. And that is what we've been doing for the last couple of years, is laying the foundation for that. The resources that we have are strengthening our adoption programs, our partnerships, growing a foster program, and it really is through the education of our community, giving them resources to care for their pets. You know, as Councilwoman Campos mentioned, access to care is an issue. And so the more that we can support the residents to care for their pets responsibly, the more that we can educate them on keeping their pets confined to their property and the importance of vaccines and spay-neuter, it will help. It's
Okay,
all small pieces that help.
I get that, and I know we're trying our best with all the, you know, working with the other rescue groups that are in town. I'm not questioning that. What I'm saying is there an option to ship dogs outside the city and to the north to where, I mean, are there organizations that'll move dogs or cats or whatever and you know, on a regular basis to get them, you know, out of the city to where there's no dogs? You know, as I understand, there's lots of areas north of here that are looking for more dogs.
So there are, and a majority of our rescues do go out of state. They do get transported to out of state by transporters. Now, we would.
How many? How many?
Man, over half of ours get it transported out.
At least half. When you transfer out to rescue groups, around 1,000 animals a year. And of those, about almost 400 will stay local. The rest are given to out-of-state rescues.
Okay, so we spay and neuter all these dogs that come in, and then we ship them off, and we're still full.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We had 18,000 calls for service since October. The demand is high, the need is high.
And again, at a later date, would ask for funding for transport, because there are organizations that we could work with in the future to transport, but we do need the funding for it. And then we need places for them to go to in the north. So we are actively working to get new partnerships in other states.
So where are they going now?
Well, we have some that go as far away as Canada. We have them going to the New England, and then to the West Coast.
And we pay for the transport, or does somebody else pay
No,
for the
sir, we do not. They do it at their own expense.
Seems like we're, you know, seems like this could be a business or something, you know, sending dogs north or
It is a
elsewhere.
business. It is. Transport is a business.
Okay, well, you know, I'm not sure how we address this, because if we're shipping dogs out, we're working with our you know, some of these rescue partners, and we're still full. I mean, and then it's almost impossible to get you more dogs because you just don't have space. You know, and you know, when we proposed building more kennels, I think you're still going to be full in, you know, less than a couple weeks after they open. And then you just don't solve the problem. You just create more of a problem.
And then again, it is grassroots. We are starting from the beginning. It's education. It's getting more partners. It's getting more staff. It's getting more resources. It's all of the above. Spay or neutering, responsible pets. A lot of the calls that we get for loose dogs are owned animals that are let out during the day. So it's working on all of that and making sure all of our policies and procedures are in place like we have been doing. That's why you do see all of the improvements. If we keep going in the direction that we're going, you will see a more of an impact. We just need to continue doing what we're doing and get better at what we're doing.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilwoman Campos?
Thank you. Okay, so the last time that company that did the, what do you call it? The review, what was it called?
Citygate Associates?
Citygates. Okay, so do we have an update? How far have we gotten through all the?
I do, and I believe we will be scheduled to come and give another update in October.
Okay, so offhand, out of 100, we've done what, like?
Out of 170, I believe we've done 110?
Yes. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yeah, you know, like, there is no, like you said, there's no magic bullet. There isn't. It's all comprehensive. We all have to try to work together. Again, I think the education, I think the spade and neutering, I mean, if we could just get to the neighborhoods, I think that would really help. I would love to see if PAC or some of these other organizations would be willing to help us, and I don't know. But to me, that's at least one of the solutions, because a lot of these pets, the owners are willing to keep them. They are. I mean, it's just that they're not spayed or neutered, and they just keep multiplying. And what about like also food? I think y'all even get donations, right? I mean, that's not an issue. If somebody wanted to be like, what do you call them? The ones that are fostered, I get like adopted pet owners, or, I mean, you hold them for a little while, you give them the food and that. Okay.
Fosters, yeah. And they don't even necessarily have to adopt, right? But we do provide all the supplies for our fosters. And that definitely does help alleviate space.
Right.
When we're in a crunch.
So how many of those homes are those also full, I guess?
So availability varies. We had around 30 last month that were in foster care. And so that number is going up. We just recently, this budget cycle, got the ability to dedicate a rescue foster coordinator. And so they're slowly building up that program.
Okay, so there's at least a little light at the end of the tunnel.
We
A
are making
baby,
progress.
a very small. Okay, I'm just trying to like figure out what we can do. But so far, I mean, based on what you have to work with, it seems like you're doing a fairly good job as far as trying to save as many animals as possible. But back to my original question, what happens, I mean, why was it so much time, why was so much time spent last week, each 4 hours, I think at least 4 hours? What was going on? It just seemed like a long, long time to try to get those animals picked up when they were right there.
So I don't have the details for the specific call in front of me. I do know what you're talking about, but I don't know the details on the time.
Yeah.
But when an officer goes out, especially if they're, educating and issuing citations, there's conversations that happen.
Yeah.
And those can take a little while. And so each of those instances, the individuals had multiple pets and
Right.
multiple violations. And so that does typically take a bit of time for the officers to talk to the residents. There was also some communication as far as, giving the animals over to us, completing the paperwork, and all of those different elements.
So they have to do that for every single animal? They have to fill out a form that, with the name and all that? Is that what is going on? Because I'm just figuring, I don't know, I was getting ready and I was like, they're still here. And when I left, I'm like, that 4 hours and no animal had been picked up. I mean, they were still just there.
So the transportation of the animal is the shortest part. But yes, we do have to get custody of the animal. We have to do it legally. We have to make sure that we can prove we have the custody. If we don't have the custody, we have to follow certain processes. And then, of course, the issuance of citations and education, it does take a little bit.
Okay. And how many of those trucks do you have?
Animal care trucks, we have 17 trucks.
You do?
Yes,
So you've got plenty of those.
we do have trucks.
Okay, but you have the trucks, but you have nowhere to take them to.
I don't have the officers to drive them.
Yeah. My goodness.
And so that's, we're hiring and, we're making progress in improving our employee retention. and
So,
our hiring.
okay, so how many animal care officers are you looking for that?
So currently we have 8 vacancies.
8?
Yes, ma'am.
Wow. And how much does it pay?
The pay is 20.
Okay,
Yes.
so there's an opening, people, 8 for 8, and that pays $20 an hour. So there,
$20.60.
I'm putting that out there.
Yeah.
Apply.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Councilman Cantu, will you read your motion again?
The one on the agenda is to adopt a zero-tolerance policy stating that the euthanization of healthy or treatable animals at Corpus Christi Animal Care Services for space, capacity, or operation reasons is strictly forbidden. So, are you okay with what's on the agenda? Okay.
Mr. Sinoni, what's your thoughts on that?
Well, I have to listen to the professionals, so they have made a compelling case to me that if we don't have this ability to euthanize, then we may get dropped on the the attention list in terms of the rescuers and the releasing out. If we did do something, I told the team and what Cheryl Martinez handed out today, I think we would need some type of a check-in, because you could get in a situation where you have to pick up, I don't know how many cats you said, Councilwoman Campos, but a big group, and there may be a case where even if we had this policy, we potentially would need to do like an emergency euthanization, if you will. So if you did approve some policy, it needs some type of a safe, like a valve or safe, it needs some other option to release that temporarily. So something like what Cheryl handed out in the paper.
Yeah, it's really a tough one, and I don't want to kill animals, but something that you guys just didn't seem very excited when I said work with the local people around here. I mean, I didn't get a good vibe from that, and the reason I say that is they're so valuable, and that would take a lot off of y'all and the things that he's talking about so they won't be killed. To me, that's the key, because they're not going to sit there and want those animals killed. They would work very, very hard as volunteers. I believe that. I believe you would get volunteers to go in there and try and get those animals rescued. So do y'all work with them at all? I know you call them for maybe rescues, but do you work with them?
We try to work with everyone in town, and we invite everyone out to come and volunteer and help us in any way. There are legal things that we can and cannot do, but we try to look at every avenue to work with every local.
Is it illegal to have someone come in there and get on the phone for you and coordinate rescues and adoptions?
It is not, but we are actually still putting in place all of that. So
I know, but we've been talking about this for a long time. I'm with him on that. Since I've been here this time, for almost 2 years, we've been talking about it. And I don't feel like we've progressed in that area.
And actually we do have a new volunteer coordinator position that has been actively working. We're actually about to have another interview.
Paid.
This next week. We have our rescue foster coordinator as well, who's been working very diligently to get us more. So we have been working.
Can y'all get me a list of the local dog rescuers y'all are working with?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And we also have a rescue liaison who is a member of the rescue community who works with us on a contractual basis. And she does help coordinate rescues and serves as that liaison in that branch from our side to basically the rescues as far as getting the coordination and those types of things.
Because if we don't want them killed, that's the key, so we can get them out of here. To me, that's the big thing, and the people, we've got to figure out the laws, and I don't know how we do that unless we take it to the legislature. We've got to change some of the stuff because they don't get any penalties that matter, and then our DA here doesn't prosecute anything like that. You know, they've had stuff right in their face and they've not done anything. Part of it has to do because they're shorthanded, I know that. But still, if we've got it right in our face, just like one that came up here, Robin Cox came up talking about the dogs at the beach. Nothing was done. They had all the evidence, and that's not y'all's fault. But I hope he hears us one day, because if he could just do 2 or 3 cases, this stuff would stop. But we don't have an example of that because they never do it. They never prosecute it. It's just frustrating. And I'm as frustrated as he is, but I don't want to get us into a situation to where we're not going to get any dogs rescued out of here, and we're going to have a kennel full, and then we're going to have people calling us, wanting us to get dogs that have attacked, and we can't go. Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez. Councilman Hernandez?
Yes, thank you. And Peter, you'd mentioned the proposal that was made by Cheryl Martinez, and I've got it here, I'll read it. It says, "No euthanasia of healthy or treatable animals for space except as documented as last resort after defined living space measures have been exhausted with veterinary qualified behavioral review, written justifications, and monthly public reporting." Would that suffice?
I mean, that gives us a little bit of a safety valve, if you will, so we don't have the situation where we can't pick up animals because the kennels are full.
Well, we're not picking up animals now.
So
And what's going to get worse if we don't have something like this?
Is this something, have you read this?
yes, and we have something very similar in place. So we report our numbers monthly. We have a welfare panel comprised of at least 3 staff members who review each animal that we're looking at if we have to euthanize for behavior or medical. And then euthanasias for space are also included in that. And so we already have a panel of people who look at the animals that maybe have to be euthanized. We consult with our veterinarians.
Who's the panel of people?
The animal people, staff, typically leadership staff.
Anybody from the outside?
No, typically shelters, when they're making processes and policy decisions, they rely upon internal staff. We do have our advisory committee,
So
which
are we
oversees our
doing what
operations.
Cheryl is saying right now?
Essentially, yes. We may not have a veterinarian give a behavior evaluation for a space decision because their behavior is not necessarily relevant to the need for space. We do have staff involved with behavioral decisions as far as for euthanasia.
Right, so I remember I had an example of some dogs had gotten into the FHAA barn over in off of Cabinus and killed some animals, and so those dogs were euthanized almost immediately, right?
Yes, sir.
So that would qualify under the behavior.
That would be a behavior issue. They do pose a public safety risk because they've killed other animals.
So if you're already doing this, I mean, do we need to do this? I mean,
I don't know what that is exactly.
oh, this is
Haven't
what
seen
Cheryl
it.
Martinez gave to us
Oh.
from public comment, but do you have the verbiage of what your policy is?
Yes, sir, we can share that with you. We have
Okay.
our policy, our welfare policy.
Okay. All right,
Mr. Zanoni.
thank you.
Eric, I'm going to ask Peter a question real quick, but if you find the paper that Ms. Martinez gave us on the back, there's a,
I just got like 7 text messages from rescues saying that they're going to still rescue animals if this policy is in place. Makes them want to rescue them even more. But I don't know what to believe.
while you're away, the back of that paper that Ms. Martinez handed everyone, there's a policy statement. We're determining that that's currently in policy. I'm trying to find it.
No, I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
Mr. Zanoni, my question while we all look over this policy, can we use this item for possible action to direct options be placed on the UBO platform for residents to be able to elect 50 cents, $1, $5 to go to ACS one time or recurring, just like, I don't know about anybody else, but you can sign up for one time or recurring on almost any website you click on now.
Yeah, right. Yeah, we can do,
Can we do that
yeah,
tonight?
I don't know how long it would take and the mechanics, but it's reasonable to think we can do that.
We could set it for January 1, maybe?
We could do it before then.
Oh, you could, you
Yeah,
could.
I think,
Okay.
yeah, it's just, it would be,
Voluntarily, so that, because I believe people would really rally behind that. I think the community really wants to see solutions. I think the biggest issue is education. We've got to get in there with our schools, we've got to get in there with our universities, we've got to talk to families, and we've got to get access to these services. So if we can bridge those barriers, you're never going to build a big enough shelter to get everything off the streets. You're just not. You've got to go behind the ball that's rolling. So if we could generate some additional funds, which I think the community really wants to do, we can get some of these in place. But Councilwoman Vaughn's absolutely correct. If we can mobilize the call system, or we can get some volunteers in, we can get these services expedited. Because we hear it all the time, and I know, I understand the volume y'all face is tremendous. But we all, we hear those ones that fall through. It's like, I never get through, I can't get the animals picked up. So if we can, there's a couple of key strategic pain points here. I really think the community would rally behind it.
well, I can report back to the council soon on how long it would take to program our systems to be able to have something like that.
Okay. Councilman Cantu, what if we bring this item back on the 8th? Because I think if we can get the shelters that are reaching out to you to come in here and give us a commitment that says, if we did this, we're not going to wait for the shelter to say, I've got 10 waiting for euthanasia, pick them up.
If we can get that public commitment, because I think you have a council here that wants to support this measure, but you also have a council here that does not want to shoot the department in the foot. And with that pledge of support, I think this would be easy to get behind. Do you know what I'm saying?
How many kennels do we have right now?
Correct.
118. And right now they're 100% full?
I can't say specifically. We do not know what maybe got picked up from adoption or so forth throughout the afternoon.
But as of yesterday?
As of this morning, we were full. By noon, we were full.
And then we every month, how many intakes and how many does it get released?
So typically, we take in around 200 to 300 animals a month.
200 to 300?
Thank you. I was going to say specifically in July, we took in 332.
332?
Yes, sir.
So we released how many?
333.
We released 333?
Yes, sir.
Is the release number, is that euthanized too, for medical
That
reasons?
includes all outcomes.
Outcomes? So
Yes.
how many were euthanized for medical?
So for medical, uh, 32.
I like the idea for the donation on the utility bills. I really do like it. Where people really donate, I don't know, right? But we're in budget talks right now. I mean, I think people will support a $5 a month fee, like the street user fee. People complain about it, but I don't think people are gonna complain about the animals. I mean, $5 a person or a household or a bill. I mean, we could tackle this issue that we have right now. We have a public safety issue. We have dogs everywhere, cats everywhere, and every year we're not doing anything about it. You know, you guys are telling me that if we adopt this policy, that nobody's gonna wanna work with us. Then I got people saying, no, we are gonna work with you guys. Like, that's not true. So, I mean, and literally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people text me. I'm not gonna release their names or anything like that, but 5 people text me and told me, we will still help the shelter. I mean,
So absolutely, I believe that the partners would still, there are partners that would still pull from us. But capacity is an issue for everyone, and so eventually they're gonna be full.
okay,
And
so then how much does it cost to transport an animal out of state?
it depends on the destination.
More or less?
When we asked our rescue partners about it, it was around $250.
Okay.
I mean, it's not a hard number, but
Yeah. And we can't find that funding for that, Peter? I mean, we're paying,
Not in the current, we'd have to increase revenues or cut some other place. Yeah, we were able to keep the animal care budget in total in the proposed budget. We cut 21 million out of the budgets in the past 3 years. So we've eliminated whole departments, and so at this point, what we have is what we have, and any additionals to animal care would have to come from some of these other departments like parks, the library, and so on.
I don't know, I just feel like we ain't doing anything about it. And to be honest with you, if I didn't bring this on the agenda, when would it have been on the agenda? I mean, this issue. I mean, this is the last thing people look at. I mean, I just don't understand. I just don't understand it. But hey, we could bring the Inner Harbor over and over and over, but screw the animals, right?
Councilwoman Vaughn.
I know you're passionate about this, and I get it, because we all are too, but to sit and say we've not done anything, that is not true. We have increased the budget in the last, yes, we have. We've increased the budget in the last 2 years. Have we not, Mr. Sinoni?
We have increased the budget. Yeah.
We have, and we built the ACs, we put AC in there, and we've done a number of other things too. This city is limited on their funds. We are $1.9 million short this year, and all the departments have had to cut. I want to do it too, Eric, But if we don't have the money, we don't have the money. I do support maybe voluntarily saying you want to donate. I don't think we should mandate it. I absolutely do not, because $5, just like we talked about, the street user fee and other things means a lot to some people. So I don't think we make them. Some of these people don't have animals. So I'm frustrated, just as frustrated he is, but it irritates me when we hear we've done nothing. We have in the last 2 years. We have. And it's obvious that you guys have done some things too, where you have completed things, and even that study, y'all have checked a bunch off the list. So we are making progress. It's just so slow. So I know it's very aggravating, and it's frustrating when you see that dogs have been killed. But I hope that y'all do everything you can to make sure that doesn't happen to one animal. And maybe what you need to do, if that's going to happen, call one of these council members up here and let them help you. Try and find someone to rescue the dogs. I'm serious. Thank you.
What I see in your packet here is we went from 28 in 2025, and this council really tried to partner and communicate. We don't want to see any euthanizations for space. What I see is a department that was very responsive to that initiative, because in the next year, in the last 10 months, you've had no kills for space. What I've also seen is if you track the current numbers of euthanasias for anything, we're tracking about a 13% decrease from last year. So progress is happening. That's why I think being able to support with some measure of increased funding, and I agree it should be voluntary, I think that would be helpful. I'm very interested if we can keep an internal goal, 0 kills for space. And like Councilwoman Vaughn said, maybe that's a, hey, we cannot place this one. We've tried. And then you can get some partners, like you've got some internal stakeholders who may be able to help. I know you. This shows that you guys employ a lot of those resources. So, Mr. Zanoni, I don't want to continue to belabor, but do we need official action for this? Because this is something we've brought up a lot of times, to put a voluntary item on UBO.
No, we don't, not on the UBO. I'll get Peter Collins and UBO working on that, and we'll report back soon on how can we do that.
So you can report back?
Yeah,
All
we
right.
don't need an official action. I'll take care of it.
Okay, so then if there's no official action, right? Yeah.
Yes, we can just say no action, move to the next item.
All right, then no action, and we'll go to item 12. Thank you, ladies, very much.
Thank you.
And just for the information of the council, I've asked our, Mr. Zanoni, I'd like to move our audit plan update to the next meeting, just to consolidate action.
Okay, so we'll move number 14 to the next meeting.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So we'll go to 12, resolution establishing an ad hoc committee to review the city's procurement of professional services. So this was something that I think if we, calling together this committee, which I think it's important that we have engineer present, legal present, and I believe you said procurement?
Procurement, right.
Procurement.
Engineering and legal would be advisors to the committee.
Okay. I think this is something that we can make a local and state policy recommendations. We say it a lot that our procurement parameters are really guided by some items set by the state. We can't move those goalposts.
Right.
I understand that. So I think if we call together a committee with appointments from each elected officer, representatives of the 3 offices mentioned, to make recommendations on procurement that encourage competitive bidding, reduce the situation where it appears or that we have to hyperbid the same contractors repetitively, a system that encourages new, local, and even military vendors, evaluating things including local procurement policy practice and metrics, the statistics on total value added, awarded per contractor, numbers of jobs bid. I know a lot of this is already measured. We have an MSA in place. I understand that. Evaluate state policies and regulations, other local, state, and general policy practices. Because what we say from this dais a lot of the times is our hands are tied when we award contracts, especially for qualifications. I'm not arguing that our vendors don't do great work. I think they do. And I'm not saying that it's not important to hire qualified bidders. But what I'd be interested in this item is making these recommendations to say, can we add additional layers here to try to tip back some of that to where we have some more opportunity? If I hire a job privately, I'm going to pay much different than the city. I realize that bonds and insurance play into that, but that's another item that I think this committee evaluates. Looks at what are the requirements other cities place on that? What is the state requirements? And again, all of this to make recommendations locally and at the state level. I think it's important that we do this now, assigning at the next meeting, so that we can potentially have some recommendations before the next legislative session begins.
You say about before the next meeting?
If we form the committee and then give council a week
okay.
or so to have their
okay.
appointments.
Well, we would name the committee based on the council providing us persons, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay.
Councilman Barrera.
I'm just wondering what we accomplish. I see what you're trying. I see, but we typically follow state law. I guess I'm wondering what problem we're trying to solve. I know TML has removed, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ryan. They did remove the initiative for competitive procurement of professional services from their legislative agenda.
The Ryan Skrabarczyk, Director of Intergovernmental Relations. TML, I guess either last year or the year prior, had included a platform in there, and right now the board has proposed to remove it. They do a standard procedure where they go through their policy document, so that won't be finalized until December of this year, where TML makes a final adoption of their legislative agenda. But right now it is being it's one of probably 25, 30 things that TML is proposing to take out of their legislative agenda.
Yeah, I mean, as somebody that's been, thank you, as somebody that's been engaged in procurement, and particularly small and minority business, women-owned, for over 20 years, I think that's the thing. You know, once again, a predictable regulatory environment. And I think utilizing TML and getting engaged at that level because of state and federal procurement practice, because there's several. I mean, there's state, there's federal. I mean, I think this is a lot to unpack, and I think, I mean, I get the gist of what you're trying to do. It's just that I don't know. You know, when you have a community that's growing, I mean, it's everywhere. I mean, I don't know how many times we've only had one bidder, you know. What is it? I know we had that challenge here recently at the Transit Authority on insurance, you know. And I mean, they sent out 50 solicitations. Out of those, 9 were only qualified to propose. 8 of them looked at it, and 2 submitted, you know. And so that's the thing. Even in my own contract, there was only 2 submittals, and I would argue there's only 3 of us that are qualified to do it here locally. So I guess that's the thing. I mean, there's a lot to unpack here. I get what we're trying to do, and I get we want to be more competitive. I guess I think we need to make a list about what problem we're trying to solve, and because that's a lot to unpack. And I think getting ahead of the committee. You know, I'd be happy to visit with you if I know what it is you're trying to accomplish, because, like I said, I've been involved in procurement for so long, and heck, I worked in your town or where you work, you know, and you know we went through that competitive process, and now we've been there a long time. But I just think we just need to be cognizant. I know that my colleague to the right of me has had heartburn with the professional services deal, but it's a state law. I mean, we have to, I understand his frustration, but, you know, we have to follow state law. And unless legislation is written to be able to amend it, unless we go through the process of doing a local bill, which would be difficult, you know, that's the thing. I get it, but I don't know that, I don't know what it is that we're trying to do. Anyway, I'll come back.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Jeff, can I ask you a question? I'm not sure what we're going to accomplish by doing this. I'm not sure either, so I want her to clarify it. And I kind of think I know. The bids, that's always been a concern of mine, is the bids and who sees the bids. At some point, did you ever have it to where you did the bids, they were closed bids, and then you actually invited the people that bid there and they opened the bids up at one time and announced them so everybody knew, and that was a fair process, so there was no way anyone could change it and say, hey, he bid low, so you bid like this?
Let me clarify, and there's some confusion over this. So we're involved with the purse of two things.
Okay.
And it's professional services, that are architect, engineering services, and construction.
Okay.
And there's different laws that govern that. If you're talking about construction, if we say bid, that's construction. With architect engineers, we get a statement of qualifications.
Okay.
And those are evaluated as qualifications-based selection. And this is governed under Chapter 2254 of Government Code. We advertise all of our bids on a service for construction called CivCast. And that is a nationwide service, and that's seen all over. And all of those bids are, you don't know the bid. Everybody's bid is revealed at the same time.
Okay, that was my question, because that's always been a concern. And
Yeah, now, and let me clarify, so it is contracts and procurement that manages that process. So there's segregation of duties. We hand the bid documents off to them. They handle the advertisement, opening the bids. They administer through that process. And then after those bids are opened, we have a shared responsibility in reviewing those and vetting whether it's a responsive bid and whether it's a qualified contractor.
So who is there when you open the bids?
Okay, I'm going to who do you want to answer that?
Sergio Villasan, Director of Finance and Procurement. I'll hand that over to the Assistant Director, Interim Assistant Director
Okay.
over Procurement. They can answer that.
Clarissa Johnson, Interim Assistant Director.
Aye.
Who is there when we open the bids? That would be, it is done via WebEx.
Okay.
So you have the procurement officer, the project manager, the client department, and usually all the contractors that have submitted a bid.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear. That's what I was hoping. That way no one can say we are not being unfair, that they're seeing them at one time, so there's no way that someone can say, hey, he bid this or you bid that.
Correct. And since it's an online system, we actually share our screen. So what we see, that's what they see.
Okay, good. That's fair. That's very fair. I think maybe what she's trying to do, I may be wrong, is trying to get more people to bid that are local, that are smaller businesses, and maybe it's so difficult for some of them to bring their bids in. Is that what you're doing?
That's a part of it.
Okay,
yeah.
that's part of it. So I think maybe that's part of it. You can go from there. I want to know about the bids, so it's your thing.
Councilmember Scott.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm not sure what we're trying to accomplish, but I'm just not sure what we're trying to accomplish. But I know people that are interested, you know, so if we form an ad hoc committee, I guess it'd be ad hoc. There are plenty of people that want, but I don't, so it sounds like this is based on state law. Do you follow state law in your consulting agreements? And maybe the issue is, I guess, is the issue that we don't include price in this? Is that what we're all talking about, trying to?
So if I could just chime in real quick, what Jeff was alluding to earlier is that the state provides two different processes for bidding. There's a process for materials and labor, like manual labor, and then there's a process for professional services. The sealed bid process, that's for materials and contracting work, construction. The professional services, it's specific to architects, doctors, engineers, surveyors. And so whenever the city procures those professional services identified by the Professional Procurement Act, we're not allowed to use price as a determining factor. We're supposed to determine the most qualified, and then we negotiate a price.
And unless that's something we want to.
Yeah, based on state law.
Right, that's the law, and if we want to change the law, then that's a separate conversation, if that's what we're after. But that's a specific conversation, I think. Hey, just for the record, I really did bathe today, and everybody abandoned me within a 6-foot radius. So I just thought it was very important for those watching to know that I do have some personal hygiene most of the week. That's my point, is I don't really understand what we're trying to do.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, so Councilman Barrera is correct. This has been kind of something I feel like I'm holding back, trying to broom the ocean or sweep the ocean with a broom on it. I did go to TML, I did go to our lobbyists. Ryan wasn't helpful in the process. Sorry, I just had to throw you in there. And, if I give the definition, professional services to include engineers, architects, and surveyors have a little carve out where the price cannot be included in their selection. But if you're somebody selling insurance like Roland, or if you're doing audit services or financial services, pricing is included in the decision-making process, and that's state law. I mean, they've got their own carve out. They had some good lobbyists, and they have tons of lobbyists that keep that in place, and that's okay. You go to TML and you go to their trade show, and half of them are architects and engineers. I get TML's position. I'm not. It's obvious, right, that how things are. Whether it's the right thing to do or how it should be, I'm not gonna. It is what it is. However, the challenge is we here cannot guarantee fairness to engineers or architects that come to us, because by the time it comes to us, it's a yes or no question. And I actually went deeper. I looked at the actual rating of the individual selections, and I could tell that there was homers on that selection set, because one engineer will get all 4s in a 1 through 4 process, and then everyone else that he grades is 1, 2, 4, 3, 4, and multiple things. But that one guy, and I know we've had this conversation of who it is, got all 4s. But by the time it comes to us, you don't automatically give us that. We have to ask for that information. So in order to guarantee fairness, the ad hoc committee, which is, I think, a great idea, in order to review these things in a more clear fashion, especially when coming to professional services, in the rating of the individual applications. Because, we have lots of engineering companies and architecture companies in the city. Some won't even apply. Some won't even apply because they won't get a fair shot. Or the perception is that they won't get a fair shot. And I have no way to guarantee them a fair shot sitting here getting the answer, because by the time it gets to us, it's a yes or no. And then we'll get positions like, oh, but if we delay and go back, it's going to cost us more money, and it's almost like we're twisting our arm to get to that point. Now, it's not that I don't trust you. Famous line, but I don't trust you. Okay, and it's just how do we guarantee fairness? And I cannot guarantee when they come and ask me, can I get a fair shot? I can't say that they can, because there's no way for me to be able to do that.
Well, I would like to respond to that.
Good, go ahead.
So I don't particularly like this process either. It's a very time-consuming process for us. It's a whole lot easier for us to buy construction than buy AE services. I had a former city manager, not Peter, ask me, why don't you just throw the names in a hat and just draw them out? And this is how I responded to that question. I said, I don't think we would have any worse outcome. But the problem is, anybody that didn't get the number pulled out would challenge the process, and we wouldn't be able to defend the process. So this is the kind of thing that, if we doubled the effort we put into this, I don't think we'd improve outcomes any. I think you've got to go through a process that's defensible. You've got to try and make people put the effort into, read the documents, put the scores. CAP administers this part of it too, just like the bids. They shepherd the committees through and get the grading and all of that. Unfortunately, we don't have a price at that point. Once you make a selection, then you've got to go through scoping and negotiation with the firm, because normally you don't have the scope defined enough to really get pricing without going through multiple meetings and multiple iterations.
So let me ask you a question here. When you're doing the selection process and you have, say, do you throw out the lowest and highest scores?
I'm going to have to let Cap answer that.
We do not.
Okay, see, so you can have one person give somebody a low score and somebody a high score and throw off the whole thing.
What we
Right.
do is when we have scores that are very low or zero, that happens, or conversely, it's a perfect score, we will get everyone together and we'll have that conversation. Because there may be some information that one committee member has that another one doesn't. So that does happen.
Just got a phone problem, sorry.
It's going off randomly. I don't know what's going on with it.
I don't think she listens to, Spanish language church sermons. Okay, so, that's where I'm saying is that you have the situation where you could have some malfeasance, or maybe just a little bit playing with the numbers. But if you don't eliminate the top score and the bottom score, or the top,
Well, we typically have 5 committee members. 2 from engineering, 3 from the client department. That's typical. If we have scores that are too high, too low, something, we will always make sure that these scores make sense. We'll go back to the committee. Now, they do the scoring in complete isolation from each other. They don't know who they are until they're actually in a room together to talk about some of these things.
That's the weirdest thing. I don't know. Okay, aside from that, look, I understand, but, one person could affect the entire, if you only have 5 people, if somebody wants a certain contractor or a certain,
One person is usually not enough to,
well, if you assign one all 4s and another one 1s and 2s, it can affect the outcome of the score. I've seen it happen. I actually looked at those at the ratings where somebody did that for a particular, and it was just one, and that one, just one person did it.
we would have gone back and asked the committee member if they were absolutely firm on their scores. And if they said yes,
Okay, so
we do have those conversations.
in looking at this particular item, and honestly, with the ones where you have pricing involved, I don't have any issues with that. That's perfectly fine. It's one where you have where you don't have pricing involved, and there's a subjective score attached to the ratings of who's most qualified, and so that's kind of where I see if you have somebody to review some of those, it could be random, it could be whatever. With that, it could be helpful in guaranteeing the fairness of the process. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Cantu.
Did you put this on the agenda because you had concern? What was your concerns?
I think any municipality you talk to, anywhere in the state of Texas, I can probably bet you, and I've worked with several cities, the challenge consistently with budgets is there's no power over the cost. Like you and I, if we were to go hire a job done, we could really drive the value we put behind costs. The state recognizes professional services as you have to have the highest qualified bidder. So I recognize that this is not necessarily fully a local issue, but there's also some things that cost gets transferred down through our bonds, our insurance, those types of requirements. So if we looked at the entire system, and we have, you know, people who do this, professionals who are used to the trade. They don't exclusively bid for cities, they bid for other jobs. Say, what's the best recommendation that we can do locally, but not just that, but say, hey, state, TML, this is really costing cities. Our funding doesn't go far. You know, we only have so much funding, so we got to use the best of the resource.
I agree with you. I was just asking because, you know, we pay a lot.
We do.
We overpay. We overpay a lot of money. Yeah.
But that was a bid. That wasn't.
You know, design fees. I mean, it's ridiculous. But I do have a question that we are talking about contracts and stuff. Peter, do we have a policy in place if you sue the city or sue the city manager? Do we continue giving them work? I mean, we need a policy.
Right, yeah, I have to ask that myself because I'm getting sued personally, but you guys haven't.
I mean, if somebody does work for the city of Corpus Christi and they sue us and sue him personally, I mean.
Well, you know, we do have a debarment policy, and one of the things that it mentions in there, this was for contractors, construction contractors, and it was actually contemplating litigation against the city. I'm not sure if it's specifically called out, but.
So our debarment ordinance is based on state law, so it is a carve out for that scenario. So, but for professional services, we don't have a debarment process.
So can this body make a policy?
I'd have to review that. I'm not sure if state law would allow us, because like I said, the Professional Service Procurement Act may limit our ability to do anything of that nature.
Can you get a report on or a memo on it?
Yeah, we'll get the council a memo on that.
Okay.
I need the answer myself.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ayer.
You know, once again, I understand, I think, but this is a universal problem. I mean, I know I was chewing on Michael a couple months ago because of a certain department, you know, and what is it? They got very liberal, you know. What is it? But it's everywhere. I mean, it's in every department. I mean, I know I was on the radio with a candidate for city council, and all they did was complain about CCISD. You know, Councilman Hernandez has complained regularly about CCISD. You know, what is it? I think. You know, I think the thing is it's a management issue of something that you guys, the fifth floor, needs to really look at and say, okay, how can we increase competition, and then talk to your colleagues all around the state and say, how can we increase competition? You know, I think the challenges that we lie in, and I'm guilty of it with some of my clients. I mean, we love it when we're pets, you know, and we're just conveniently used over and over again. And so we're conscientious of when there's somebody else, we just kind of issue respect. And a lot of that sometimes is comfort level. But when you're bidding, I mean, you have a very transparent electronic system, you know, and that's the thing. It's not, I don't think that has, I mean, I've seen it because I'm part of Planet Bids. I don't know if the city uses that, but it's another system of where everything has to be uploaded and has to be in a certain place, and then the numbers are transparent, so that way everybody can review it and it can be shared. So I think sometimes the challenge that we have is, like Councilman Hernandez says, is the human factor. I mean, our former Director of Development Services admitted openly one time, yeah, you see somebody that you know and you've seen their business, and then so you score them higher. I mean, he admitted bias. And he didn't do it on purpose, but, you know, I think that's the thing. But, and you know, we have buy boards. I think we have systems in place. I mean, I think the thing is that, you know, Sergio, and you've done an amazing job since you got here. You've really elevated the department. Your commitment and dedication, after hours work, and all the problems that you've solved, I think are amazing. And I'm conscious. I would think that you discuss with your colleagues in your department. You discuss it. I mean, I think there's a procurement. An organization of procurement officials that's a trade association, is there not? So.
Yes, there is.
And I think sometimes when I was the chairman at the MOC, which was a lifetime ago, there was a lot of times that we took the small businesses over there so they could understand the process. And it's so much better. I mean, when I started out, you know, you didn't have direct deposit, you know, you had to chase somebody down for a check, you know. And there wasn't this system where it comes in on a regular basis as you submit it. And, you know, it would take 90 to 120 days to get paid. And then that doesn't count the cost of acquisition where you're bidding the project, you know. I mean, we just did a sizable project that was sizable for us that we've been working on probably for 4 or 5 months, and we'll get paid December, January if we're lucky, you know. And that's just the way the process rolls. So I mean, I get it, and I know, I understand. But I think the thing is that we have processes in place, and we just need to ensure that the professionals that we have in place, that we go to them when we have these problems. Because I would agree there is bias. I think I complained. Oh man, I guess maybe it was 4 years ago. I've never been happy with the consultant that we have for employee benefits, and I think we had Johnny Stobbs. We had Scott Leeton evaluating that service. And, you know, they're great guys, but, you know, to have that professional capability to evaluate that. And I think we had somebody from IT, you know. I've seen those panels, not necessarily always here, but in other organizations where you have somebody that doesn't understand the evaluation process, and they go through that. So anyway, I just want to give you credibility. I think there's another way to solve the problem, but I think it's talking to, if you assign somebody on the 5th floor to say, let's address this, and then have them come back to the council members that feel that there's an issue. I think that's probably the easiest way, less bureaucratic way. We don't have to go through the time of putting a committee, expending the dollars to put them together, having the city secretary's office facilitate. I think there's an easier way to solve the problem. Thank you. Man, 15 more seconds.
Well, thank you for the comments. I would like to make the motion on the resolution establishing an ad hoc committee to review the city's procurement of professional services, including architect and engineer services, and recommend improvements to city processes and applicable state laws.
Okay. Ms. Paxson, I have one thing to tell you just about the appointment process for that. So if the motion passes, Section 3 of the resolution states that the committee shall be governed by Corpus Christi City Policy Number 10. And that policy states that any board and committee members, they have to have an application in place 14 days prior to the appointments. So just so you know, if we were to put that in place, the earliest we could appoint would be, the council could appoint would be September the 15th, because we'd have to allow a couple weeks to open that process up per that policy. So I wanted to bring that to your attention.
Which policy did we do for the water conservation plan?
The water conservation plan, I believe, were those city manager groups?
No, we
Peter?
didn't follow policy number 10. We just asked for nominations from the council members.
Yes, that's a city manager created group, a working
Yeah,
group. It
I
does,
guess so, right.
that group doesn't fall under council policy number 10.
Oh, okay, good point.
Thank you for clarifying. I'm sorry, Councilwoman Vaughn.
I want your opinion on this, Mr. Sinoni. I'm a little concerned about it. I don't know that we should do this. I'm a little concerned.
I need more time to talk to Jeff about it, but.
Yeah.
I mean,
Because
but
and I don't
Councilman
like the
Hernandez
words
has talked about this
biased,
for some time.
some are biased.
What's that?
You know, saying that they're biased. I don't know that anybody's biased. That's why I ask about the bid process.
Well, so we do have, as our assistant director said, we have a committee. And one of the things I did in the past 8 years is made sure the committee talked amongst each other. Because in the past, they submitted scores and nobody talked to that scorer.
Yeah.
So they sit down and they group think to say, you scored this person a 4, really? Or, you know, top score for the whole thing, how do you justify that? And sometimes that helps persons rethink their score. So there is a process in place that should mitigate this, you know, scoring very low or scoring very high consistently. I know in San Antonio where I worked, there was a process made to show council the scores without the scorer's name. And that was submitted as part of the process. So there's some improvements internally that can be made to help better justify to the council why the staff teams are recommending one firm over the other.
And I like that idea,
Yeah.
because if you look at the scores, and we can pretty well tell if there's a bias on a certain one, I would
Right.
think. And then that, to me, you would address it. So I don't know where I'm at here. I'm having a hard time with this one. I really am. I don't want to take credibility or anything away from the staff. I don't, because they're the ones that do it. And I don't want them to think that we don't trust them, because that's not the case with me. And I don't think that's the case with the others. I think they just want more accountability, I guess. I'm really not sure. But I'm not sure where I'm going to go on this one.
I think what I was trying to articulate is not a lack of faith or trust or reliability of staff. It's recognizing that we consistently sit behind the bus. They bring to us what's brought to them. There's nothing driving that decision. By the time it gets to us, we vote up or down. But by the time it gets to them, they can only score. So it's not a lack of trust or reliability in our staff, really. It's the process. That's what this was aiming to address, was getting behind who gets in the door for them to be able to evaluate, and what tools do they have to recommend that best person to us to try to keep some of that cost down. Some of the other recommendations would be, you know, perhaps setting percentages on how many local or military businesses do we use, you know, those types of things. So surrounding our procurement process, it's nothing with staff's reliability. It's that our hands are tied often, and the one that pays is the ratepayer, the taxpayer, because it keeps the bills high. And to Councilman Hernandez's point earlier, I've had contractors who don't bid tell me, you know, they'd love to do business with the city, but either they know that they're not going to get the bid because there's contractors that are so familiar with the work, they're going to get the highest score. Why should they go through the process? Those types of things. It's giving our team more tools before it gets to the legislative bench.
Mayor Pro Tem Paxton, I'm sorry, just one other thing. I forgot when you gave me the floor a moment ago, I forgot to mention one thing. The only other thing also with the resolution is that it states that the committee would complete their work in 6 months. So the committee is established for 6 months from the effective date of the resolution, and then automatically dissolves after that. So 6 months from in August is February. That goes into another council term. So it's just the results the committee would be providing could possibly go before another council. So it's something to consider as well.
Appreciate that. And we may have to adjust that date if now we have the 2-week application period. Thank you for that, Ms. Rebecca. Councilmember Scott.
Yep, last run. I think you guys do a great job. I think the fact that we have gazillions of engineering firms come to town in the last 5 years is indicative of, A, we're doing a lot of business here, but B, that you guys are looking for new people to bid. And so I don't see what y'all are seeing, but I just don't see it. Peter, if we gave you a week, would you have the ability to come back and say, hey, we've met with staff and here's our suggestions? If you think you can just tweak it, like you mentioned Councilmember Vaughn. Could you look, I had no idea what this is about, which is a whole nother issue for me, but we're here. I would like to look to you to provide some leadership, and if you could give us y'all's professional recommendation at our next meeting, I think that would be helpful, Madam Pro Tem.
We could do something like that,
And
Councilman.
we could still, I mean, the body may still go, hey, nope, this is what we want to do, but at least we'd have some foundation, some background information.
Right.
I understand the comment about, you know, we need to get the best price for the ratepayers. I'm not sure allocating percentages to certain groups is a good idea if that's our goal. So I just want to get that out there. But Council, my suggestion was give Peter a week. Let's put it on, let's table this for a week. It's going to come back. If that's what we want to do, we still do it. But we look to our professional staff to provide some guidance. And so with that, I'm going to make a motion to table for 1 week.
Okay. There was a motion and a second on the floor.
We did, but it's a postpone.
supersede.
So, yeah, so that takes.
I'm just
it can take
tabling the
precedence.
vote for a week. Right.
Right, it'll take precedence over.
Do we have any public comment on the item? No.
I know.
Okay. So in a week, you're going to come back with?
We can come back with so everybody knows what the exact process is that we use today.
But I do have a 2-slide presentation that shows our current process and how we comply with.
Yeah,
So
we'll
it'll
add
be
more
this
slides on
item
that.
with supplemental info.
Right, we're gonna help define what the business process is today, what some of the best practices are from some of the professional organizations.
So I'd
that
be
we're
interested
going
in,
to.
what do you hear
Yeah.
from other organizations?
Right, we often compare ourselves to the top 7 cities above us in Texas by population. We can see what they do within a week and then bring all that back.
Can we get exact citations to the state and federal parameters that were discussed
We
earlier?
can go over that too. We can have Ryan go over what we're bound to follow by state law, just so everybody's aware of that as well. That'd be helpful.
Okay. Ms. Rebecca, do you need a voice vote or an electronic?
I have it electronically programmed, so it's just to table item 12 for 1 week,
Yes.
correct?
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have one item on the agenda left, which is a briefing on the flock cameras, and then we have action, I believe, from our,
Can we do the action already, please?
I'm sorry, you want to do the action first? Okay, yeah, we can do that. Does anyone have action to take from items 16 through 19 from executive session?
I do too. I think I'm first.
Councilwoman
Yeah.
Vaughn?
Motion to approve a compromise settlement agreement with Ajit David for an amount of $450,000 for attorney fees and dismissal of the cases against the city and mayor in the matter of Ajit David versus City of Corpus Christi and Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
We have a motion and a second. Okay. Do we have any other action from the executive session? Oh, yes, we do, Mayor. Councilmember Scott.
Do we still need the second motion to hire legal counsel with our help? Do you by any chance have the language close to you? I was cleaning my desk because Eric's a neat freak and he gets mad at me. Madam Pro Tem, if you may, I make a motion to authorize the execution of amendments, agreements, and encumbrance of funds for legal services and associated court costs concerning the application by the city.
No, that's not it. No, I don't know where that,
Right. That's mine.
oh. So-
No, he's right.
What is this, what is this item for?
This is for the legal.
This is for item 16.
Yeah, this is for a legal contract for a TCEQ application.
Sorry,
For the
sorry.
agreed order.
And I read that really well. I read that really well. I didn't miss any words or nothing. All right, let me start over. Motion to authorize the execution of amendments, agreements, and encumbrance of funds for legal services and associated court costs concerning the application by the City of Corpus Christi, the City of Three Rivers, and Nueces River Authority to the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality for an emergency order relating to stay of water releases in a total amount not to exceed $205,000 with the law firm of Lloyd, Gosling, Rochelle, and Townsend, P.C.
Second.
Peter, what is all this money come from?
The legal money, I think it's coming from CCW. Yeah, from Corpus Christi water budget. Yeah. Yeah, since it's benefiting the water system.
I wonder what I do.
Okay, any further action on executive items 16 through 19, council?
Okay, so yes, I have one motion. Motion to approve one reading ordinance disapproving the program expenditure and funding under the termination settlement and release agreement between the Corpus Christi B Corporation and Elevate QOF LLC, adjusting Type B budget to withdraw funds from the terminated program for the Homewood Suite incentive, directing the city manager and city staff not to make or facilitate payment, and providing for an effective date. Do we need a public comment?
Comment earlier, so.
Do we have anyone from the audience who would like to speak on executive session item 17? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Okay, do we have any other, I think that wraps up all the items from executive session.
That's correct.
Okay, then we'll move into our final item, which is a briefing. It's item 13, briefing on city's license plate reader system and non-city owned flock cameras.
Good evening. Evening, that's too bad. I know y'all are tired. We'll make this as short as we can unless you have a lot of questions. Mike Markle, Police Department. We're here to present on, first of all, LPRs. We want to make clear, we do not have flock cameras. We don't own, we don't use, we don't associate with flock cameras. So just get that out there. I know there's a lot of contention around the nation. It's actually a good item to talk about. It's something that the more people that have seen this item and you know, you can see they're very passionate about this topic, and I certainly respect that. I do want you to remember back about 10 years ago, 11 years ago, I met with the council, each of you individually at the time, to remove our red light cameras because I believe they were unconstitutional. And we did that. As a collective, we did that about a year before they were declared unconstitutional. So I just say that because I know this body and I know that myself and my group are very sensitive to those issues. And so I want to express that we do have an LPR system. We've had a system for about 19 years. The one we have, I would say, is very, very, very basic. And Bill's going to go over that. Under our policy, the deputy chief over investigations oversees that LPR system, that tool, and it's just a tool. And you'll see that. It doesn't collect any personal data on anybody. Unlike Flock. Flock is it's a growing entity. They have a massive integrated platform where they're just building high level, you could call it surveillance, you could call it bringing in different points of data. I'm not a Flock expert. I don't want to go out on a limb and start talking about them, but I'll tell you, again, we don't have Flock. So they pitched themselves to us about a year or so, I don't know what it was, and let us peruse the data they get, but we kicked them to the curb and we stuck with what we have. So with that, I'm going to introduce Bill Breedlove. He's a deputy chief over investigations. That unit falls under him, and he's going to give you a presentation.
Thank you, Chief. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Billy Breedlove, Deputy Chief, Corpus Christi Police Department, Criminal Investigation Division. So the Chief really covered my first slide, is that the Flock system is not used by the Corpus Christi Police Department. Flock is a very aggressive data collection company. There is a lot of discussion out in the public about that, and we are sensitive to that. And so we want to make sure that our public understands, and we want to be transparent of what tools we use to conduct investigations. So a little bit of history. This system is managed by myself and actually in the Auto Theft Task Force, who I oversee. And that task force was started in 2003 with state funds. Comes from insurance companies. At that time, it was $1 per every insurance policy. I think that's gone up since then. Auto insurance policy goes to the state. The state then takes that money and provides grants to law enforcement to combat auto theft and auto crimes. So we first purchased our first, the grant purchased it for us, LPR, in 2007. So it's been around about 19 years, this technology. Most recently in 2003, there was Senate Bill 224, if you recall. That was, we were having a very high amount of catalytic converter thefts across the state. We had hundreds of them here in that 1 year. And so the state had extra money and allowed the grant to purchase more LPRs, or to purchase a set of LPRs that we could start using rather than on a vehicle, up on fixed positions. And the council approved that purchase. So what is a vigilant LPR? It is a automated license plate recognition system. It works by combining specialized software to detect and read license plates at a moment in time. And our cameras are mounted on some police cars and then on some fixed traffic posts out on intersections within the city. So we use it to interdict stolen vehicles. We use it to enhance our criminal investigations. And then another big part of it is community caretaking. So if an elderly individual suffering from dementia goes missing, a silver alert goes out, and we can query where that vehicle has been, and the officers can go look in that area to find that person. Same with an amber alert or runaway. So there's other uses other than just strict law enforcement. So the Vigilant LPR system is very simple compared to some of the other ones out there, but it does a good job for us. So basically, what it does do, it takes an image of a vehicle and a license plate, it documents that time and location, and it provides us with the fixed GPS location of where that camera was at or where that police car was at when it took that photo. What it does not do, and this is a lot of the stuff that's out in the public that's a little misinterpreted, is it does not track anyone. It does not integrate with any of other systems. It's standalone. It does not collect your name, your date of birth, your vehicle registration. It's just taking a picture. It doesn't look for gender, race, or physical description of people in the car. So this is exactly what it captures. This is a snapshot from a camera of a car. So it takes this. That must have broken. My girlfriend? Yeah. So that's what it says. So if I was standing on that same area with a camera, I'm out in a public place, I could take that same picture. So then what the software does is it takes the photo and creates an alphanumerical character, and then it puts it into a database so that it can be searched. And so this is what the officer would see in their mobile data computer in their police car or a detective at their desk. But before they can even have access to this, and there's about 100 officers that have access to this, they'll have to go through training to be able to access it, and they'll have to sign off on our policy, which regulates how we use this. And so the first thing, after they've attended that, they understand you can only use this for law enforcement purposes. So the first thing they have to do is put in a case number or a report number or a warrant number that they're looking for a wanted person. And the next thing is why their authorized purpose, and then the authorized reason. So it might be a shooting, a stolen car, could be a number of crimes. And then, so once they query that, this would be, so if we put in a black SUV that we're looking for, or if we had put in that license plate, and this location would come up and give it, this is the only data the officer gets. So you see there's no other information than the location, the license plate, and a picture of the vehicle. That's exactly what the officer sees. This is an exact example. And that's actually one of our command vehicles that we use, because we didn't want the public, seeing that. We don't want to use anybody's personal car. So then the officer, having, obviously, before they can even do this, has a law enforcement purpose, can then take that information and look at our records management system, which is a law enforcement database, and see who's been in that car before. Has it been in a crash in our community? Has it been involved in another crime? They can also look at TLETs, which would be our vehicle registration, and they could find out who the registered owner is that. They cannot take any just direct action based solely on this photo. They have to look at other ways to develop reasonable suspicion or probable cause to take any law enforcement action. But it is a good lead to start looking either into that area or looking for that vehicle. So here's a couple of our success stories. Just recently, the Auto Theft Task Force was investigating the theft of 2 vehicles and looking and sort of watching those vehicles as they went from place to place. They noticed there was another vehicle following them, and they were able to take that information on that one vehicle, find out where it has been in the past. They go there and they find that vehicle along with the 2 stolen vehicles, and they're able to make some arrests and recover some stolen vehicles. Also, we had a hit and run of a wheelchair-bound pedestrian. Unfortunately, it was a fatality accident, and by having a vehicle description from a witness, and then they look at an LPR down the street at that same time and location, they come up with a license plate now, and then they are able to have a lead, and they make arrest, and that person is behind bars now. And then recently, we also had the murder of a Carroll High School senior. He was at a local barber shop. There's a shooting, and 2 vehicles left the location very quickly. We were able to use an ALPR to get the license plates off both those vehicles, and by the end of the night, we had an arrest of the individual involved. So I stand here for any questions.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, when they say flock camera, it's not just stuff that could be owned by the government. There's some that are privately in place, right?
That's correct, yes.
So they're throughout town. I know, like, for example, Kings Crossing has them at every entrance into the Kings Crossing HOA. So, I mean, that's one I saw personally with Kings Crossing. I'm assuming they're just tracking people coming in and out. Right, so the HOA purchased it. But since there are in the city, and they have obviously some aspect of it, I mean, you can have access to it, correct? So that, if there's, like, for example, crime and, a murder in Kings Crossing, and they say, hey, we've got these cameras, here's the information.
Well, I believe we would take that information that was provided to us, but we don't have just carte blanche to go in and look at that system. We did at one time whenever they were trying to court us, and they gave us some kind of, I think what the detectives called it, like basic cable, so we could see what was going on within the community. But we have since, we pretty much stuck with what we know with Vigilant, and we no longer have that.
I guess, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I guess what you're asking, if there's probable cause, you have a crime that commits in there.
Right.
Your HOA reaches out to us, now we're doing an investigation.
Right.
But we're not just sifting people's license plate and information just for the heck of it. We're not sitting behind a terminal, and you've seen those stories, right? Some officers running people 600-700 times or whatever those things are. Much different. Yeah, it's an investigative tool. So if your HOA calls and said, hey, rash of burglaries, we want to report it, of course, they want to give us some data that they've captured on there, then we'll run with that.
Okay.
But I think what we're trying to present to you is that our system is very basic, and it still compels us to do real cop work. We're not just have this massive influx of all your personal data just from you driving home from work every day.
Okay.
That's not happening. That's what we want to make clear.
Okay, so you also have, I think there's one as you're going on the JFK Bridge to the island.
There's flock. Yeah, some DPS has some flock.
So
I
DPS,
think Lowe's. I think there's
The shops at La Pomera.
shops at La Pomera. They have their own private contract with flock.
okay, but DPS does have it here in the city,
I believe so, and I think on the freeways. Yeah.
on the freeways?
Have one on the Harbor Bridge, out on the island there. And,
On state roads, right?
on state highways.
State
yes.
roads, right.
State
There's
highways.
none on city right-of-way.
Correct, yes, sir.
The city doesn't have any on any of our devices or any of our right-of-way,
Yes, sir.
right?
So anytime something comes on the agenda, I start looking and doing research, so that's how I kind of stumbled across them, but it's a little, even if it's privately funded, but there's cameras everywhere. Heck, you drive by somebody's house, you get picked up on their Ring camera.
Just about every investigation we have now involves some form of video.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Well, what I got out of this is the police do not have flock cameras, and the public needs to know that, and I appreciate that y'all don't, because to me, that is an overkill. I think the system you've got is perfectly fine, and you've obviously used it for crimes, so thank you for that. And I remember when you did the red light cameras, I was here, and you were way ahead of the curve, and I always appreciated that, because I hated those cameras. Yes. So thank y'all for not having the flock cameras, and I would not want to live in a neighborhood that had them. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, for the presentation. I think that's really something important to communicate is we're seeing so many municipalities having to take action to retract their contracts with Flock. And so once again, tonight has showed we're ahead of that curve, and much to the discernment of the department who saw this coming and held that line for the protection of our citizens. I would love, I wish there was something that we could do to challenge the state, because it's really a problem.
Well, I think there's some legislation that's being chewed on right now. Well, there has been for the last couple of years, but I think the push is getting significant, so there may be some legislative action coming.
Ryan, do you have anything to add to that?
No, ma'am, not extensively. I know that it's being talked about. It's kind of like data centers where it's really kind of risen to the level of consciousness of the average citizen. So there are going to be interim studies that are done on these types of issues. And so we'll be tracking the legislation that might come about. But I haven't seen a draft of a bill that would purport to either empower cities or outright ban flock, because as was pointed out, I think there's probably some state and federal agencies that have contracts with companies like that, so.
If there's something we can do to encourage said legislation, because I don't even remember the number, but there's a lot of flock cameras in the city, and it really bothers individuals. And
In our city, I think we counted 21, right? 21.
I think it was like 40.
No, I think flock, we have a pin map of it, and we pulled it
Okay.
apart. I think it was 21.
I know there's,
But that's just city. There's some outside the cities. There's some, as 37, 44. There's ingress and egress are covered by that. So.
okay.
But it's a good item. I appreciate you bringing it. This conversation needs to be had. We put out a great memo from Peter's office today also, and we sent that out. We just saturate that narrative. Folks still see cameras and say PD has flock, But we don't.
That's
We want to push
exactly
back
this is
hard and say,
educating.
we do not,
Thank you for making this clear to everyone that we're already ahead of it. So thank you, Chief. Thank
Yes,
you,
ma'am.
Officer. All right.
I have brought this up before. It is ridiculous for the police officers to have to sit here all day long waiting for an agenda item. We have got to figure out a way so that they can be up front or pull their item or something, please.
Okay, good point. I think what time y'all, well, they've been here for a little bit, but at least they weren't here at 11:30.
Yeah, not as long as y'all, so we're not going to preach to the
Yeah.
choir.
We
y'all.
can work on it.
Yeah.
No, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate that.
Okay. Thank you.
Maybe throw us a sandwich or something halfway through.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank y'all.
Thank you. Seeing no further business, this meeting's adjourned.